Chapter 1730. Li Huang, don't tell me this is your full strength. Fang Yuan shouted, his body moved rapidly as he chased after Li Huang. As Li Huang retreated, he activated the verdant sun flame cloak. The spring scissors were still flying around him, cutting off the flames from the flaming clothes on his back. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a cold light, the aura of an immortal killer move flashed past. Damn it! Li Huang felt a sense of danger, he quickly changed directions. Fang Yuan's time path killer move did not hit Li Huang had rich battle experience. Lord Li Huang, we will lend you a hand. At this time, wind-sweeping building came to help. Its entire body was shrouded in a thick wall of wind, which had a certain resistance against the great thief ghost hand. Fang Yuan snickered in disdain, get lost. Immortal killer move, summer fan. Winds blew in all directions, wind-sweeping buildings' momentum was halted. There was no helping it, summer fan's wind was only a facade, the true essence was the power of time path. Wind-sweeping building was a wind path immortal goo house, it was not specialized in dealing with time path killer moves. Li Huang could only continue to escape. Fang Yuan's strength had increased tremendously, causing everyone to raise their eyebrows. Inside Emperor City, the Gu Masters were still in the final round of the competition. The Gu Immortals defending Emperor City had already isolated the outside world, allowing these Gu Masters to focus on refining Gu. To think that even Lord Li Huang is not Fang Yuan's match. This demon is too powerful, he obtained many venerable inheritances, his demonic might is truly terrifying. But don't worry, even though our Emperor City is a mortal Gu house, it contains human path methods. At the crucial moment, immortal moves can be activated to protect us. The Gu Immortals consoled each other, raising their morale. Emperor City was the #1 city of humanity, it was built using a vast number of mortal Gu. Even though the city had been relocated more than 10 times, it was no longer in its original location. But it had a very long history, it could be traced back to the era of humanity's rise, it was primordial origin immortal venerables that created the first Emperor City. Fang Yuan, don't be arrogant, I will fight you. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Qingyi saw that the situation was bad, he had to step down. Li Huang saw the opportunity and advanced instead of retreating, fighting alongside Qingyi. Fang Yuan shouted and activated killer moves repeatedly while disregarding his immortal essence consumption, and he charged towards Emperor City brazenly. Li Huang and Qingyi stood in front of Fang Yuan and were pushed back by Fang Yuan's explosive attacks. This scene made the Western Desert Gu Immortals dumbfounded. Fang Yuan is so fierce. No wonder he could challenge the Celestial Court for so many years, and the Celestial Court couldn't do anything to him. Let's go around him and try not to provoke him. Exactly, the main objective is to destroy Imperial Emperor City. Infallible blessed land battlefield. Farewell friend wind. It is actually farewell friend wind. Seeing that Wu Yong used this move to deal with Chen Yi, the central continent Gu Immortals guarding the immortal formation were all shocked and fearful. This farewell friend wind had a huge origin, it was created by a strange genius in the past. This strange genius was called Daoist Blackheart, he cultivated wind path, but in his later years, he studied the legends of Renzu and made great progress. After he went into closed cultivation for nearly 10 years, Farewell Friend Wind was created. This was a wind path method, but it contained the profundities of human path, its power was extraordinary. Ever since Daoist Blackheart obtained this method, he made friends everywhere, often sacrificing himself for others. Initially, the 5 regions Gu Immortals did not know the reason, facing Daoist Blackheart's precious gifts, they all called him brother. Some did not want to befriend Daoist Blackheart, but did not want to offend him, they pretended to be polite on the surface. They fell into Daoist Blackheart's trap. Any killer move would require a sensing process. Like Fang Yuan's lead soul into dream killer move, it first needed to sense the enemy's soul. If it could not be sensed, this killer move could not be used. Even if many Gu immortals could not unravel immortal killer moves, they would try to defend against it by sensing it. Farewell Friend Wind sensing was rather special. It could only sense friends and attack friends. The friends here, regardless of whether they were true confidants, scoundrels, or even superficial friends with ulterior motives, were all within the range of his senses. Daoist Blackheart used this move to become famous in the 5 regions. For a while, almost no one dared to offend him. Later on, as more and more people suffered from it, Wisdom Path Gu immortals worked together to deduce the profundity of Farewell Friend Wind. Many Gu immortals knew the secret of Farewell Friend Wind's sensing ability. They cursed at Daoist Blackheart's shamelessness. Countless Gu immortals who had befriended Daoist Blackheart felt a chill in their hearts. They felt uneasy. In this world, there was no unsolvable killer move. Soon, another flaw of Farewell Friend Wind was discovered by the Gu immortals. That was, to activate Farewell Friend Wind, it had to hit a certain part of the Gu immortal's body. Even though Farewell Friend Wind was strong, with these 2 flaws, it could be easily dealt with. Daoist Blackheart was in the limelight. After reaching the peak of his life, he suddenly became a loner. Everyone's expression changed when they talked about him, they avoided him. In his later years, he was alone, his ending was tragic. Wu Yong grasped Farewell Friend Wind, it shocked all the immortals present. But no matter what, Wu Yong succeeded in activating this move. Chen Yi was already hit. He was going to die. Everyone was aware of this. Bai Tsang Shui screamed as she charged at Wu Yong. Wu Yong's body flickered, vanishing on the spot. Bai Tsang Shui snatched Chen Yi, but even though Chen Yi was no longer floating, he could not move, his eyebrows and skin were dispersing with the wind. Wu Yong reappeared in front of the Southern Border Immortals. This time, the Southern Alliance Immortals looked at him with even more complex gazes than before. There was even more wariness and respect in their eyes. Wu Yong has Farewell Friend Wind, it is like Fang Yuan has Reverse Flow Protection Seal. This is a great killer move. Once it is used, it can greatly influence the battle. When did Wu Yong become friends with Chen Yi? How is that difficult? When doing business in Jewel Yellow Skies, don't they all call each other friends? Compared to this, I am more wary of Wu Yong's scheming. Wu Yong was still standing in front of the Southern Alliance Immortals. He looked at Chen Yi from afar as he praised, as expected of a Gu Immortal of Celestial Court, the former First Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. He has outstanding defense. Even after being hit by my Farewell Friend Wind, he dissipated so slowly. This is the first time I have seen something like this. Even though he said this, he was actually praising his opponent. It was the best way to show off his own battle strength. The Southern Alliance Gu Immortals quickly agreed. That's right, there has never been anyone who survived after being hit by Farewell Friend Wind. Chen Yi is dead meat. With Lord Wu Yong here, the Gu Immortals of Celestial Court are just useless. Celestial Court Battlefield. Inside the Gu Refinement Formation. The 2 big battle groups were fighting fiercely. Spear. Che Wei, Rank 8 of Celestial Court, shouted. Immediately, a huge black iron spear that resembled an ancient tree shot out, piercing towards 5 Elements Grandmaster. Arrow. Che Wei shouted again. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless sharp arrows appeared out of nowhere. They rained down like a torrential rain, enveloping 5 Elements Grandmaster. But 5 Elements Grandmaster did not fall. Even though he was being attacked, he still had the leisure to say, "Amazing, Che Wei, you seem to be creating a new path. These killer moves are all very creative. But it is useless, you cannot break my 5 Elements Ring's protection." Saber. Che Wei ignored 5 Elements Grandmaster. He held his saber and charged towards 5 Elements Grandmaster, continuing to fight. At the same time, in another battle, Bull Demon was attacking, while Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Tsong Yen was defending. Bull Demon's attacks were ferocious. Each of his movements created layers of phantoms. Most importantly, these phantoms often went berserk and cooperated with Bull Demon. They could often unleash unexpected powerful attacks. Every time Tsong Yen was punched, his body would shake. He specialized in rule path. His skin was like a tattoo, with many blue lines coiling around it. These lines were thick and thin, they crisscrossed each other like a net, firmly protecting Tsong Yen. It seems that they will not be able to get here in a short while. Yuan Xiongdu was still refining Gu, his tense heart relaxed slightly. These two from Longevity Heaven have chosen to fight in close combat. They are also restraining the power of their killer moves. They are afraid of disrupting the refinement path battle and causing my efforts to go to waste. It seems that they want to snatch Fate Gu. They also have a certain standard for Fate Gu's recovery state. Yuan Xiongdu was recruited by Celestial Court. He was naturally shrewd. He immediately analyzed some information about Longevity Heaven. Calm down, I must calm down. If I do not calm down and make a mistake, even if I have success Dao marks, it will be useless. Persevere. The Gu Immortals in the Immortal Graveyard have already awakened. Our battle strength will continue to grow, to the point where Longevity Heaven feels despair. Yuan Xiongdu was thinking this when he heard Bing Sichuan's cold laughter. Do you know why I brought Calamity Luck Altar here? Because a Demon Venerable's killer move was attached to it. As he said this, Calamity Luck Altar was already being attacked by the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. But soon, Calamity Luck Altar shined with a golden halo. Next, the entire battlefield was filled with the sound of waves. A majestic illusion of the River of Time appeared above Calamity Luck Altar. Next, the Immortal Killer move activated. Figures walked out of the River of Time one after another. The tall figure at the front saw Calamity Luck Altar being pressed to the ground by a giant bear and immediately roared, "Such big bear guts, eat this old man's explosive thunder." There was a loud rumble. The giant bear that Zhang Fei Xiong had transformed into was forced back by 5 to 6 steps. His face was badly injured, it was covered in blood. "Who are you? Report your name." A Celestial Court Gu Immortal charged at the tall figure. The tall figure laughed wildly. "You don't even recognize me, new heir Bao Xiong? Then let me show you my explosive lightning killer move. I will blast you to pieces and you will remember my name." Boom boom boom. Violent forces exploded one after another. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals that charged forward were like kites with broken strings. They flew backwards. Before they landed, they were already unconscious. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. To think that I could use this move to come to the future and participate in this battle, I am truly fortunate. The second Northern Plains Gu Immortal who walked out of the Phantom River of Time said with a smile. He pointed at Calamity Luck Altar. The Time Path killer move that Calamity Luck Altar suffered was dispelled. It regained its usual speed. "You actually broke my killer move. Who are you?" Gu Lu Ru, who used this move, had a dark expression. The Northern Plains Gu Immortal smiled as he looked at Gu Lu Ru. "What a coincidence, we both cultivate Time Path, let's have a contest. As for my name, it is very ordinary, you can call me Hei Fan." Next, the third person followed Hei Fan and walked out of the Phantom River of Time. Wow! This is a huge battle, oh heavens, I need to hide. The third Northern Plains Gu Immortal had a white face, he had a crafty expression. After saying that, he disappeared. One after another, Northern Plains Gu Immortals walked out and joined the battlefield. Fairy Myrtle's heart shook intensely. New heir Bao Xiong, Hei Fan, and the vanished Lu Lu Lu, they are all rank 8 experts of Northern Plains Huang Jin tribes in history. What killer move is this? It can actually drag these people from the past to the present in the River of Time. This immortal killer move was too unimaginable. Fairy Myrtle felt like she was dreaming. Fairy Myrtle had doubts, but Duke Long did not. Seeing this familiar scene, Duke Long's expression froze. A scene that was deeply etched in his memories surfaced in his mind again. As the dust settled, Red Lotus was heavily injured and coughing out blood, while Duke Long stood unmoving. "Red Lotus, are you still not going to attack? Even though you have future self, you only have rank 8 cultivation level after rebirth. Future self is only rank 8, you are still lacking if you want to recover your immortal venerable strength. Duke Long's expression was cold as ice, the anger in his eyes burned like fire, burning Red Lotus's heart. That's right. My future self-killer move still has some flaws, but even if it did not have any flaws, how could I attack you, Master? Red Lotus smiled bitterly. So, since the start of the battle, you have been avoiding me and not attacking me? Duke Long snickered. Red Lotus, if you really respect me, stop messing around. Accept fate's arrangements and become a Gu Venerable again. I can let bygones be bygones. Master, I understand your intentions, but you do not understand mine. Red Lotus sighed. Duke Long became even more furious. Since you do not want to attack me, but want to fulfill your wishes, are you forcing me to kill you? Of course not. Red Lotus shook his head, a smile appeared on his flawless face. Master, I have endured for so long, the killer move is finally ready, please give me some comments. Saying so, the phantom of the river of time appeared behind him. Gu Immortal stepped on the waves and walked out. Duke Long was moved. What killer move is this? I created a killer move with 2 moves, it is called Call of the Ancient, Help from the Future. This move can summon Gu Immortals who are close to the Gu Immortal themselves from the river of time to fight. What I am using now is only the latter move, it is called Help from the Future. Red Lotus smiled. Duke Long's expression was grim, his body was shaking from anger. This move is heaven-defying, you are actually using the river of time to interfere with the normal flow of history, you have a deep demonic nature. What about your previous move? Show me all of them. No, Master. The previous move, Call of the Ancient, will appear in front of you at some point in the future. Red Lotus smiled. Chapter 1731. Celestial Court Battlefield. Figures were either flying in the air or fighting on the ground. Rumbling explosions reverberated continuously. Sparks flew in all directions, and intense light flashed. Northern Plains Gu Immortal experts fought with Celestial Court's members, Wanwu Di. Boom! Suddenly, with a loud sound, the right shoulder of the black bear that was as large as a mountain exploded, large chunks of flesh and blood flew away, the shoulder bone was also shattered. The black bear's expression froze in pain, it closed its eyes and fainted on the spot. Rumble. Next, its mountain-like body slowly fell down, with a loud sound, a huge crater was created on the ground. In the sky above its head, a Northern Plains Gu Immortal laughed loudly. My, new Air Bao Xiong's killer move, Dim Lightning, is not so easy to receive. Don't rely on your transformation path's thick defense, I have already killed countless transformation path Gu Immortals, hahaha. He cultivated Lightning Path, he was a berserk killing god that had once dominated Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. Without leaving Heaven of Longevity Heaven, when he was the first Supreme Elder of New Air Tribe, New Air Tribe was the #1 force in Northern Plains without a doubt. But New Air Bao Xiong had just finished laughing when a clear and pleasant female voice resounded, shameless boasting, I also cultivate transformation path, come and kill me. Which idiot? New Air Bao Xiong had just turned his head and started speaking when he saw a red light flashing in front of him. Before he could react, he heard an explosion. Flames shot in all directions, and smoke and dust billowed. He fell from the sky, his whole body still burning with raging flames. Now, save Zhang Fei Xiong. Gu Lu Ru, who was sitting in a wheelchair, shouted as he pointed. Immediately, the black bear that Zhang Fei Xiong had transformed into shone with a bright light, temporarily protecting his life. Humph, I like killing people, not saving people. A phantom tore through the sky, diving down and quickly approaching Zhang Fei Xiong. This person was Wan Zihong, she had a seductive appearance, she cultivated Wood Path and was originally a demonic path Gu Immortal, she had a murderous nature and was recruited by Celestial Court. This Zhang Fei Xiong has some skill, even though he fainted, his transformation has not faded. Wan Zihong's eyes flashed with caution. She did not slow down, she directly charged into Zhang Fei Xiong's right shoulder. The moment she collided, Wan Zihong suddenly scattered, turning into pink flower petals that landed on the bloody wound. The petals exuded a strong fragrance, and then flowers began to grow on the wound. The flower petals fell again, landing on the surrounding flesh. More flowers started to grow, forming a sea of flowers. Zhang Feixiong's damaged flesh and blood grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Humph! In the sky, New Heir Bao Xiong's face was gloomy. His lightning path killer move was extremely powerful, but Heavenly Court's Gu Immortal's methods were not weak either. It was like Wan Zihong, wood path Dao marks that did not conflict with Fei Xiong, transformation path Dao marks on. Of Gu path. It was as if Wan Zihong's wood path Dao marks did not conflict with Zhang Fei Xiong's transformation path Dao marks. New Heir Bao Xiong only took a quick glance before his opponent found a flaw. A red light flashed. New Heir Bao Xiong was hit by a killer move again, his whole body was burning with flames. Seeing this, New Heir Bao Xiong completely gave up on chasing Zhang Fei Xiong. He extinguished the flames and focused on the enemy. Who are you? Do Celestial Court Gu Immortals hide their faces and hide? The red light in the sky had a crisp laughter. The red light itself was still moving left and right, it did not stop for a moment. New Heir Bao Xiong could only look left and right, he could not attack. It should be Senior Zhu Ke. She cultivates fire path and transformation path, her battle style is similar to New Heir Bao Xiong's. Seeing this, Fairy Myrtle showed joy on her face. As time passed, more and more Gu Immortals woke up in the Immortal Graveyard. Zhu Ke was one of them. But Longevity Heaven's time path killer move is too strong, it is also summoning more people. Fairy Myrtle looked towards Calamity Luck Altar's direction, looking at the phantom river of time in the sky, her heart shook. This is likely Red Lotus Demon Venerable's killer move, Lord Duke Long might know something about it. Fairy Myrtle had been looking for a chance to enter the battlefield and save Duke Long. But Duke Long's location was not good, he was near Calamity Luck Altar, under the phantom river of time. There were Northern Plains Gu Immortals moving around at all times. If Fairy Myrtle wanted to go in and save him, the risk would be huge, she also had a heavy responsibility. Earlier, the two Venerables appeared in Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Lord Duke Long was hit by a rank 9 killer move, even though he was restrained, his life is still safe. I still have a heavy responsibility. Firstly, I need to transfer Immortal Gu to the Gu Immortals who wake up in time, and secondly, I need to protect Old Man Zheng Yuan, he is one of the crucial figures in this battle. Fairy Myrtle squinted her eyes, staying at the back and not moving. Before Duke Long attacked, he had instructed her to stay at the back and take charge of the situation. Clang! A golden light suddenly flashed in front of Fairy Myrtle. The golden light faded and a Northern Plains Gu Immortal's figure appeared. He had dark skin and sharp eyes, emitting a sharp aura. He was an expert of Yi Lui tribe, Yi Lui Ko. He cultivated Metal Path, he was one of the strongest experts in history who walked out of the phantom river of time. Yi Lui Ko had stood out when he was young, he had a fierce nature and extremely sharp insight, he could often see the most crucial point of a battle. During the Imperial Court contest, he often charged alone against an enemy formation of 10,000 people, killing them in front of everyone's eyes. He was unstoppable. After becoming a Gu Immortal, he plundered everywhere, attacking the weaknesses of his enemies. As a righteous path Gu Immortal, he had a terrible reputation of being a demonic path Gu Immortal. But this reputation changed after he cultivated to rank 8. Back then, everyone in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world feared him. The condemnation and curses towards him turned into flattery on the surface, while slandering him behind his back. Fairy Myrtle's heart jumped, facing Yi Lui Ko's gaze. She felt like a rabbit running on the plains, being targeted by a falcon in the sky. She quickly retreated, her figure vanishing among the palaces. This damned Chi Wall. Yi Lui Ko had an unhappy expression. He had a keen sense towards any battle, he could see through the enemy's weakness and strike at the most crucial point. This was an innate talent. But his attacks were blocked by the Chi Wall Killer move that primordial origin Immortal Venerable left in Celestial Court. This Chi Wall Killer move could distinguish between friend and foe, it did not pose much obstruction to Celestial Court's members. But to Longevity Heaven's side, it was like a heavenly chasm. Northern Plains Gu Immortals could only move around the route that Limitless Demon Venerable created back then, and fight against Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. Precisely so, the intense battles between Rank 8 Gu Immortals were restricted to a fixed area. Celestial Court had many important areas, like Demon Judgment Board or the Immortal Graveyard. These places were heavily protected by the Chi Wall, Northern Plains Gu Immortals could not touch them. But on the battlefield, Northern Plains Gu Immortals had the clear upper hand. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals often needed to rely on the Chi Wall to advance and retreat at times to maintain the battle. Our Gu Immortals have just woken up from their slumber, they do not have a complete set of Gu worms. The mortal Gu are fine, but the immortal Gu are very incomplete, they cannot display their full strength. Fairy Myrtle was very worried. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were sleeping in the Immortal Graveyard, all their immortal Gu were given to Celestial Court. On one hand, they needed to make full use of their resources, on the other hand, they needed Celestial Court to feed their immortal Gu. Most of these immortal Gu were used to construct immortal Gu houses, they were used to create the luxurious buildings and palaces of Celestial Court. A portion was also given to people in the lower sects to use, like Fate Armor Immortal Gu given to Fengjioga. There were very few immortal Gu that were left and used in the treasury. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were elites and experts among rank 8s, but because they lacked immortal Gu, they could not display their full strength, even with abundant immortal essence, they could not change the situation. In contrast, on Northern Plains side, Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Call of the Ancient Killer move was truly amazing, it immediately countered the vast foundation that Celestial Court had accumulated over countless years. Duke Long's heart was filled with pain and anger. At this crucial moment, he could not move, he could only watch the intense battle unfold in front of him. Chapter 1732. This Call of the Ancient should be similar to Call of the Future. It does not truly summon the Gu Immortal from the future or the past to the present. It is similar to the profundity of future self, it only summons the state of a certain person in the river of time. Precisely so, these Northern Plains Gu Immortals are all in their peak condition, they have immortal essence and immortal Gu. Unraveling this move should be similar to how I unraveled Call of the Future back then, it is to shake the person using the killer move. In front of me, I just need to cripple Calamity Luck Altar, and when the damage reaches a certain level, I can interrupt Call of the Ancient. Duke Long gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered, his deduction was not wrong. But unfortunately, he could not control himself, he was restricted by the rank 9 killer move, he could not use methods to communicate with others. Wow, what a beautiful scene. Another person walked out of the river of time, he had a jade-like face, he was elegant and suave. The intense battle of life and death in front of him made him feel intoxicated. He breathed in deeply, opening his arms as he said, "It seems that this is the stage for me, Dong Fang Yu. A Northern Plains barbarian will be a Northern Plains barbarian, stop acting suave, come and fight." A Celestial Court Gu Immortal who had just obtained an immortal Gu saw Dong Fang Yu and was very unhappy, he charged over. He had the appearance of a boy, his hair was black and shiny, there was a small tip, together with his round face, his head shape was like a peach, it was very comical. But his surging aura made Dong Fang Yu's expression change, she quickly dodged. The boy's killer move did not hit, seeing Dong Fang Yu's pathetic state, he chuckled, "Now do you know how powerful I, whirling boy, am?" Dong Fang Yu was furious, "My playfulness is my nature, you old monster is the one pretending, you are about to die, you are still acting so young." Whirling Boy's smile disappeared as he pounced at Dong Fang Yu again. Dong Fang Yu had only been caught off guard earlier, she was already prepared now, she attacked instead of retreating. Boom! The two of them exchanged blows and clashed fiercely. A huge chi wave assaulted another Northern Plains Gu immortal who walked out of the river of time. What a strong wind, it almost blinded my eyes. This Northern Plains Gu immortal had the appearance of an old farmer, his pants were rolled up, his limbs were muddy, his back was hunched and his face was wrinkled, he had a cigarette in his mouth. Sigh, sigh. The old farmer had no killing intent, he sighed, I am Nien heir, Nien Gu immortal Gu immortal Gu. Indeed. Nien Gu immortal Nien Nong was not the strongest rank in Gu immortal Gu immortal Gu. But he was the one who had the deepest influence and brought the greatest benefits to the 22nd tribe. Gu Nien Gu immortal Nien, God Gu immortal Gu God Gu immortal Tian immortal Gu Mo Gu, Li to immortal Gu, He Gu Dong. Gu Nien immortal Nien, of Gu Nien to be, a Nien of Gu Yi of Gu of immortal to, of. Sir, Nien, Gu of Nien of Gu Nien. The heavenly court Gu immortal smiled, I cultivate wood path and am skilled in nurturing resources. I see. The 22nd farmer smiled. The atmosphere between the two seemed to be harmonious as they talked and laughed, but in fact, they had already made their moves and were fighting each other fiercely. They were even more ruthless than the people around them. New heir Bao Xiong's face was solemn. He kept pushing his palms, causing countless thunderstorms. The Scarlet Rainbow's aura suddenly surged, it was Zhu Ke heir using her killer move, it immediately split into 8 Scarlet Rainbows flew towards New heir Bao Xiong from 8 directions. New heir Bao Xiong snorted coldly and took a deep breath. Suddenly, a layer of electric net flashed around him and formed a sphere to protect him. Bang bang bang, 7 scarlet rainbows smashed into the lightning net barrier, causing an intense explosion, and the remaining one was Zhu Keir's true body. It's my turn. New heir Bao Xiong stretched out his hand and pulled out his beard. Go. Strand after strand of beard shot out explosively like a torrential downpour, transforming into lightning spears in mid-air, forming a dense net of firepower that enveloped Zhu Keir. Zhu Keir gave a delicate shout, the scarlet rainbow stopped and revealed her true form, a colorful aurora rose around her as the temperature of the air rose. Seeing that the two were about to exchange killer moves, the nearby Gu immortals tacitly distanced themselves. On the ground, Wan Zihong raised her head with an envious expression, cursing in her heart, damn it, I lack offensive immortal Gu the most, I have no offensive methods at all. To think that I would actually become a healing Gu immortal one day, Wan Zihong felt a sense of danger, her pupils shrunk as her body flickered, turning into countless flower petals and vanishing on the spot. At the next moment, with a clang, golden light flashed. Yelu Ko appeared on the ground and snorted, thinking, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals are truly amazing, I actually failed twice in a row. But unless you fly behind the Qi wall, you cannot escape. Saying so, he stretched out his index finger and pointed towards a direction where there was no one. A golden ball condensed at the tip of his finger, it exploded and a grand pure golden pillar shot out, causing the air to explode at an astonishing speed. He actually discovered my true body. Wan Zihong wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The pure golden pillar was already behind her, she had no choice but to turn around and face it, clenching her teeth as she defended with all her strength. Yelu Ko laughed sinisterly, this move was not so easy to receive. But at the next moment, his smile froze. The pure golden pillar shrunk and was completely thrown into the mouth of a Gu immortal. The Gu immortal swallowed Yelu Ko's powerful killer move, patting his belly as if he had not had enough. To think that I would have the chance to have a full meal right after waking up. This Celestial Court's Gu immortal was very fat, his skin was white, and when he smiled, he looked very satisfied. Who are you? Yelu Ko's gaze was cold. Zhao Shan He. The white fatty laughed, I won't let you kill our healing Gu immortal so easily. Yelu Ko did not speak, his aura rose steadily, evidently he was preparing another powerful killer move. Wan Zihong snorted angrily, I don't want to do anything like healing. If I have all of my immortal goo, I can take on 5 at once. On the other side, several goo immortals gathered together under Fairy Myrtle's guidance as they charged towards Calamity Luck Altar. Duke Long, who was lying on the ground and unable to move, saw this and was overjoyed. Good, it seems that Fairy Myrtle did not drop the ball at the crucial moment. She must have deduced the weakness of Call of the Ancient, so she mobilized her troops to attack Calamity Luck Altar. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan had been leading Northern Plains' side. Seeing that the Celestial Court's goo immortals were charging over, he snorted coldly, even though this Call of the Ancient killer move is strong, it can only be used once. If Celestial Court interrupts it now, it will not be able to continue. But I have already left some troops behind to defend against your attack. There were also several Northern Plains goo immortals hiding inside Calamity Luck Altar. They flew out and blocked the Celestial Court's goo immortals. Far away, Fairy Myrtle let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Bing Sichuan is not a Wisdom Path goo immortal. This way, the situation is slightly stabilized. Fairy Myrtle used the most appropriate tactic. Even though Celestial Court's side was at a disadvantage, Fairy Myrtle dared to gather her troops and attack Calamity Luck Altar. This way, in order to be safe, Northern Plains' side could only gather more people to defend. The weaker Celestial Court was attacking while the stronger Northern Plains was defending. Everyone knew that the attacking side had the initiative. Thus, the Celestial Court's members had more time to breathe. Once they were injured or lost, they would retreat behind the Qi wall to recuperate. When Northern Plains' side focused on protecting Calamity Luck Altar, the Celestial Court's goo immortals felt the pressure on them lessening. They could easily retreat to the Qi wall to recuperate. Boom! 2 time path killer moves collided. Hei Fan and Gu Lu Ru coughed out blood as they flew backwards. Gu Lu Ru was about to retreat to the Qi wall when a figure appeared. Die! The figure flashed and vanished. Gu Lu Ru was only a few steps away from the Qi wall, but he fell to the ground with a look of disbelief. He had lost his life. The one who succeeded was Lu tribe's expert, Lu Lu Lu. This person had a crafty and cunning nature. He was called the Shame of Northern Plains when he was alive, because he never fought openly. He bullied the weak and feared the strong. He always sneaked attacks and stole. His enemies often suffered heavy losses, but could not even catch a hair of Lu Lu Lu. He was extremely angry. Gu Lu Ru's death shook the goo immortals of both sides. Since the invasion of Longevity Heaven, this was the first casualty of Celestial Court's side. Gu Lu Ru did not have all his goo worms, and more importantly, as more goo immortals joined the battle, the intensity of the battle increased. It had already reached a certain limit. It was like a signal. Soon, the second and third victims appeared one after another. Yelu Ko finally succeeded and killed Wan Zihong, but he was also heavily injured by Zhao Shanhe. On Northern Plains' side, Hei Fan died. He fought too fiercely with Gu Lu Ru, and most importantly, he did not have a good defensive killer move. He was unfortunately attacked by several Celestial Court goo immortals. All in all, Celestial Court naturally lost more goo immortals. Damn it! These goo immortals are the foundation of our Celestial Court. They actually died just like that. It was not worth it. Fairy Myrtle felt it was not worth it, because the other party's casualties were only a part of the killer move. When the killer move was activated again, these dead Northern Plains goo immortals could reappear and fight again. These Northern Plains goo immortals were not their true bodies. But even though Celestial Court's goo immortals did not have much lifespan left, their lives were real. This rank 9 time path killer move should be Red Lotus Demon Venerable's handiwork. Damn it, he is too ruthless. He is completely targeting our Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was furious but also helpless. Bing Sichuan's expression was similarly unsightly. Because as time passed, he found that the battle strength of these Northern Plains experts that he summoned was declining, and the decline was very obvious. Soon, Fairy Myrtle also noticed this. Chapter 1733. Fairy Myrtle's analysis was not wrong. Because of Fate Gu, ancient Gu immortals could not travel to the future, and future Gu immortals could not travel to the present. But along with Fate Gu's damage, the restrictions on time path became much looser. Spring-Autumn Cicada was the best example. Even though it could not allow the Gu immortal to return to the past completely, it could transmit a portion of their will. Future Self, Call of the Ancient, and Support of the Future were the same. They borrowed the state of a person from the past or the future and projected it into the present. When Fate Gu was completely repaired, these killer moves would lose their effectiveness. Fairy Myrtle knew the reason. Bing Sai Chuan naturally knew about it. But he had no choice. He could not destroy the refinement path formation, because once he did, Celestial Court's efforts in repairing Fate Gu would be ruined. Fate Gu was too damaged. Even if Longevity Heaven obtained it, it would be useless. They would have to copy Celestial Court and continue to repair it. But Bing Sai Chuan knew that Longevity Heaven did not have a deep foundation like Celestial Court. They did not have human path methods or the infallible inheritance. They could not repair Fate Gu at all. Without destroying the refinement path formation, Longevity Heaven could only charge through the formation and enter Heaven Overseeing Tower to forcefully seize Fate Gu. Regarding this, Bing Sai Chuan had already sent 5 Elements Grandmaster and Bull Demon. But this was already his limit. It was not that he did not want to send more troops. Northern Plains experts were continuously coming out of the River of Time's illusion. But this refinement path formation itself had its limits. This formation's purpose was to repair Fate Gu. It was not used for battle. The formation space inside could only hold 5 rank 8s at most. Any more and this refinement path grand formation would explode. Thus, Bing Sai Chuan could not send more reinforcements. Central Continent could only watch from the sidelines. The great battle that revolved around Calamity Luck Altar involved countless historical experts. The battle was extremely bitter. But most importantly, it was the battle inside the refinement path formation. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth as he assessed the situation. Even though my side is strong, we have to focus on defense. But overall, we still have the upper hand. In the worst case, I will destroy this refinement path formation. Even if I cannot take Fate Gu, I will make the Celestial Court's restoration fail completely. Neither side was willing to destroy the refinement path grand formation, but if left with no other choice, Longevity Heaven's side would still have to destroy the grand formation, and both sides would suffer heavy losses. Of course, Bing Sai Chuan led Longevity Heaven to attack Celestial Court. His main objective was to seize Fate Gu. If they destroyed the formation, they would undoubtedly fail. It's all up to us now. The Ox Devil had been aware of the battle outside. In the distance, the 5 Elements Grandmaster nodded slightly with a solemn expression. Suddenly, 5 Elements Grandmaster's body shook, his aura surged as a powerful immortal killer move shot towards his opponent Che Wei with 5-colored aurora light. Che Wei shouted as he patted his chest with both palms, activating a killer move as well. Instantly, countless huge square-shaped shields appeared in front of him. With a series of cracking sounds, these shields formed a wall that blocked the 5-colored light. Damn it! 5 Elements Grandmaster increased his strength. Under the corrosion of the 5-colored light, the shields shattered one after another. But Che Wei's defense was impenetrable. When the old shields shattered, new shields formed, quickly filling up the gap. Che Wei's defensive method was very outstanding. 5 Elements Grandmaster felt helpless against it. Inside the refinement path formation, be it Che Wei or 5 Elements Grandmaster, they had to hold back their strength. They were worried that they might destroy this refinement path formation. On the other side, the battle between the Ox Devil and Tsong Yen was similar. Undeniably, this was very advantageous to the defending side. What do we do? 5 Elements Grandmaster transmitted to the Ox Devil. The Ox Devil only replied, attack, try to attract their attention. Saying so, the ox devil pounced at Song Yen again. The two fought fiercely. 5 Elements Grandmaster's heart jumped. The ox devil's words had a hidden meaning. He did not think much about it. He trusted longevity heaven and continued to fight with Che Wei. On the other side, Yuan Xiongdu was controlling the refinement path formation with full concentration, trying to repair Fate Gu. When no one noticed, a fresh flower floated down to Heaven Overseeing Tower like it was drifting with the wind. He. The fresh flower landed in Heaven Overseeing Tower and turned into a little girl. It was none other than the female immortal flower lady who had died earlier. Oh no, someone entered the tower. Sensing this, Yuan Xiongdu turned pale with fright. He quickly shouted a warning. He paid a huge price for this shout. Blood spurted out of his 7 orifices, his mind was heavily injured and split into 2, unable to fuse back together. Che Wei and Song Yen quickly retreated. They wanted to rush back to Heaven Overseeing Tower to stop Flower Lady from getting close to Fate Gu. Too late. Ox Devil laughed loudly. He exerted strength together with 5 Elements Grandmaster, restraining these two. Che Wei and Song Yen became more panicked as they fought. They scolded Ox Devil for being shameless and despicable. He actually schemed against them. This was Ox Devil and Flower Lady's greatest secret. The two shared lifespan. Even if one died, as long as the other was still alive, they could revive for a period of time. When Flower Lady revived, she had already flown into Heaven Overseeing Tower. There were still only 5 Gu Immortals in the refinement path formation, thus it did not explode. It was still operating well. What do I do? Yuan Xiongdu's vision turned dark. He had a splitting headache. He was in the most difficult decision of his life. He had the refinement path formation. He could completely tamper with Fate Gu and make all of the Celestial Court's efforts go to waste. If he did not do this, he would have to watch as Fate Gu was about to be taken away by the enemy. This could preserve the restoration results, and Fate Gu could be taken back in the future. But if he could not take it back, that would be terrible. It would be like all of the Celestial Court's efforts had turned into longevity heaven. This was such a difficult decision, adding on the fact that Yuan Xiongdu's mind was heavily injured, his thinking speed fell sharply. When Flower Lady rushed to the highest floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower and saw Fate Gu, Yuan Xiongdu had not made up his mind yet. I got it. Flower Lady's eyes shined. She stretched out her small white hand, wanting to grab Fate Gu. If she obtained it, she would definitely become the greatest contributor to this longevity heaven operation. But right at this time, on the 4 walls of Heaven Overseeing Tower, a picture of a bamboo forest appeared. What is this? Flower Lady's face was first filled with suspicion, before it turned to shock. 300,000 years ago, medieval antiquity era. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable walked down Star Zone Mountain, smiling bitterly in his heart. This is a chess game created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Limitless Demon Venerable. It has the power of 2 Gu Immortals, and it is constantly replenished by the Celestial Court strength. If I forcefully make a move, it would be the same as facing the joint attack of 2 Venerables. Of course, this is only the method of 2 Venerables. It is not a living person, it is more rigid. After I investigate it clearly, I can target it. But even if I get rid of it, it will still cause harm to the Celestial Court. Since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable agreed to Limitless Demon Venerable's suggestion back then, she naturally had her considerations. It is more beneficial to the Celestial Court. I don't need to be the villain anymore. But even so, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was not completely at ease. He pondered as he moved. When he raised his head, he found that he was already at the top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower. He suddenly had no more worries. He smiled at the empty wall. I got it, I can leave behind a painting here. Unbeknownst to anyone, he painted a picture here. When he finished creating it, this painting vanished without a trace. It was completely hidden. Even the Celestial Court did not have any records of it. Other than Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, everyone else was kept in the dark. 300,000 years later, this bamboo forest painting that no one knew about appeared in front of Flower Lady. Flower Lady's hand was less than an inch away from Fate Gu, but this distance was like a chasm that could not be crossed. Flower Lady's body floated in the air, she could not move. Her gaze was also filled with confusion, she only took a glance at this bamboo forest painting before she fell into layers of illusions. The bamboo forest was deep, she was the only one left, she was lost and could not walk out. Flower Lady was extremely anxious, but there was nothing she could do. A gust of wind blew, the bamboo leaves swayed, jade green light shrouded Flower Lady. Flower Lady, who was in the bamboo forest, felt her world spinning, she fell unconscious. But the bamboo forest painting did not stop or disappear, the jade bamboos on the wall continued to sway, it was as if the wind was getting stronger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At once, the immortals who were fighting could hear the sound of wind. On the wall, leaves that looked like they were made of jade were falling from the bamboo forest, it was a beautiful scene. This non-existent wind not only passed through the refinement path formation, it was transmitted to the immortals' ears, it even entered Duke Long's mind. Instantly, Duke Long fell into an illusion as well. He was sprawled on the soft ground, there were thick jade bamboos around him. Wind was blowing, the bamboo leaves were falling gracefully like jade. Duke Long's treatment was completely different from Flower Lady, he did not feel anything wrong, his thoughts became extremely clear. At this moment, he felt the pure power and profundity of Wood Path. He felt the shade of the bamboo forest, he felt the pressure of the trees, he felt the grass burrowing out of the soil, he felt the power of youth and growth. Then, like grass and trees growing, his limbs surged with new strength. With this new strength, Duke Long supported himself and slowly stood up in the bamboo forest. In a daze, he seemed to see Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. He had the appearance of a young man, he was cultured and elegant, he wore a green robe with a white belt on his head, his black hair was let down. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable smiled as he walked past Duke Long leisurely. The wind was like his words, love is on the left, compassion is on the right, walking on the two sides of life, sowing seeds at any time, blooming at any time, decorating this long path with the fragrance of flowers, even when walking through the branches and leaves, they will not feel pain, they will shed tears but they will not feel sorrow. Saying this, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had already walked deep into the bamboo forest. You are Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? Duke Long turned around, he could only see Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's figure slowly vanishing into the bamboo forest. Only his words were left. Remember, this move is called, piercing branches and leaves. At the next moment, Duke Long woke up. He noticed to his astonishment that he'd already stood up, whereas the silver chains that had once tightly bound him had already transformed into numerous bamboo leaves that drifted down to the ground. These bamboo leaves looked like they were made of jade. Chapter 1734. At once, Duke Long understood, this was a Genesis Lotus true inheritance. He could clearly feel that his Wood Path attainment level had risen to an extremely high level, at the same time, all sorts of information regarding this Wood Path killer move piercing branches and leaves were deeply engraved in his mind. Rather than calling that bamboo forest an illusion, it was more like a mental state. And piercing branches and leaves killer move's power was to free the Gu Immortal, removing the harmful restraints on them. This is truly pathetic. Duke Long smiled bitterly in self-mockery. He felt the power of a venerable once again. In fact, he had a deep understanding of the two venerables' chess game in Imperfection Regret Pavilion. This chess game had endless power, it was one with Celestial Court, continuously absorbing the strength of Celestial Court. This was the product of the mysterious agreement between Star Constellation's Will and Limitless Demon Venerable. Because of the power of two venerables, it was very difficult to resist them with just one venerable's strength. However, the silver chains that bound Duke Long was only a chess piece in this chess game. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's piercing branches and leaves killer move could help Duke Long get rid of this restriction. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable put in a lot of effort, it is truly a pity that this wood path true inheritance was given to me. Duke Long sighed, calming his emotions. His dragon pupils moved, he raised his head and looked at Calamity Luck Altar not far away. Calamity Luck Altar's huge body occupied most of Duke Long's vision. When Duke Long was bound, he was near Calamity Luck Altar. Now that he regained his freedom and stood up, he was naturally not far away from Calamity Luck Altar. Deep breaths. The surrounding sounds of battle, explosions, and shouts became softer and softer in his mind. When he was bound, Duke Long was filled with grief, anger, self-blame, and hatred. Now that he regained his freedom, these surging emotions were like a volcano that had been accumulating for thousands of years, about to erupt. Unknowingly, all the Gu immortals in the battle felt the calm before the storm. Huff, huff, Duke Long primarily cultivated Qi path, he also cultivated transformation path. Every breath he took in a vast amount of air, creating a huge commotion. Moreover, this kind of momentum even vaguely affected the stability of the air wall in the distance. Behind Duke Long, his dragon tail swayed slightly. His dragon claws and dragon horns rippled with a layer of purplish golden light. He was indescribably noble and inviolable. Wisps of dust were stirred up in the surrounding air, as if they were suffused with a similar layer of purple-gold splendor. A peerlessly terrifying aura slowly rose from his body. He was like a giant beast that had once split the heavens and earth apart, and had been in a deep slumber for countless years. At this moment, he was gradually awakening. Countless eyes quickly focused on Duke Long. Damn it! Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth. Hanako was in a coma, and Duke Long was free. Longevity Heaven had suffered the biggest setback in its history. Within the refinement path formation, Bull Demon and Five Elements Grandmaster also had a bad premonition. They charged forward with all their might. However, Che Wei and Song Yen defended with all their might, not giving the enemy any chance to break through. In the depths of the refinement path formation, Yuan Xiongdu coughed out blood as he struggled to maintain the refinement path formation's operation. He was already prepared to die. Bing Sai Chuan thought of a plan. The situation was turning for the worse, cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. He had already used up all his trump cards, he could not ask Limitless Demon Venerable to turn around again. In fact, earlier, Limitless Demon Venerable did not even turn around, his attitude had already shown everything. Duke Long's aura rose to its peak, becoming grand and overwhelming. Even though he did not make any movements, he had already attracted the attention of everyone in the battlefield. He is Lord Duke Long. Celestial Court Gu immortals looked at him with admiration and reverence. Duke Long's seniority was quite high. But there were people who had higher seniority than Duke Long. An elderly Gu immortal did not recognize Duke Long. He is one of us. Lord Duke Long is finally free. Fairy Myrtle was extremely excited. She observed the situation. She was clear that in the current Celestial Court, Duke Long was undoubtedly the strongest expert. He broke free from his shackles and regained his freedom. He stood up again at the right time. No, more accurately, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangements were too precise. Thinking of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Fairy Myrtle could not help but feel reverence. An unbelievable method. After Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Heaven Overseeing Tower had been repaired and modified many times, many Gu worms had been replaced. Especially in the last decade or so, it was heavily damaged and repaired several times. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method is still perfectly preserved, it is hidden so perfectly that no one can discover it. His Immortal Killer move was hidden in Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower is the #1 investigative Immortal Gu house, but it was not discovered at all. And even more amazing is that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's Immortal Killer move has never interfered with Heaven Overseeing Tower. Thinking of this, Fairy Myrtle suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Don't tell me that rumor is true? Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable really created Painting Path? According to the rumors, the greatest advantage and specialty of Painting Path is that it can perfectly avoid the effects of other immortals, immortal goo, and killer moves. This is similar to the non-conflicting Dao marks of the sovereign immortal body. Fairy Myrtle could only guess. The 10 Venerables were at the peak of goo cultivation history, they were the brightest stars in the world, they were extremely dazzling. Even though Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable did not cultivate Wisdom Path, he had already comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, he had comprehended the profundity of transformations, his foreshadowing influenced the future. And most importantly, this foreshadowing appeared at the right time. His grasp of timing was truly impeccable. Bing Sai Chuan was extremely nervous, he ordered, "Defend against Duke Long." Even without his reminder, all of the Northern Plains goo immortals could see the threat that Duke Long posed. After Duke Long's aura reached its peak, it actually started to retract. It was like someone putting away their raised fist. Once it erupted, it would definitely be earth-shattering. This gave Northern Plains side an extremely heavy mental pressure. "Kill!" A Northern Plains man shouted loudly, charging towards Duke Long. The second Northern Plains goo immortal was silent, he followed behind the strong man, charging forward while protecting him. "No, let me fight you." A third Northern Plains expert suddenly charged out, he was extremely fast, he arrived in front of Duke Long first. Duke Long had a calm expression, he stood on the spot without moving, like a statue. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roar resounded, a beautiful purple-gold dragon-shaped chi flashed in the sky. When the goo immortals wanted to see it clearly, they could only see the afterimages of the purple-gold dragon chi. The Northern Plains expert who arrived in front of Duke Long stopped moving. He lowered his head, he had a look of disbelief as he saw the huge hole in his chest. Through this hole, he could see the sky behind him. Guh. At the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood, small dragon-shaped chi emerged from his body again. Bam! With a muffled sound, he self-detonated, turning into a lump of blood, he died on the spot. He was a famous expert in Northern Plains, but he could not block one attack from Duke Long. How can this be? Seeing this, the 2 Northern Plains goo immortals who wanted to attack Duke Long turned pale with fright. "What are you looking at?" Duke Long's plain voice came from behind them. "Oh no!" The 2 Northern Plains experts quickly activated their strongest defenses, they did not think much. This acute awareness that was deeply rooted in their bones saved their lives. At the next moment, Duke Long's 2 ferocious dragon claws slashed down. The defense of the 2 Northern Plains experts was instantly shattered, they were like 2 meteors that crashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. With a loud explosion, the floor tiles were sent flying, smoke and dust rose. The 2 Celestial Court experts fainted at the bottom of the crater. Duke Long's attack was truly earth-shattering. In an instant, 1 died and 2 were injured. Longevity Heaven's side lost 3 rank 8 battle strength experts. Terrifying. At once, Duke Long's battle strength made the Celestial Court side stunned. The old man who did not know Duke Long was even more surprised. "After I died, there was actually such a talented junior? He is Red Lotus Demon Venerable's master, he is also a Dao Guardian." The Celestial Court goo immortal explained. The Celestial Court old man realized, oh, no wonder. In history, as long as a Venerable's Dao Guardian matured, they would be the number 1 battle strength below the Venerable. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable or Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. But no matter what, these Dao Guardians played an important role in the growth of a Venerable. "He's coming." Bing Sai Chuan breathed in deeply, fully concentrating. After Duke Long defeated the 3, he charged towards Calamity Luck Altar with a ferocious aura that made people's hearts tremble. At this moment, Bing Sai Chuan suddenly felt that even the sturdy Calamity Luck Altar was showing signs of weakness. "Protect me!" Bing Sai Chuan shouted. Longevity Heaven's goo immortals quickly returned. Duke Long's actions were like poking a hornet's nest, a large number of Longevity Heaven's Gu Immortals attacked from both sides, forming a huge encirclement. Countless immortal killer moves flew towards Duke Long. They were like dazzling fireworks that contained a fatal threat. Purple gold dragon-shaped chi flashed again. Duke Long vanished far away, causing many killer moves to miss. The remaining killer moves changed directions under the guidance of the Gu Immortals. Duke Long appeared again, showing disdain towards the incoming killer moves. Open! He shouted, using a chi path killer move this time. Surging chi waves surged in all directions, repelling all killer moves and clearing the surroundings. Several Longevity Heaven's Gu Immortals had no choice but to attack Duke Long. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Have a taste of my killer move. Duke Long smiled sinisterly. 2 more Longevity Heaven Gu Immortals died. Duke Long continued to charge towards Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was controlled by Bing Sai Chuan. It had to retreat rapidly. Duke Long chased after them. No matter which Northern Plains expert he faced, he tore through their defenses with ease. Of course, if the killer moves were too powerful, he would evade them. Shock flashed across Bing Sai Chuan's eyes. Impossible. How can Duke Long become so strong in such a short time? Is this Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method as well? He had guessed wrong on this point. Duke Long's strength came from himself. Immortal killer move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. As his lifespan decreased, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand gave him a terrifying amplification. This amplification covered all aspects. Duke Long was unprecedentedly strong. His battle strength was rising at every moment. Chapter 1735. The killer move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand, made Duke Long stronger with every breath of time. Looking at the illusion of the river of time in the sky, Duke Long's eyes shined with a complex light. He sighed lightly. O Red Lotus, I have seen your call of the ancients and future successors. Now, I will show you my Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. Duke Long's words made the Northern Plains experts furious. He clearly did not care about the Northern Plains Immortals. He only had eyes for Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Northern Plains experts were all famous figures in history. They had their own pride and arrogance. But they could not refute Duke Long's words. Because they were here because of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's immortal killer move. Old man, you talk too much. Don't look down on us. Have a taste of my power. Several Northern Plains rank 8s pounced at Duke Long. Duke Long smiled coldly. At the next moment, a dragon roared as purple gold dragon-shaped chi flickered continuously. Boom boom boom. Amidst the loud explosions, Duke Long charged left and right under the encirclement of the Northern Plains Gu Immortals. No one could stop him. In contrast, the Northern Plains experts were being slaughtered by him. The number of casualties increased rapidly. Faster, faster, faster. Duke Long was too fast. The Northern Plains Gu Immortals could not stop him in a short time. Any strong killer move needed time to prepare. Moreover, Duke Long's attention was on Calamity Luck Altar. He did not bother with the Northern Plains Gu Immortals who tried to stop him. Stop him. Duke Long, don't even think of leaving. Fight me if you dare. We must stop him. The purple gold dragon chi flashed. The battlefield became silent. Bing Sai Chuan raised his head. Duke Long had finally reached Calamity Luck Altar. His merciless dragon eyes looked down at this luck path rank 8 immortal Gu house below him. Oh no! Cold sweat dripped down Bing Sai Chuan's forehead. At the next moment, Duke Long roared as he used his chi path killer move again. Myriad chi surged. Heaven and earth changed color. Immortal killer move, chi engulfing mountains and rivers. At once, the rank 8 Gu Immortals shook intensely. They felt an unparalleled pressure pressing down on them from all directions. Many killer moves crumbled. The Northern Plains experts chasing after Duke Long fell to the ground like dumplings thrown into water. All things were silent, and the universe was silent. Creak, creak, Calamity Luck Altar operated with difficulty, the faint golden light resisted chi engulfing mountains and rivers. This luck path rank 8 immortal goo house could not fly anymore, it was suppressed to the ground by Duke Long. At once, Duke Long became the main character of the battlefield. The Celestial Court's goo immortals looked at him with shock, and joy. He single-handedly suppressed the entire battle situation. Even though the Northern Plains immortals were strong, their arrogant heads were forcefully pressed down by Duke Long. Damn it. This chi engulfing mountains and rivers killer move, Duke Long had once used it in Eastern Sea. But now, this killer move's power has increased by more than 10 times. Bing Sai Chuan could not conceal his shock. Duke Long's strength was too abnormal, it was beyond his bottom line. This damn old man is quite strong. It seems that I will have to deal with him. Far away, Maoli Chiu and its clone had been suppressing the two legendary immemorial desolate beasts of Celestial Court. Seeing Duke Long's power, Maoli Chiu gritted its teeth and wanted to reinforce them. You want to leave? No way. The immemorial green jade crane screamed. It activated an immortal killer move and attacked Maoli Chiu's clone. Stop right there. Shabi 95 grabbed Maoli Chiu's right hind leg and bit it. These two fools. Maoli Chiu was furious, it was helpless to find that it was being held back by these two fools. The two legendary immemorial desolate beasts of Celestial Court might not be able to fight head-on battles, but they were able to fight head-on battles. They were getting more and more powerful. Duke Long's strength was too inspiring, it had already ignited the fighting spirit of these two legendary immemorial desolate beasts. Open. Calamity Luck Altar suddenly shined with bright light, it slowly rose up with determination. Next, the Northern Plains experts who had fallen to the ground also used their killer moves against Duke Long. Even though Duke Long was strong, he could only suppress them for a while. After all, he was not only facing the rank 8 immortal goo house created by Giant Sun Immortal, there were also the Huang Jin tribe's experts in Northern Plains history. Go help Duke Long. Let longevity heaven pay the price in blood. How can the dignity of Celestial Court be offended? The Celestial Court's immortals reacted, they attacked like a tidal wave, reinforcing Duke Long. The Northern Plains experts had no choice but to split up a portion to defend against the Celestial Court's attacks. Meanwhile, the inner circle was to encircle and suppress Duke Long with all their strength. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan's heart sank. Duke Long was standing firm in the inner circle, he had the upper hand, while the Northern Plains goo immortals at the outer circle were far fewer than Celestial Court side, they were also losing ground. Bing Sai Chuan understood, if not for the Venerable's help, Longevity Heaven's attack would have failed already. Their goal was to snatch Fate Goo, but now, they could not even protect themselves, how could they snatch it? In fact, Longevity Heaven's side was just a step away from success at a certain point in time. The problem was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangements, Longevity Heaven's plan failed. Even though Longevity Heaven failed, your Celestial Court might not succeed either. Bing Sai Chuan's eyes shined with a cold light, he gave the order, destroy the refinement path formation. Since he could not snatch Fate Goo or destroy Fate Goo, he would make sure that Celestial Court's restoration failed as well. Only then would this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention not be the last, Celestial Court would hold it again to continue repairing Fate Goo. This way, the other 4 regions would have a chance to catch their breath. But if that was the case, in the future Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Celestial Court would be even more vigilant, Longevity Heaven would not have the chance to attack again. But he had no choice, the situation forced Bing Sai Chuan to make this choice. Okay. Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster received the order, they immediately attacked the refinement path formation around them. Guh. Tsong Yen coughed out a mouthful of blood, his expression turned pale. But he showed a smile on his face. Why do you think Lady Fairy Myrtle arranged for me to guard the formation? It is to prevent you from doing anything out of desperation. Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster frowned. They found that their attacks on the refinement path formation were all taken by Tsong Yen alone. This was Tsong Yan's unique rule path method, he could shift the damage to himself. How can we destroy the formation? With us here, don't even think of succeeding. Outside the refinement path formation, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals formed layers of defense, blocking the Northern Plains experts' attacks. Bing Sai Chuan changed his target and tried to destroy the refinement path formation, he was also attacking the enemy's weakness. Celestial Court had no choice but to defend the refinement path formation to the death. This way, both sides attacked and defended, they were in a stalemate. On Celestial Court's side, most of its members defended the refinement path formation, while Duke Long attacked Calamity Luck Altar alone. On Northern Plains' side, they defended Calamity Luck Altar while attacking the refinement path formation. Even though Duke Long was being attacked by many Northern Plains experts, he still had the strength to attack Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar endured Duke Long's attacks again and again, but it still remained standing. It showed the immense defense of this rank 8 Immortal Gu house. In fact, Calamity Luck Altar's methods were not limited to this, it still had the potential to retaliate against Duke Long. But currently, Calamity Luck Altar's main goal was to maintain Call of the Ancient. If it used its other methods, this Call of the Ancient would be interrupted. In the end, Call of the Ancient was a time path killer move, it was incompatible with Calamity Luck Altar's own methods. If it had the painting path method that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable displayed earlier, the situation would not be so awkward. Bing Sai Chuan was clear. Once Call of the Ancient was interrupted, the situation would turn for the worse. Only by maintaining this killer move could they resist the awakening members of Celestial Court. As time passed, the battle became more intense, more and more Gu Immortals died. Duke Long's attacks from time to time caused Bing Sai Chuan's heart to shake. He did not know how long Calamity Luck Altar could last, at the next moment, Call of the Ancient might be interrupted. If that happened, then Longevity Heaven would definitely suffer a huge loss. Even though both sides were attacking and defending, Duke Long's explosive power had already changed the situation. Celestial Court had a slight upper hand while Longevity Heaven's side was at a disadvantage. Boom! A lightning path killer move landed on Duke Long's back. But Duke Long's body did not even tremble, the dust on his back dispersed, revealing his broad back. His back was already covered in purple gold dragon scales. Following the effects of Heavenly Dragon's last stand, Duke Long's body became larger and larger, it had already expanded to twice its original size. His dragon claws became sharper and sharper, his dragon tail became longer and stronger. His dragon horn was originally only a short segment, but now it was growing rapidly. It was already the size of an adult deer's horn, it was like a crown on his head, it was incomparably noble and majestic. At every moment, Duke Long was getting stronger. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan and the Northern Plains Gu Immortals who fought with him could feel it deeply. This is a monster. A Northern Plains expert said hatefully. Monster? Ha ha ha, we 7 Big Dipper Immortals love to deal with monsters. Right at this time, from the illusion of the River of Time, 7 Gu Immortals walked out. Ah! It's them. Bing Sai Chuan saw this and was surprised and joyful. These 7 Big Dipper Immortals came from the Huang Jin tribes, there were 3 rank 8s and 4 rank 7s, they were people of the same era in Northern Plains history. During their era, legendary immemorial desolate beasts rampaged, causing the righteous path to suffer huge losses year after year. Thus, the Huang Jin tribes gathered together and selected 7 people to train in the ancient battle formation, spending years to quell the rebellions, capturing immemorial desolate beasts and suppressing legendary desolate beasts, restoring peace to the super forces of Northern Plains. Ancient battle formation, 7 extreme desolation. In an instant, the 7 Gu Immortals turned into a black gold giant with 3 heads and 4 arms, a huge metal will floated behind it. Immortal killer move, winged blade. The black gold giant's right arm was like a blade, creating a huge phantom blade light that slashed towards Duke Long. Chapter 1736. Winged blade had a great reputation. It was the publicly recognized #1 offensive method in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. It could even split the winds of assimilation. One could imagine its terrifying power. He dodged it. The purple gold dragon-shaped chi flashed. Duke Long suddenly appeared far away with a bewildered expression. Ah! At the next moment, he saw the dragon horn on his forehead slowly falling to the ground in front of him. At the crucial moment, Duke Long barely dodged the winged blade, but his right dragon horn was cut in half. Duke Long was moved. At this time, the black gold giant hooked its arm at Duke Long immortal killer move, immortal binding rope. This was the publicly recognized #1 capturing method in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. A purple gold rope appeared on Duke Long's body, coiling around his waist 3 times as he was pulled towards the black gold giant. Immortal killer move, winged blade. The black gold giant raised its right arm, targeting Duke Long again as it used its ultimate killer move. Duke Long gritted his teeth as he shouted, his body shook violently as he broke free from the immortal binding rope, retreating rapidly and dodging the winged blade. The black gold giant wanted to restrain Duke Long again, but Duke Long retreated rapidly as he spat out 2 sharp dragon fangs. The dragon fangs flew out of his mouth and expanded. They were like 2 peerless scimitars, flying and protecting him. It was immortal killer move, spiraling dragon fangs. Spiraling dragon fangs were offensive killer moves, but Duke Long used them for defense. The black gold giant's 7 extreme desolations immortal binding rope was powerful, but once it trapped Duke Long, it would be cut in half by the spiraling dragon fangs. Bing Sai Chuan saw this, feeling bewildered and regretful. The original spiraling dragon fangs were only the size of an arm, to think that they are 2 doors now. What method did Duke Long use to raise the power of his immortal killer move to such an absurd level? A pity about 7 extreme desolation. Now that Fate Gu is close to completion, Call of the Ancients' power has fallen by a lot. If it was at its original level, Duke Long would have been heavily injured by that attack. 7 Extreme Desolation was an ancient battle formation. It was made up of 3 rank 8s and 4 rank 7 Gu Immortal experts. Each of them was an outstanding expert of the Huang Jin tribes of the past. They were famous in Northern Plains. What was even rarer was that the immortal killer moves they had were the signature methods of their respective tribes. For example, Chanyu tribe's winged blade or Yi Lui tribe's immortal binding rope. With 7 extreme desolations protection, Duke Long's attacks were obstructed. The situation was in a deadlock again. Calamity Luck Altar was temporarily safe, but Longevity Heaven could not destroy Heavenly Court's refinement path formation no matter what. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals had 3 layers of defense and 3 layers of defense. Northern Plains experts' methods could not even get close to the formation, not to mention charging in. In 1 Gu Gu 1 1, Gu, Gu of Gu and 2, 1, 1, 1, 1 Gu. It looks like a stalemate on the surface, but the initiative has already changed hands. If this goes on, Heavenly Court will definitely gain control of the situation. Bing Sai Chuan had a cold expression, but his eyes were still burning with fighting spirit. Northern Plains Gu Immortals loved to fight. They had fought countless battles in their lives. They far surpassed the other 4 regions. Bing Sai Chuan was a rank 8 time path great expert. It was even more so. He had experienced countless dangers and battles in his life. Even though the situation was getting more dangerous, it could not shake his fighting spirit. He was trying to find a way out. Invading Celestial Court is my Longevity Heaven's plan. We have thought about it and have countermeasures. Now, we can only contact Fang Yuan and the rest and attack from the outside world. Bing Sai Chuan immediately contacted Fang Yuan and the rest, giving orders. Luck Path method again, they are contacting the outside world. Once Bing Sai Chuan made a move, several members of Celestial Court sensed it. Fairy Myrtle smiled bitterly. The highest profundity of luck path had always been in the hands of giant Sun Immortal. Celestial Court could not stop Bing Sichuan's method. Emperor City. Fang Yuan had already used Yama Emperor's killer move, flying around in the sky. Intense winds blew past his ears. Li Huang and Qing Yi in his vision were like a ball of fire, a black light chasing after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan pointed as countless Yama seeds flew out, obstructing Li Huang and Qing Yi. Next, he charged towards the nearest Immortal Gu house. The Gu immortals inside the Immortal Gu house turned pale with fright. They quickly retreated. Fangzheng, quickly use that move. A Gu immortal shouted. Guyue Fangzheng was inside the Immortal Gu house. He immediately took action. The Immortal Gu house shot out a blood-red light that pushed it forward, increasing its speed by several times. Fang Yuan missed. Using this chance, Li Huang and Qing Yi attacked again, fighting against Fang Yuan. Western Desert's Gu immortals could not stand it. Someone sneered, "This is clearly a blood path method. The Great Celestial Court is of the righteous path. They are actually using a blood path killer move in front of everyone." Bullshit. The means of Zhongzhou state are unimaginable and have thousands of changes. How can a layman like you comprehend them? Western Desert scoundrel, you covet our central continent's riches, you even slander our righteous path. This is unforgivable. How could the central continent Gu immortals admit defeat, even though most of them knew about Fangzheng's blood path methods? Damn it. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Li Huang and Qing Ye's fight made him feel like he was stuck in a swamp. In this situation, his best method was Great Thief Ghost Hand. He could use this move to destroy most of the Immortal Gu houses on Celestial Court's side. But Li Huang and Qing Yi were fighting with all their strength. He could not find a chance to use it. And Western Desert side was also very wary of him. They did not want to cooperate. Even though Fang clan had colluded with Fang Yuan in the past, in this situation where everyone was watching, how could they dare to cooperate with Fang Yuan? Fang clan obtained Divine Bean Palace several years ago. Western Desert's righteous path joined forces to create trouble for them. They had been living with their tails between their legs. Using the opportunity of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, they finally reached an agreement with Western Desert's righteous path forces. If they cooperated with Fang Yuan now, they would be giving Western Desert's righteous path a new weakness. When they return, they would be pressured by Western Desert's righteous path forces again. This is not good. The final competition is probably coming to an end. Fang Yuan had participated in the Refinement Path Convention. He was familiar with the situation. Most importantly, why are those fools from Longevity Heaven not making a move yet? At this time, Bing Sichuan contacted Fang Yuan. Towards Fang Yuan, he would not use a commanding tone, but Bing Sichuan knew how to convince Fang Yuan. He told Fang Yuan everything about Longevity Heaven's invasion of Celestial Court. This was the truth. It could withstand any kind of scrutiny. Bing Sichuan did not hide or fake it, because he knew about Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment. These damned fools. Fang Yuan learned of everything that happened in Celestial Court. His eyes shined with sharp light. He gritted his teeth. He used Longevity Heaven to treat Bing Sichuan and the rest as chess pieces. Wasn't Bing Sichuan the same as well? Longevity Heaven had its own benefits. It confessed the situation now because it wanted Fang Yuan to stop Celestial Court from repairing Fate Gu. Inside Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven could only maintain the situation and delay the experts of Celestial Court. They could no longer advance. But as long as Fang Yuan destroyed Emperor City and ruined the final competition, Celestial Court's human path methods would stop. They would no longer be able to extract success Dao marks from infallible blessed land. Without success Dao marks, how could Yuan Xiongdu dare to repair Fate Gu? This was the only chance of victory now. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a bone-chilling cold light. Even though he knew that Longevity Heaven was making use of him, such an overt scheme was for his own benefits, he had to do it. Activating an immortal killer move, Fang Yuan moved like a phantom, moving around the battlefield with shocking speed. Everywhere he went, Celestial Court's immortal goo houses evaded him rapidly. Because of Fang Yuan's existence, Celestial Court's immortal goo houses would often fall into chaos. Unfortunately, at such times, Western Desert's immortal goo houses would be heavily guarded by Celestial Court. Western Desert's goo immortals did not have the spirit to fight to the death, they could not charge in. Li Huang and Qingyi charged forward again, trying to hold back Fang Yuan. In the past, Fang Yuan would be forced to fight Li Huang and Qingyi at this time. Celestial Court's defensive line would have time to adjust. But now, it was different. Fang Yuan roared as he turned into the immemorial year monkey again. Immortal killer move, Spring Scissors. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Be it Spring Scissors or Summer Fan, Fang Yuan attacked Emperor City below. This scene made Li Huang and Qingyi pale with fright. Be careful, old demon Fang Yuan is going all out. Quickly stop him. Li Huang and Qingyi's killer moves landed on Fang Yuan's body. Winter Coat killer move resisted them with difficulty. His rank 8 immortal essence was expended rapidly. The immortal goo houses panicked. They used their bodies to block the attacks and protect Emperor City. Using this chance, Western Desert's immortal goo houses attacked. Fang Yuan ignored everything else. He used killer moves continuously, only attacking Emperor City. Winter Coat killer move could not hold on any longer. It broke with a crack. Fang Yuan's bones were fractured and his blood splattered. Fang Yuan endured it forcefully, ignoring the damage to his core immortal goo and his own injuries. He activated Winter Coat killer move again. But Winter Coat's core immortal goo was already damaged. Now that it was activated, its defensive power was far weaker than before. It was broken again and again under the continuous attacks. Eventually, immortal goo winter injury was too severe to recover. It was destroyed. Fang Yuan could not use Winter Coat anymore. He lost his main defensive method. Thankfully, the immemorial year monkey's body was extremely strong to begin with. Fang Yuan used all sorts of time path methods. It was better than nothing. Fang Yuan's disregard for his own safety had many effects. Emperor City was on the verge of collapse. The goo masters who were participating in the competition were disrupted and failed. What is going on? The whole city is shaking. The goo masters were shocked and uncertain. The central continent goo immortals inside Emperor City made their moves. Protect these goo masters. Don't let them lose their lives. These people are blessed by Central Continent's human path luck. They are people with great fortune. If many of them die, our luck will not be able to resist old demon Fang Yuan. It turned out that the Celestial Court's arrangements were also based on luck. Even though the Celestial Court did not have much confidence in luck path, they could use this stupid method to negate Fang Yuan's advantage in luck path. Ah, battle opportunity. Fang Clan Immortals, the supreme battle achievement is right in front of us. Within the immortal goo house chicken dog coop, Fang Clan's rank 7 goo immortal shouted with bright eyes. Kill! Under the control of Fang Clan's goo immortal, chicken dog coop flew close to the ground as it crashed towards Emperor City. The attention of the Celestial Court side was almost completely attracted by Fang Yuan. If chicken dog coop used an immortal killer move, it would be detected and delayed. Celestial Court would return to defend. They would lose their chance. But at this moment, chicken dog coop abandoned all methods and crashed towards them directly, using time to its limit. Oh no! Li Huang, Qingyi, and the rest were pale with fright. Undoubtedly, chicken dog coop's timing was too perfect. At this moment, the Celestial Court could only watch as it crashed towards Emperor City. Even though they had a few immortal killer moves, because of the short preparation time, they did not have enough power. They could not stop chicken dog co-op closer, even closer. The goo masters in Emperor City were still in a daze, while Li Huang and the other goo immortals had expressions of despair. The fatal blow was at this moment. Chapter 1737. Celestial Court Battlefield. The front lines were in full swing. Duke Long led the Celestial Court Immortals to fight against Northern Plains forces. But the rear was very quiet because of the Qi Wall. Fairy Myrtle was in charge of the overall situation. She paid attention to all aspects. Seeing that Chicken Dog Coop was about to crash into Emperor City, Fairy Myrtle's heart tightened. Senior Zheng Yuan, quickly save Emperor City. She instantly made a decision. She shouted with a trace of nervousness on her face. Old man Zheng Yuan nodded. Fairy, don't worry, I have accumulated enough human will, my mission is about to be completed, open. At once, old man Zheng Yuan's body shook intensely. Immortal essence surged as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. He cultivated human path, but he was only rank 7, the human path method left behind as a key to open the immortal aperture was barely enough. To him, every time it happened, it was a pain that surpassed his limits. But old man Zheng Yuan did not show any trace of bitterness. Right now, he had the blissful radiance of a martyr on his face. After the killer move People's United Hearts, the human path method left behind by an immortal venerable was activated again. Emperor City Battlefield. Crush them all. Fang Clan's Gu Immortals laughed loudly with malevolent expressions. In their vision, Emperor City was getting closer and closer. As long as they destroyed it, it would be a shocking battle achievement. Not only would the Gu Immortals become famous in the 5 regions, the whole of Fang Clan would benefit from this, their reputation would soar and they would become the role model of Northern Plains' righteous path forces. Good. Fang Yuan saw this and cheered internally. He had a premonition that as long as this collision succeeded, it would be of great benefit to him in the unseen world. Fang Yuan had wisdom path attainment, he had a keen sense of this. But his luck path attainment level was not high enough, he did not immediately sense the benefits of luck path. But right at this time, a change occurred. A misty white light flashed above Emperor City. This white light appeared quickly and disappeared even faster. For some reason, Chicken Dog Coop's ferocious aura vanished completely. Even though it was still charging forward, it could no longer intimidate people. For example, the Chicken Dog Coop was like a battleship that rode the winds and waves. Now, it was like a broken boat that had no one steering it, drifting along with the waves. Then, under the astonished gazes of the immortals, the Chicken Dog Coop began to collapse and collapse. Countless fragments scattered with the wind. It continued to disintegrate, like an old house that had experienced countless years of torment and finally died of old age. Under the strong winds, it was being dismantled piece by piece. A large number of goo worms fluttered in the air, and at the same time, even more goo worm corpses fell to the ground. A moment ago, Fang Clan's Gu Immortals, who had high morale and were ready to tear heaven and earth apart, did not move at all. Even the other Fang Clan Gu Immortals were shouting at this moment. A bad feeling enveloped Fang Clan's Gu Immortals. Soon, their feelings were confirmed. From the destroyed Chicken Dog Coop, corpses fell down one after another. They were the Fang Clan Gu Immortals who were still alive and well a moment ago. How could this be? Fang Clan's Gu Immortals gasped. They called out the names of these Fang Clan Gu Immortals, but there was no response. What killer move is this? With just one attack, the entire immortal Gu house was destroyed. None of the Gu Immortals inside survived. Even Fang Yuan's expression changed in shock. Even in the 500 years of his previous life, he had never seen such a scene. This was the foundation of Central Continent's Celestial Court. It was forced out by Fang Yuan and the Western Desert Gu Immortals. After all, in Fang Yuan's previous life, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable succeeded in defying heaven and infiltrated the depths of Celestial Court. Such a huge battle did not occur. Of course, it could also be that Fang Yuan's memories had some problems. After all, he had once been manipulated by Providence and became a pawn. He had to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive many times. His 500 years of memories were not reliable. This is an immortal killer move, broken family and death. Li Huang's eyes shined, he was extremely excited. He looked towards the direction of heaven, thinking, it seems that over there, human will has already been accumulated. Realizing this, Li Huang's heart was filled with boundless confidence. His roar echoed in the silent battlefield, my fellow comrades, what are you waiting for? Celestial Court has already made a move, it is time for us to counterattack. That's right, let these invaders have a taste of Central Continent's might. Qing Yi added. At the next moment, countless white lights started to shine in the vast Central Continent. These white lights were like dots and lumps of candlelight, there were billions and billions of them, they were like large dandelions, drifting with the wind and slowly rising, gradually filling the sky. What killer move is this? The Western Desert Gu Immortals were uncertain. Fang Yuan had turned into Yama Emperor and used a soul path killer move to defend himself. Now that the winter armor was broken, Fang Yuan could only rely on another soul path defensive method. He was in the middle of a sky full of white spots of light. This scene also made him lack confidence. He probed carefully. But these white lights could not retaliate, they were like illusory shadows, Fang Yuan's probing had no effect on them. Even though this immortal killer move was grand and vast, encompassing the whole of Central Continent, it did not have any offensive power. Next, these white lights were like fishes or birds returning to their nests, they gathered and attached themselves to the Central Continent Gu Immortals. The white lights on the Central Continent Gu Immortals increased, but they were not bright, the light was warm and gentle, it was not blinding. This scene didn't just occur in the battlefield of Imperial Emperor City, it occurred in the battlefield of the Heavenly Court, the battlefield of Infallible, and various other corners of the world. This was the human path killer move, hope of the people. The unity of the people, the destruction of the family, this was primordial origin Immortal Venerable's human path method. And hope of the people and the following move were the results of star constellation Immortal Venerable's exploration of human path. Within Celestial Court, Old Man Zheng Yuan shouted again. Human path killer move, heroes among people. The white lights on the Central Continent Gu Immortals started to weaken, while the auras of the Gu Immortals rose rapidly. Their auras have changed, what is going on? Seeing this, the Gu Immortals of the other four regions were shocked and uncertain. So strong, such strength. The Central Continent Gu Immortals had a wondrous feeling, a brand new strength was surging in their bodies. This strength was so vast and surging, it was like a surging tidal wave that charged at their hearts and moved towards their limbs. All of their fatigue was swept away. Their minds were extremely clear, intense battle intent surged. This was especially evident on Li Huang, Fairy Myrtle, and Chen Yi. Retreat. Hurry up and retreat. Stop attacking. Observe the situation first. Western Desert's immortal Gu houses retreated continuously, the situation had truly frightened these Western Desert people. Fang Yuan squinted, but he attacked at this moment. He wanted to attack and probe. Son of Yama flew out, pouncing at Li Huang and Qing Yi. Li Huang breathed in deeply and laughed sinisterly, Verdant Sun's flame cloak expanded by several times, burning fiercely. Before Son of Yama got close to him, it combusted and turned into nothingness. Demon, take this. Li Huang attacked, while Fang Yuan blocked. After a few rounds, Fang Yuan's heart shook. This human path killer move amplified Li Huang's battle strength by at least 2 times. This was not a Dao Mark amplification. Dao Mark amplification targeted the power of immortal killer moves. Heroes among people targeted the Gu Immortal themselves. At rank 8 level, a double amplification was already very terrifying. For example, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's perfect pair killer move could create a clone with the same battle strength as the main body. This was equivalent to a double amplification. And this heroes among people amplified it by at least 2 times. What was even more shocking was that it was not just Li Huang, there were hundreds and thousands of Central Continent Gu Immortals. Expectations of the people paired with heroes among people, this was the power of 2 rank 9 killer moves unleashed at the same time. Just like Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Call of the Ancients, Support of the Future, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's killer moves, expectations of the people and heroes among people, were not inferior, they shocked even the immortals. An even worse situation appeared. Central Continent's immortal goo houses also started to gather a layer of white light. Heroes among people's effect also extended to immortal goo houses. This was because immortal goo houses themselves were immortal killer moves, they were controlled by the goo immortal. Since heroes among people could amplify other immortal killer moves, immortal goo houses were also affected. Central Continent's side gained such a strong boost, it was even more terrifying than having twice the amount of reinforcements. When goo immortals fought, the more people there were, the better. Because goo immortals often lacked cooperation, the Dao marks of different paths repelled each other, 1 + 1 was often less than 2. If goo immortals wanted to fight together, they would usually control immortal goo houses together, or act as the formation cores of immortal formations. But in this aspect, goo immortals were mostly used to provide immortal essence to repair immortal goo houses and immortal formations. Compared to these two, ancient battle formations had a huge advantage. Even though they had already been eliminated by time, they could fully excavate the goo immortals' own potential, they were very useful. Be it immortal formations or immortal goo houses, they were all constructed and had fixed killer moves, so there were only so many methods. But ancient battle formations were different, the methods that goo immortals knew could be used by ancient battle formations, and they were even more powerful and mystical. The ancient battle formation could truly combine the strength of many goo immortals together ingeniously. This was also the reason why 7 Extreme Desolation could resist Duke Long and make Duke Long helpless. The 7 goo immortals that formed 7 Extreme Desolation could combine their strength, 1 + 1 was greater than 2. From this aspect, the ingenuity of heroes among men was even better than that of perfect couples. Because pairs only created a clone with the same battle strength as the main body. But heroes among people directly amplified the main body by more than 2 times. The main body's strength was far more valuable than a clone with the same battle strength as the main body. The pressure increased. Western Desert's goo immortals were forced to retreat by Central Continent's side. Fang Yuan, where are you going? Leave your life behind. Li Huang and Qing Yi attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had no choice but to retreat. Chapter 1738. Emperor City Battlefield. After a difficult battle, Fang Yuan started to see some clues. The killer move heroes among people was simply heaven-defying, but it was not without a price. The white light on Li Huang and Qing Ye's bodies was decreasing rapidly, they were expended rapidly. But at the same time, the white light was replenished. The white light in the sky was like grains of sand in a river, seemingly endless, it gathered on Li Huang and Qing Ye's bodies. Fang Yuan tried many times to break it, but to no avail. The weakness of this human path killer move is very obvious. Countless thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, they rained down like a storm as he thought rapidly. As long as I destroy the white light in the sky, it will be enough. Without the replenishment of these light spots, Li Huang and Qing Yi are like water without a source, as long as the battle drags on, their buffs will disappear completely. But I have no methods to deal with these white light spots. Fang Yuan tried many times, but unfortunately, he did not have any methods that could deal with these white light spots. This was the domain of human path. Even though human path had always existed. In fact, because of the legends of Renzu, it was very likely to be the first path of human cultivation, but there were very few goo immortals who could truly grasp human path. Throughout history, only those with shocking talent and unparalleled talent could have some understanding of it. These comprehensions were often piecemeal and did not form a system. At most, they would only be a small set of killer moves. For example, Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Call of the Ancient, will follow, or star constellation Immortal Venerable's popular support, heroes among people. Fang Yuan did not have such methods. He contacted the Western Desert Gu Immortals present, but they did not have such methods either. Throughout this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan's disadvantage was in the aspect of human path. If it were other paths, with Fang Yuan's deep foundation, he could deal with them. But he was very unfamiliar with human path. Not just him, most Gu Immortals were unfamiliar with it. Thus, once human path methods were used, they would often have good results. For example, Longevity Heaven used Call of the Ancient, or Celestial Court used Heroes Among People. Looks like I have to comprehend more of the legends of Renzu and comprehend the profundities of the human path within. If we don't use humane methods, we will be at a great disadvantage when dealing with the Celestial Court. In the 5 regions chaotic war in the future, the various forces will have some human path methods. My foundation in this area is indeed very poor. Fang Yuan clearly understood this point. Fang Yuan's battle prowess was already very strong. There were many factors involved, but the main reason was that he had been doing everything possible to strengthen his battle prowess. In terms of battle strength, he was already at the peak of the current Gu Immortal world. In terms of resources, Fang Yuan relied on plundering and the convenience of the sovereign immortal aperture to be self-sufficient. It could feed a large number of immortal Gu and was also a profitable business. But currently, he did not have the financial resources to refine a rank 8 immortal Gu. He needed time to accumulate. However, Fang Yuan's shortcomings still existed, and there were many of them. He had quasi-supreme attainment level in refinement path and time path. He was a great grandmaster in theft path, blood path, strength path, transformation path, wisdom path, and star path were also not bad. But in poison path, dream path, space path, sword path, and others, he was clearly lacking. These were his shortcomings. It was even more so in terms of human path. Li Huang, Qing Yi, and the rest suppressed Fang Yuan with the help of heroes among people. Fang Yuan was not willing to give up. He could only turn from offense to defense. Celestial Court's immortal Gu houses turned to offense, surrounding the Western Desert Immortals and the immortal Gu houses controlled by Ning Bing and the rest. Celestial Court's immortal Gu houses rose in battle strength. They were not afraid of these enemy immortal Gu houses breaking through. Hidden Dragon Cave Battlefield. Soon. Song Chi Yuan had a heated gaze. He stared at the rank 8 immortal Gu house Dragon Palace as he continued to refine it. The other rank 8 Gu immortals from Eastern Sea were doing the same: Qing Yuan, Hua Kaiyun, Shen Tsongsheng, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Shimiao, and Yang Zihe. These Gu immortals were working together to refine Dragon Palace, trying to make it their own. Even though Dragon Palace was refined by Duke Long, there was no one controlling it now, and a portion of its power was suppressing Di Zongsheng. It could not resist the refinement of Eastern Sea's rank 8s. As time passed, Dragon Palace was gradually refined by Eastern Sea's immortals. Seeing that they were about to succeed, Eastern Sea's immortals became even more vigilant. Be careful, the worst thing is to fail at the last step. That's right, I have a bad feeling about this, but I don't know why. That's right, we attacked this place, but Celestial Court did not send any reinforcements. Don't worry, Celestial Court might not even be able to fend for themselves now. They can only sacrifice themselves to save themselves. I'm afraid they have given up on this place. Old slave Bei Feng, go guard the cave entrance, kill anyone suspicious. If Celestial Court sends reinforcements, fight to the death. Shen Tsongsheng shouted. He had already enslaved Old Man Bei Feng. Old Man Bei Feng lost his freedom. He could only listen to Shen Tsongsheng. He sighed bitterly. He could only listen to orders. He brought Feng Chanzi away from this place. Feng Chanzi was Old Man Bei Feng's grandson, but he only had rank 6 cultivation level. His battle strength was nothing compared to the Eastern Sea immortals. After Shen Tsongsheng enslaved Old Man Bei Feng, he also turned him into a Gu immortal slave. It seems that Brother Shen's gains are the greatest this time. Zhang Yin smiled. According to the alliance agreement, Dragon Palace was shared among the immortals, but Shen Tsongxing enslaved Old Man Bei Feng and Feng Chanzi. Forget about Feng Chanzi, the key was Old Man Bei Feng, he was a true rank 8. The only flaw was that he was heavily injured now, his battle strength had fallen to rock bottom. Shen Tsongxing was silent, he knew that he seemed to have gained the most, even though the others were calm and collected, they were still holding grudges. This way, Shen clan had a new rank 8. When Old Man Bei Feng recovers, he would be someone who could break the balance of Eastern Sea. After thinking for a while, Shen Tsongxing smiled and said, "It's just Old Man Bei Feng, so what? He is old, his injuries are severe, he will need to spend a lot of time and effort to recover. Compared to Dragon Palace, it is nothing." He tried to belittle Old Man Bei Feng as much as he could, at the same time, he wanted the immortals' attention to Dragon Palace. This Dragon Palace can actually suppress Dizangsheng, and even enslave him. With it, when the 5 regions merge in the future, we will be able to resist the other 4 regions. This was to make the immortals feel a sense of danger, to remind them that I, Shen Tsongxing, and Shen clan are your allies, the true enemies are in Central Continent and the other 4 regions. Let's take a look, according to my deductions, Dragon Palace should still have Dream Path Immortal Gu. Hopefully, Duke Long did not take it away. Shen Tsongxing said. The immortals were silent. Shen Tsongxing's words were logical and skillful, he dispelled the indignation in his companions' hearts with just a few words. Dragon Palace has already been subdued, what do we do now? Granny Rong suddenly asked. Once Dragon Palace is subdued, we will act together and help it suppress and enslave Dizangsheng. After that. Song Qi Yuan pondered. Celestial Court's reinforcements have not appeared, it shows how intense the battle outside is. Perhaps we can lend a hand and help the others. Even if it is Fang Yuan. That's right, Central Continent is the strongest among the 5 regions, we need to weaken it. Hehe, who said Celestial Court's reinforcements did not come? But at this time, a change occurred. Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Shi Miao, Yang Zihe, and the rest suddenly attacking Song Qi Yuan, Qing Yuan, Hua Kaiyun, and Shen Tsongxing. How could Song Qi Yuan and the rest of the 4 people expect that their companions who fought alongside them would plot against them? At once, they were hit and retreated while coughing out blood. Rank 8 Gu immortals had strong foundations, they had good defenses, Zhang Yin and the rest's sneak attack did not take any of their lives. But this was enough. Song Qi Yuan and the rest were heavily injured, they retreated to the outer perimeter. Zhang Yin and the rest occupied the inner perimeter, guarding Dragon Palace. Song Qi Yuan and the rest were shocked and furious. Qing Yuan shouted, Zhang Yin, are the 4 of you crazy? You want to take Dragon Palace for yourself? Zhang Yin chuckled, the 4 of us attacked together, how can it be considered taking it for ourselves? Shen Tsongxing's expression was grim, don't forget, we signed an alliance agreement. The 4 of you attacked us, just wait for the alliance agreement's backlash. Yang Zihe's tone was plain, but his expression was resolute, even if we die, we will protect Dragon Palace, we will not let you take it. Hua Kaiyun frowned, saying softly, something is wrong. Even though Zhang Yin and the rest were lone immortals and rank 8 demonic cultivators, they were still Eastern Sea people, even if they had conflicts with the leaders of super forces like Song Qi Yuan, they were risking their lives to protect Dragon Palace, their standpoint had clearly changed. Why are you doing this? Song Qi Yuan shouted. Zhang Yin and the rest's lips curled up, showing a strange smile. Next, their bodies started to grow taller, their limbs turned into claws, their skin was covered in layers of scales, a pair of horns grew out of their foreheads, and their pupils turned vertical. Their appearances underwent a shocking change. Song Qi Yuan and the rest were shocked. Because of these changes, Zhang Yin and the rest became very similar to Duke Long. Qing Yuan was furious. You actually abandoned your noble human identities and degenerated into lowly variant human dragon men? What do you know? Dragon men are the noblest, this is the trend of heaven and earth. Humans are destined to be eliminated by heaven and earth. Zhang Yin and the rest spoke one by one. Saying this, they shouted together, "We are the guardians of Dragon Palace, the 4 dragon generals." Song Qi Yuan and the rest were shocked speechless. Chapter 1739. Hua Kaiyun could not help but smile bitterly. It turned out that all of this seemed like success, but it was a huge trap that Celestial Court had meticulously planned. Precisely. Zhang Yin and the rest smiled calmly. Qing Yuan and the rest reacted. To make us feel at ease, you actually allowed me to enslave old man Bei Feng, you truly have ulterior motives. Shen Zongsheng said coldly. This was not our plan, nor was it Lord Duke Long's plan. Zhang Yin shook his head, he was clearly the leader of the 4, do you know, none of your actions escaped Fairy Myrtle's deductions. Ordering us to hide was also Fairy Myrtle's arrangement. Song Qi Yuan's gaze landed on Dragon Palace again. This means that this rank 8 Immortal Gu House is actually an enslavement path Immortal Gu House. It can actually enslave 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals. Moreover, it can continue to enslave and suppress Dizangsheng. Since ancient times, this is probably the #1 enslavement path Immortal Gu House. Zhang Yin and the rest's expressions changed. Qing Yuan, Hua Kaiyun, and Shen Zongsheng looked at Song Qi Yuan. They immediately understood that he had not given up yet. Even though they encountered such a shocking change, how could Song Qi Yuan and the other rank 8 Gu Immortal experts give up so easily? Moreover, even though they were ambushed and injured, they still had a lot of battle strength left. If they continued to fight, there was still hope. Ambushing rank 8 Gu Immortals was not so easy. Most immortal killer moves, once activated, would have an overflowing aura. Thus, Zhang Yin and the rest did not use any terrifying killer moves. It was quite difficult for them to conceal the aura of their killer moves. Methods that could conceal the aura of killer moves were very rare. Currently, only Southern Borders Wuyong had it. Everyone else, even the members of Celestial Court, did not have it. Boom boom boom. Thunder rumbled again. Song Qi Yuan and the rest were not willing to give up, they fought with Zhang Yin and the rest. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. Bai Tsang Shui brought Chen Yi and retreated as they fought. Wuyong and the rest attacked, trying to force her away from the formation and kill the 2 rank 8s of the Celestial Court. Bai Tsang Shui was in dire straits and was surrounded by danger. The deities of Southern Frontier gave her a lot of pressure, especially Wuyong. Any killer move's aura was concealed by him. When he erupted, Bai Tsang Shui was very wary. Even if Wuyong didn't make a move, she still had to pay attention to this dangerous person. Put me down and go. Chen Yi said. He was struck by the peerless move, Farewell Friend Wind. He could not move and could only wait for death. At this moment, his sleeves, eyebrows, and hair were all disappearing. His limbs were not intact either. The terrifying power of Farewell Friend Wind was about to completely eliminate his limbs and then spread to his torso. Thankfully, Farewell Friend Wind was not contagious, it was only targeted at Chen Yi. Bai Tsang Shui had the guts to protect Chen Yi by her side. You think I want to save you? Bai Tsang Shui transmitted secretly. Chen Yi was slightly dazed. He suddenly realized. As expected, Bai Tsang Shui continued to transmit. I did this on purpose, I pretended to be unwilling to give up on you and put myself in danger. It was to attract the attention of the deities of Southern Frontier, to stall for time for the people behind us, allowing them to set up more immortal formations. You are dead for sure, but you can still make use of some of your strength. Maybe I will die too, but as long as I can stall for time, it will be fine. For the Celestial Court, for Central Continent, for all of humanity, what is sacrifice? Chen Yi was silent, he suddenly wanted to smile. At this moment, death seemed insignificant. Even though he was infatuated with power and authority, he also had the greater good of humanity. He was the same as Baizang Shui, he was not afraid of sacrifice. If not for that, Fairy Myrtle wouldn't have promoted him to a member of the Celestial Court. But Chen Yi didn't smile, instead his expression became more bitter and painful. He wanted to act, to cooperate with Baizang Shui to confuse the deities of southern frontier. Let me make use of some of my strength in the last moments of my life. Chen Yi was calm, he was not afraid of death. However, at this moment, a song entered his ears. In such an intense battle, who would still have the mood to sing? Chen Yi was stunned, he was instantly attracted by the song. Like him, Baizang Shui, Wu Yong and the others were the same. The song was ethereal and heavy, it seemed to be full of contradictions, it was very unique. At first, the song was like a small stream in the mountains, flowing slowly. Then, the stream seemed to turn into magma, it expanded into a long river, in the mountains, it was like a giant dragon wandering. At the same time, the mountains under the magma river turned into waves, swooshing, one after another, it rose and fell without stopping. The magma and the waves collided, they interacted and created a huge amount of water vapor. The water vapor condensed into azure clouds, they flew up as if they were going to reach beyond the 9 heavens. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, the lightning pierced through the azure clouds, the immortals felt like they were falling from the clouds, their hearts were empty. Fake and real, high and low. At times, they were in high spirits, at times, they were homeless. At times, they bent their backs, at times, they spread their wings and soared. In the battlefield, the battle stopped, everyone was immersed in the song, they forgot everything else. But the song suddenly stopped, the immortals quickly woke up. Chi Chu Yu had a solemn expression, what song is this? It is so terrifying, we were all trapped in it, unable to escape. Xiao Zhikai had a pale expression, he had lingering fear, thankfully, the song stopped, otherwise, none of us would have survived. What song is this? Yi Haofang asked. A rank 8 Gu immortal walked out of the formation, he wore a red and white robe, he had an elegant demeanor as he smiled, this is my newly created destiny song. It was Feng Jioga. Humph, destiny? Such arrogance. Ba Shirba snorted coldly. Unbelievable. This song of destiny actually saved my life. Chen Yi cheered. He only had his torso and head left, but the farewell friend wind had already stopped and dissipated. Even though his injuries were terrifying, Chen Yi's life was saved. The deities of southern frontier was dazed. Wu Yong's farewell friend wind was at rank 8 level. Feng Jioga's destiny song used fate armor immortal Gu as the core, it was also at rank 8. You again. Wu Yong stared at Feng Jioga. Last time, when he wanted to kill Feng Yuan, it was Feng Jioga who protected Feng Yuan's life. This time, when he wanted to kill Chen Yi, it was Feng Jioga who stopped Chen Yi's sacrifice. Twice in a row, it was Feng Jioga who foiled Wu Yong's plans. And both times, they were crucial. Even though Wu Yong was a formidable character with a broad mind and could endure what others could not, he could not help but feel furious now. Feng Jioga, you are truly a peerless genius. Wu Yong's eyes narrowed into slits, his voice was calm but bone-chilling like the wind, come, use all of your abilities, I want to experience them. Saying so, a hurricane swept forward. This was Wu Yong's unlimited wind, it had been wreaking havoc in the battlefield, it was like a huge pillar that supported heaven and earth. This attack expended over 10,000 wind path Dao marks in Wu Yong's body. Unlimited wind continued for a long time, it was grand and grand, pressuring towards Feng Jioga and the rest. Feng Jioga smiled bitterly, Lord Wu Yong's might is unfathomable, I can only choose to hide for now. Baizang Shui was still dragging Chen Yi, it is about time, let's go. The formation behind the three of them expanded. With such support, they successfully retreated back to the formation. Once they entered the formation, Feng Jioge spat out a mouthful of blood, his face was pale as paper, he was on the verge of collapsing. What happened to you? Baizang Shui quickly supported him. Feng Jioge smiled, his expression was ugly, his breathing was extremely weak. This destiny song of mine is just a rough creation, I did not even complete half of it. I had no choice but to use it this time, I suffered heavy injuries. Brother Feng, you risked your life to save this old man's life. This life-saving grace, this old man will never forget it for life. Chen Yi sighed. Right now, Central Continent is in chaos, the deities of Southern Frontier are coming, I saved you but also for the overall situation of Central Continent. Feng Jioge shook his head. Chen Yi looked at Feng Jioge and then at Baizang Shui, thinking of their reckless actions, he laughed heartily, no matter how dangerous the situation is, with our fearless sacrifice and fighting spirit, Central Continent will win, Celestial Court will win. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle, who had been observing infallible blessed land from afar, let out a breath of air as she smiled. Feng Jioge, destiny song indeed. Fairy Myrtle knew about Celestial Court's Destiny Gu plan. Longevity Heaven also had ambitions towards Destiny Gu. Celestial Court wanted fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, Longevity Heaven wanted Fate Gu, they were both attempts against Destiny Gu. However, the one who took the first step was not these two super forces, but a Gu Immortal. Feng Jioge. Fairy Myrtle muttered. Even though she had always thought highly of Feng Jioge's talent and ability, she suddenly realized that she had greatly underestimated him. Chen Yi's sacrifice was a foregone conclusion in Fairy Myrtle's eyes. Because once Farewell Friend Wind was hit, there was no way to get rid of it. Unless they had taken strict precautions beforehand. But to think that this historical record would be broken by Feng Jioge. In history, there had never been a situation where Farewell Friend Wind was broken head-on. Undeniably, after Great Assimilation Wind, Feng Jioge had created history once again. Emperor City Battlefield. Waves of cheers resounded in Emperor City. The final competition of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention ended successfully. This meant that this place was no longer the Celestial Court's weakness. The Western Desert Gu Immortals who sensed this quickly retreated, trying to move elsewhere. They did not destroy Emperor City and the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Everything is over. Sigh, Celestial Court succeeded in the end. The Western Desert Gu Immortals were dejected, but it was not easy for them to leave. Central Continent side was amplified by heroes among people, they did not want to let them leave so easily. Fang Yuan had a heavy heart. He had tried his best, but there was nothing he could do. Celestial Court's methods were endless, he was unable to take them all in. In the end, Celestial Court's foundation was too deep, Fang Yuan could not compare. Chapter 1740. Fang Yuan's achievements were the result of his own hard work, he also had the help of many predecessors. Celestial Court and Central Continent were the same, it was not strange that they could defend against the attacks of Fang Yuan and the Western Desert Immortals. This was strength and foundation, it was the hard work of countless generations of Central Continent and Celestial Court members. Such hard work, be it now or in the past, was undeniable. Since this is impossible, I can only retreat. Fang Yuan thought. Li Huang and Qingyi tried to stall Fang Yuan, but with Fang Yuan's methods, he was confident he could break out. Fang Yuan no longer had any thoughts of destroying Emperor City. Firstly, destroying it would not benefit the overall situation, secondly, with the protection of Central Continent's Gu Immortals, it would be difficult to attack Emperor City again. But at this time, there was a loud rumbling sound. The earth split open, a huge earth trench extended from the south to the north, swallowing mountains and forests along the way, it was extremely fast. Coincidentally, Emperor City was right in front of the earth trench. Oh no! Protect Emperor City. This was out of everyone's expectations. Central Continent's immortals were flustered, they quickly took action to protect Emperor City. But heaven's might was unfathomable, the Earth Trench's formation was not ordinary, it was caused by the merging of the 5 regions and the unification of the Earth veins. What kind of heavenly power was this? How could a group of Gu immortals deal with it in a hurry? Thus, Central Continent's Gu immortals could only watch as the Earth Trench swallowed Emperor City. Emperor City could not fly, it was huge, once its foundation was destroyed, it fell into the Earth Trench and started to break apart. In this magnificent city, there were close to 1 million people. There were countless Gu masters, they were elites from all over the world. Especially in this assembly, Celestial Court had gathered many people with strong luck to resist Fang Yuan's luck. Yi Fan and Hong Yi were among them, there were also many people with similar luck. Quickly save them! Li Huang shouted. Ha ha ha, wishful thinking. Fang Yuan attacked. He was currently in Yama Emperor form, he could use Soul Path Killer moves easily. Fang Yuan had already seen Hong Yi and Yi Fan among the millions of people falling. Both of them were connected to luck. No wonder his luck had always been suppressed. Immortal Killer Move, Luo Pa Seal. Immortal Killer Move, Spring Scissors. Immortal Killer Move, Summer Fan. Fang Yuan first used Luo Pa Seal before turning into the Immemorial Year Monkey and using 2-time Path Killer moves. No! In his haste, Li Huang could not block Fang Yuan's vicious attack at all. He roared in anger, but could only watch as countless lives died in Fang Yuan's hands. This included the small group of elites that participated in the final refinement path competition. Yi Fan and Hong Yi were naturally not spared. Fang Yuan, you are a rank 8 Gu immortal, you are actually slaughtering mortals. You deserve death for being so vicious and evil. You deserve death. Qing Ye's eyes were completely red and filled with threads of blood, and they carried boundless rage as he charged at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's attack caused Central Continent to suffer huge losses. Qing Yi knew that Emperor City was an important place in Central Continent, it used human path methods to attract and nurture countless human path elites. After generations of accumulation, it had extraordinary people, it could be said to be the greatest cradle of Gu immortals. After all, Central Continent had a sect system, it was different from the other 4 regions. Emperor City produced many talents, especially those with strong human path luck. As long as these people obtained enough resources and grew up, they would have a high chance of becoming Gu immortals. In the future 5 regions chaotic war, Gu immortals would die frequently, and these people were Central Continent's reserves, they were the seeds of Gu immortals. Fang Yuan's attack killed almost everyone in the city, it also killed a small portion of Central Continent's talent reserves, it greatly reduced Central Continent's battle potential. With such huge losses, how could Li Huang, Qing Yi, and the rest not be furious? They wanted to cut Fang Yuan into pieces. Once Hong Yi and Yi Fan died, a large number of talents perished, Fang Yuan felt a sense of relief. He knew that his luck path was starting to gain an advantage. After taking a final look at the falling remains of Emperor City, as well as the 100 corpses that he had killed personally, Fang Yuan rapidly retreated. Li Huang, Qing Yi, and many immortal Gu houses chased after him. Demon, demon. He actually killed almost everyone in the city, among them were my family members. Kill him, get rid of a scourge for the people. Central Continent's Gu immortals were filled with righteous indignation, they were filled with killing intent. Fang Yuan laughed wildly, can you stop me? Indeed, they could not. Even though Fang Yuan could not do anything to Central Continent's people, these immortal Gu houses and rank 8 Gu immortals could surround Western Desert's immortal Gu houses, but they could not trap Fang Yuan's battle strength. Unless there was an immortal Gu formation or an immortal battlefield killer move. But how could they be set up in such a short time? Actually, even if there was an immortal Gu formation or battlefield, unless they killed Fang Yuan quickly, with Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment and powerful methods, he could escape. Zhou Xianxia's death was the best proof. Not only could they not stop him, Fang Yuan even had the strength to retaliate. Boom! With this attack, Fang Yuan almost destroyed an immortal Gu house. Guyue Fangzheng was inside this house, he was covered in cold sweat. This immortal Gu house quickly retreated and reorganized itself, other immortal Gu houses quickly filled the gap. Fang Yuan looked at this house with regret. Even though he did not know that Fangzheng was inside, his intuition told him that if he destroyed this house, it would be very beneficial to him. To him, Fangzheng's existence was a form of restraint and restraint. Fang Yuan, Fang Yuan. At this time, Bing Sichuan contacted him again. Bing Sichuan, you still have the cheek to contact me? Today's defeat is all because of you. Fang Yuan showed a furious expression. Actually, even though Central Continent's Celestial Court had its foundation, compared to the other 4 regions, it was still at a disadvantage. However, Central Continent's people were united, while the other 4 regions were scattered. They had their own selfish motives. Even though they had great strength, they were scattered all over the place. The truth was, the 4 regions were all holding back. For example, even though Eastern Sea sent many rank 8s, there were very few rank 7 Gu immortals and immortal Gu houses. For example, even though Western Desert sent immortal Gu houses and a large number of rank 7 and 6, there were very few rank 8 Gu immortals. Many experts like Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder did not participate in this battle, they had been staying in Western Desert. Bing Sichuan sighed bitterly, my side cannot hold on for long, there are many casualties, but we still have a chance. That is infallible blessed land. As it turned out, Celestial Court used human path methods to organize the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. The goal was to give infallible blessed land countless failures, before extracting success Dao marks from it. Right now, Fate Gu had not been fully repaired, it still lacked the final batch of success Dao marks. Even though the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was completed and the final batch of success Dao marks were being prepared, to be transported to Celestial Court, it would take much longer than the previous Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. This was because infallible blessed land had already become a battlefield, it was surrounded by layers of immortal formations. Even though these immortal formations resisted the attacks of the deities of southern frontier, they posed a certain difficulty in transporting success Dao marks. After hearing Bing Sichuan's explanation, Fang Yuan's mind became clear, it seems that infallible blessed land is our final hope. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, he turned around and charged towards infallible blessed land. Behind him, Li Huang and the rest, as well as a portion of the immortal Gu houses, chased after him. Infallible blessed land battlefield. Unlimited wind was like a heavenly pillar, it slowly moved horizontally, destroying the immortal formation of Celestial Court with a crushing momentum. The immortal formation shined with golden light, resisting with all its might. Wu Yong and the rest had grim expressions. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Chi Chuyu said solemnly, unbelievable, the enemy's immortal formation can be amplified. What kind of human path method is this floating white light? The essence of immortal formations were immortal killer moves, they were controlled by Gu immortals. Gu immortals received the help of heroes among people, the immortal formation's power would naturally increase. Wu Yong sacrificed his foundation to create this powerful killer move, unlimited wind, even though he still had the upper hand now, the results were much smaller than before. It seems that to break the formation quickly, we need to coordinate from the inside. We will leave the outside to unlimited wind, we will need to look for flaws from the inside. Yi Hao Fang said with concentration. Ba Shirba pondered, but this is different from before, earlier, we launched a surprise attack and caught Celestial Court off guard. Now that so much time has passed, we need to be wary of Celestial Court's reinforcements. Thus, we need to leave some people outside the formation. Everyone agreed with Ba Shirba's words. After all, even though unlimited wind was powerful, it was only a killer move. The move was dead, but the person was alive. Wu Yong's heart was heavy. He could not break the formation quickly, his plan to launch a surprise attack failed, he could only attack now. Even though Celestial Court's formation was broken several times, they might have lost some immortal goo, but they were not severely injured. Chen Yi had no hope of survival, to think that Feng Jiuge would save him. Wu Yong knew that the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. They had to split their forces, one group would enter the formation while the other would attack from outside. But this way, they would not be able to gather their strength, the efficiency of breaking the formation would fall. If Celestial Court's reinforcements appeared, they would be easily taken down. Wu Yong sighed internally, even though there were many disadvantages in splitting their forces, he had to do it. It would be great if my forces were stronger, but even though I became the Southern Alliance leader, I cannot mobilize more of Southern Border's forces. Being able to gather the other 3 rank 8s is already the best result. Wu Yong breathed in deeply, he immediately made arrangements. Qi Chuyu had the highest formation path attainment, he had to enter the formation. Wu Yong had the highest battle strength, he had to enter the formation to protect Qi Chuyu and attack from inside. As for Yi Haofeng and Ba Shiba, one cultivated transformation path while the other cultivated rule path, they could stay outside. After all, Celestial Court's reinforcements might be huge, it would be safer to leave 2 rank 8s behind. Just as the Southern Border Gu Immortals were discussing how to split their forces, a phenomenon occurred. Wu Yong's expression changed, he looked towards the north and said softly, "Someone is coming." There were quite a number of people. The 3 leaders were all rank 8s. One was an old man with a walking stick, he had a kind and amiable aura, he was the former first Supreme Elder of Northern Plains Yao Clan, the current South Desolation Immortal with Longevity Heaven, Yao Huang. The other was dressed in a white robe, he had thick hair, he was tall and thin, he was the first Supreme Elder of Northern Plains by Zhu Clan, Heavenly Lord by Zhu. The third was dressed in a tall crown, he had phoenix eyes and a golden cloak, he had an outstanding demeanor, he was the external elder of Gong Clan, Prince's Impatience. The next few were all heroes among men, elites among immortals. There was Domination Immortal Chu Du, Toad Demon Immortal Nu Er Qian, Spear God Yuan Rang Zun, Wealth Devouring Boi Nian Er Fu, and others. The Northern Plains Gu Immortals quickly gathered towards the deities of Southern Frontier. "Friends of Northern Plains, what is your intention?" Wu Yong raised his voice and asked. Yao Huang chuckled, "The enemy is here, I am willing to cooperate with you to attack Celestial Court's formation." Chapter 1741. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. "What formation is this?" Wu Yong asked. Beside him were Yi Haofeng and Qi Chuyu, the 2 rank 8s, as well as a group of Southern Border rank 7 elites. Not far away were Yao Huang's leader, Heavenly Lord by Zhu, Chu Du, and the rest of the Northern Plains Immortals. After some discussion, both sides made a temporary agreement to work together and attack Celestial Court. But this was the first time they were working together, the agreement was rather loose, they were still wary of each other. But Wu Yong was already very satisfied. Northern Plains and Southern Border are working together, this is the first time in history. With the help of Northern Plains reinforcements, we are no longer in a pinch. Even if Celestial Court sends reinforcements, Ba Shiba and Prince's Impatience who are guarding outside will be able to hold on for some time, we will have enough time to react. Wu Yong thought to himself. Qi Chuyu, who was beside him, spoke, "This formation should be new, I have never seen any records of it." Wu Yong nodded, purposely saying loudly, "In that case, we can only probe the formation first." Someone from Northern Plains added, it was Yao Huang, he held his walking stick as he smiled, "Southern Border allies, please wait for a while and rest. We have just arrived, our battle strength is still intact, we can probe it now." Wu Yong was immediately overjoyed. He cupped his fists and said, "Fellow Daoist Beiyuan's bravery has spread throughout the 5 regions. I will wait and see. If there are any changes, we will definitely do our best to support you." The medicine sovereign nodded his head. He then selected a general to head over to probe the formation. This group of Northern Plains Gu immortals was specially arranged by Bing Sichuan. After Yao Huang learned of Bing Sichuan's orders, he gathered these people in the name of Longevity Heaven and brought them here. Earlier, Bing Sichuan had already controlled Calamity Luck Altar and led a group of generals to charge into Celestial Court. It was not that Bing Sichuan split his forces for no reason, but he had many concerns. Attacking Celestial Court was a huge matter, it had to be kept secret. He was worried that if they spread out and gathered too many people, it would lead to the failure of the surprise attack plan. Their tactics would be exposed prematurely, causing them to fall into a passive position and even suffer a great loss. Thus, Bing Sichuan only chose the few he trusted the most. It had to be said that his decision was correct. Because Prince's Impatience was a spy of the highest status that Spirit Affinity House had placed in Northern Plains. Northern Plains side was naturally led by Yao Huang. After the Celestial Court suffered a defeat, Bing Sichuan's first message was to contact Yao Huang, followed by Feng Yuan. Hence, the medicine sovereign knew how important this attack was. The Celestial Court's hopes of snatching Fate Gu were getting slimmer. It could be said that infallible Blessed Land battlefield had become the most crucial location. Only by destroying it could the Celestial Court's plan to repair Fate Gu come to a halt. This way, the Celestial Court would have to try to repair Fate Gu again. Dragging it out would also give the other 4 regions some hope. Thus, Yao Huang and the deities of Southern Frontier were very sincere in working together. Wu Yong purposely spoke loudly. Yao Huang understood his intention, he took the lead and expressed his intentions. Celestial Court was united, Central Continent's people were united, while Southern Border and Northern Plains cooperation was unprecedented in history. It could be said to be the first in history. Both sides did not let down their guard. In order to take down the Celestial Court's formation, both sides were willing to work together sincerely. Northern Plains side sent none other than wealth-devouring boy Nian Erfu. This person had the appearance of a child, he had peak rank 7 battle strength, he cultivated space path and was skilled in self-defense. This formation was not ordinary, it was like an underground cave. The cave was huge, the Gu immortals were like ants. There were countless stalagmites in the cave, some were hanging down from the ceiling, some were growing vertically like plants. The stalagmites were of all colors, they shined with a bright light. Nian Erfu carefully entered the formation under the immortals' gazes. He was famous in Northern Plains, he cultivated space path and dominated the battlefield. Not only could he protect himself in dangerous situations, he could also make huge profits and obtain wealth. Thus, he was called Wealth-Devouring Boy. But at this moment, Nian Erfu was extremely vigilant, he did not dare to be careless. This was the Heavenly Court's formation. If he wasn't careful, his white, shining flesh would be left inside. Nian Erfu entered the formation. As the formation activated, the surrounding stalagmites grew rapidly as rainbow light engulfed Nian Erfu. In the eyes of others, the underground karst cave created by the formation was like a terrifying beast opening its mouth. At this moment, it suddenly closed its mouth, and countless stalagmites and sharp teeth bit each other, wanting to trap Nian Erfu in its mouth and chew him into pieces. Nian Erfu was very alert. Seeing something amiss, he turned around and ran. The rainbow light was very troublesome, it blocked his movement methods and even penetrated his defenses. This rainbow light is the exquisite 7 orifices formation. Let's quickly attack the light and help Nian Erfu escape before it's too late. Chi Chuyu saw some clues and quickly shouted. Southern Border and Northern Plains immortals attacked together, killing moves flying everywhere. With such a powerful help, Nian Erfu finally escaped the light's encirclement, returning to the Northern Plains group. That was close. If not for you guys, would have died here. Nian Er Fu said with lingering fear. Your face. Suddenly, Nu Er Qian pointed at Nian Er Fu with a horrified expression. What's wrong? Nian Er Fu used his hand to touch his face, but he felt a hard piece of jade. You still fell for it. It seems that this formation is not a simple exquisite 7 orifices formation, there is also a jade stalagmite formation. Black Extremity said. Northern Plains Longevity Heaven had 4 Desolation Immortal and 8 Extremities. Among them, Black Extremity was skilled in formation path, he had once used the alias Sun Ming Lu to harm old ancestor Xuehu. Chi Chu Yu nodded in agreement at Black Extremity's words. This formation should be the fusion formation of exquisite 7 orifices formation and jade stalagmite formation. Then how do we break it? Wu Yong looked at the approaching rainbow light and the countless stalagmites as he urged. Chi Chuyu smiled confidently. If it was before, it would be very difficult to break this formation with just us. But now that we have Northern Plains' help, it will just be a little troublesome. Right when Southern Border and Northern Plains Immortals were working together, Fang Yuan was also fighting against Li Huang and Qing Yi. This human path killer move is really troublesome. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. Li Huang and Qing Yi obtained the support of heroes among people, they chased after Fang Yuan relentlessly. As for those immortal Gu houses, only 2 were chasing after Fang Yuan, the rest were either dealing with the Western Desert Immortals or going to Earth Trench to save the Central Continent Gu masters who survived. After obtaining Bing Sai Chuan's information, Fang Yuan continued to move in the opposite direction, he was getting further and further away from infallible blessed land. It is time. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves as countless Yama children flew out. Immortal killer move, familiar face. Fang Yuan, who was in Yama Emperor state, quickly transformed into a Yama child, he threw himself into the battle and confused everyone. Fang Yuan, where are you going? Li Huang shouted as he wore a cloak of fire that was burning with intense flames. You were hit by my investigative killer move, you want to escape with just this method? Qing Yi was dressed in a white robe as he snickered. The 2 immortal Gu houses were still confused, but these 2 Celestial Court rank 8s charged towards Fang Yuan's main body. Evidently, Central Continent's Celestial Court paid special attention to Fang Yuan's familiar face, they made preparations to restrain him. So troublesome. Without a choice, Fang Yuan flew into the sky, entering White Heaven. Rank 9 Immortal Killer Move, Heaven Form. Using this move, Fang Yuan quickly found a large group of black and white overturning clouds. Oh no, stop him. Destroy these overturning clouds. Li Huang and Qing Yi had rich battle experience, they immediately saw that Fang Yuan wanted to use the overturning clouds to escape. Fang Yuan laughed, why don't you try and see if you can see through my true body? Immortal killer move, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon. This was a killer move that fused ancient sword dragon transformation, Myriad Self, Yama Child, Yama Emperor, and Familiar Face. It was also one of the greatest improvements that Fang Yuan had made in modifying killer moves. As soon as the killer move was unleashed, countless pitch-black dragon-shaped soul beasts flew out with a loud bang. These soul beasts' claws, fangs, horns, and scales were all silvery white in color, and they constantly shot out dense sword chi. Tens of thousands of ghost dragons flew in the sky, some pounced towards the pursuers while others flew around randomly. Such a powerful method. After fighting, Li Huang and Qing Ye's expressions changed. This killer move was a threat to them, especially the ghost dragon's self-detonation. It had great power. Not only did it contain the power of the soul beast's self-detonation, there was also sword chi that was extremely sharp. Li Huang wore Verdant Sun Flame Cloak but could not withstand it. After dozens of self-detonations, Verdant Sun Flame Cloak flickered as the fire weakened. Qing Ye's situation was even worse, he blocked left and right as he thought in disbelief, how can this killer move be so powerful? This was natural. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon Killer move and Wuyong's Unlimited Wind had the same weakness and price. That was to permanently expend the Gu Immortal's Dao marks. However, Unlimited Wind expended over 10,000 Dao marks each time. Fang Yuan's Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon used 4,000 Soul Path Dao marks. Li Huang and Qingyi were entangled. Fang Yuan's true body used this chance to enter the black and white overturning clouds. After going from white heaven to black heaven, Fang Yuan immediately destroyed the overturning clouds and activated an immortal killer move with fixed immortal travel as the core. A few breaths of time later, he vanished on the spot, arriving at Infallible Blessed Land's battlefield. To think that Infallible Blessed Land is here. Fang Yuan sighed. Since Bing Sai Chuan called him here, he naturally had to tell him the location of Infallible Blessed Land. This was not like the Stone Lotus Island or Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan could use a killer move to teleport here directly. Who is it? Fang Yuan's appearance immediately alerted the Southern Border and Northern Plains Alliance army. Me! Fang Yuan shouted coldly. The Gu Immortal who shouted was sweating profusely. He felt immense pressure. Before Fang Yuan answered, he had already discovered it. He regretted his impulsive question. After all, Fang Yuan was a great demon whose name had shaken the 5 regions and whose reputation was spread far and wide. Fang Yuan quickly looked around the battlefield. The huge tornado that supported heaven and earth, Unlimited Wind, attracted Fang Yuan's attention the most. Next, his gaze paused on Prince's Impatience for a moment before sweeping past Ba Shi Ba and the rest of the Gu Immortals who were guarding outside. You are here. Chu Du was heavily injured. He flew forward and welcomed Fang Yuan. Prince's Impatience and Ba Shi Ba looked at Fang Yuan with a complex gaze. Li Huang and the rest had chased after Fang Yuan too closely. Fang Yuan finally found a chance to get away from them and come here. At this moment, Wu Yong, Yao Huang, and the rest had not only broken the Jade Shoot Exquisite Formation, they had also broken 2 more. They were currently trapped in the 4th formation. Chu Du had played an important role in the 2nd formation, but he was also injured. Considering that Fang Yuan was coming, he stayed outside to welcome him. With Bing Sai Chuan's arrangements, Northern Plains side knew that Fang Yuan would come to reinforce them. This way, the deities of Southern Frontier also knew about it. Fang Yuan had brought chaos to Northern Plains and Southern Border. The righteous path forces of these 2 regions had suffered at his hands. Northern Plains' 88-point Jinyang Tower was destroyed by Fang Yuan. Many of Southern Border's super forces were extorted by Fang Yuan. But now, they had to work together to deal with the Celestial Court. No matter how powerful the formation is, how can it block my path? Time is of the essence. I have no time to waste. Move aside. I am going to self-detonate the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Fang Yuan nodded at Chu Du as he charged towards the formation, racing against time. Chu Du and the rest were overjoyed. They were waiting for Fang Yuan. They were willing to cooperate with Fang Yuan because of this. Fang Yuan had dream path methods. As long as he self-detonated the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and let the dream realm spread, he would be able to break the formation. Fang Yuan's arrival was soon known by Yao Huang and the rest. Yao Huang glanced at Wu Yong and the rest, purposely saying, "Oh, Fang Yuan is here?" Chapter 1742. Because of Yao Huang and the rest's warning, Wu Yong was mentally prepared for Fang Yuan's arrival. He had a ruthless nature. Even though he had deep hatred with Fang Yuan, the Celestial Court was the true enemy now. Dealing with the Celestial Court and preventing them from repairing Fate Gu was Wu Yong's greatest benefit. Thus, for this benefit, Wu Yong could temporarily put aside his hatred and ally with Fang Yuan. Immortal friend Wu Yong is truly righteous. The medicine sovereign nodded and praised. Next, Qi Chu Yu and the rest added, "Not just Lord Alliance leader Wu Yong, our southern border super forces are also willing to put aside our differences and resist the Celestial Court with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan killed many of the southern border Gu immortal captives for his own benefit, but now, the Southern Alliance immortals made the same choice for the sake of the big picture. This was their rationality, but even more so was the dangerous situation and the strength of the Celestial Court. Bing Sai Chuan not only informed Yao Huang and Fang Yuan of the actual situation of the Celestial Court, it was also passed to Wu Yong and the rest. This allowed the Southern Alliance immortals to have a clear understanding of the situation. There was no hope in the battlefield of Celestial Court and Emperor City, their only chance of victory was here. They had to seize every second to destroy the formation and stop the final wave of successful Dao marks from entering the Celestial Court. If that happened, the Celestial Court would have to hold another Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies, go destroy this formation. At the same time, outside the formation, Fang Yuan had already sent several Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies to attack. In the current era, Dream Path was not prominent, there were only some signs of it, but it had not truly developed yet. Almost all immortal formations, regardless of their rank, could not resist the corrosion of dream realms. Unless the immortal Gu formation contained Dream Path Gu worms and had corresponding Dream Path methods, they could not resist the corrosion of dream realms. But when the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies got close to the formation, a change occurred. Immortal Killer Move, Shattered Dream. Immortal Killer Move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. With two killer moves, Fang Yuan's Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Body immediately shattered. It did not have a human shape and spread everywhere. Then, these shattered and spreading dream realms gathered again, forming a new Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique that attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's pupils constricted in surprise. He had never expected that the Celestial Court would have such a method. Although he had expected this moment, he didn't expect it to come so soon. But right after that, the sense of loss in his heart vanished without a trace, and he recovered his icy calm once more. His mind was filled with thoughts as he tried to think of a way to deal with it. You can actually counter me now, and you've also grasped the transformation of the Pure Dream Reality Seeker? Is it because Spectral Soul was captured and his memories were extracted? Fang Yuan was forced to retreat by several Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies. Even though he had many powerful killer moves, they were not effective against the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies. Back then, Heaven Overseeing Tower, even Duke Long and Zishan Makoto avoided the dream realms. But thankfully, Fang Yuan had his own methods. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the Time Path clone was inside the Light of Wisdom, deducing for him. Even though Fang Yuan did not have the killer move Shatter Dream to deal with the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies, he was very familiar with the killer move Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. Even for the Celestial Court, it was very unlikely for them to comprehend Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Transformation in these years. Thus, there was a high chance of extracting Spectral Soul's memories. Precisely so, Fang Yuan could use the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique killer move that he had already grasped to create a killer move that countered it with the help of the Light of Wisdom. The Time Path clone's deductions will take some time. Fang Yuan thought of a countermeasure as he flew into the sky. Several Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies chased after him, but a portion of them attacked Limitless Wind and the other Gu Immortals. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies self-detonated, Limitless Wind was greatly disrupted, its power fell rapidly. Prince's Impatience and the rest could only avoid it. Fang Yuan contacted Wu Yong at this time. His first sentence shook Wu Yong. Northern Plains Prince's Impatience is a spy of the Celestial Court. As Wu Yong bombarded the formation, he asked, "Where's the evidence?" "My words are the evidence. In this situation, I don't want this to happen." Fang Yuan immediately replied, "I don't have enough dream realms, I need to go to southern border to plunder dream realms and create Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies to fight." quickly inform the Gu Immortal stationed there to receive me. Fang Yuan and the Celestial Court were irreconcilable enemies. He accused Prince's impatience, even though he did not have any evidence. Just like he said, his words were the evidence. After all, everyone in the world knew that spring-autumn cicada was in his hands. This secret was exposed. Fang Yuan had suffered greatly, but now, he gained Wu Yong's trust. At the crucial moment, Wu Yong did not hesitate. Since he was already cooperating with Fang Yuan, there was no harm in delving deeper. The Celestial Court was the true enemy. Alright, I will send the message, you can go now. At this moment, Wu Yong had complex emotions. He had never thought that he would give the order to let Fang Yuan go. At this time, Qi Chu Yu's voice resounded in Wu Yong's ears. Good, I have comprehended this formation, quickly attack this place, this is the true formation core. Wu Yong was overjoyed. He tossed Fang Yuan to the back of his mind as he gave the order to attack the location that Qi Chu Yu pointed out, destroying the formation core and causing the formation to become much more sluggish. Black Extremity Ming Lu looked at him with shock and admiration. Since entering the formation, Qi Chu Yu had surpassed him time and time again. He had comprehended the profundities of the formation many times. He could not help but admire him. Let's follow Lord Qi Chu Yu's arrangements. We will help our southern border allies. Black Extremity put down his competitive thoughts and suggested to Lord Yao Huang. Yao Huang frowned and nodded in agreement. He quickly modified Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique transformation and grasped Celestial Court's techniques. Their sides Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies were immediately modified. As Wu Yong, Yao Huang, and the rest worked hard, formations were broken one after another. Why are there more? Yao Huang frowned deeply. After one formation was another, it was as if Celestial Court had set up an endless number of formations here. Such a scene caused Wu Yong and the others to be unable to help but feel discouraged. Strange, why did Celestial Court set up so many immortal formations here? Don't tell me. Black Extremity hesitated. Qi Chu Yu said solemnly, I understand, this is the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, this name sounds familiar. Wu Yong had a bad feeling. Qi Chu Yu sighed. According to rumors, star constellation Immortal Venerable predicted Celestial Court's future problems. She set up the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Limitless Demon Venerable attacked Celestial Court and entered this formation, only escaping after breaking 100 formations. This formation actually only has one super compound formation. It can be formed by any combination of 9 subformations. The problem is, after we break one formation, Celestial Court can set up another formation at the center. As long as the speed at which we break the formation can't keep up with the speed at which they set it up, then this formation will be endless. Qi Chu Yu's words made the immortals feel like a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. The immortals here were all geniuses. They were intimidated by the 99-9 consecutive unceasing formation not because they were stupid, but because the pressure was too great. Bing Sai Chuan informed everyone of the situation. They gathered together and attacked the formation, trying to obtain the final chance of victory. But there were pros and cons to this. The immortals here knew that the situation was dangerous. If they were careless, their side would suffer a huge loss and the Celestial Court would retaliate. This was Central Continent. They did not have fixed Immortal Travel's killer move. Even if they did, the Celestial Court would have corresponding countermeasures. Thus, it would be very difficult for the immortals to retreat. For the sake of safety, they had to retreat now. The longer this dragged on, the more difficult it would be to leave Central Continent. Western Desert and Eastern Seas Gu immortals are probably retreating already. After all, these two regions are in a state of disunity. Unlike Southern Border and Northern Plains, we can gather most of the righteous path forces. Now, let's see if we can break the formation quickly and get the final batch of successful Dao marks. Sigh. Earlier, I was still hoping that Feng Yuan's dream path methods could deal with this formation. To think that the Celestial Court also has pure dream reality seeker physique methods. Is it because Spectral Soul was captured? I wonder who stopped Feng Yuan inside this formation. Wu Yong continued to make guesses as he considered the big picture. Inside the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, Feng Jioge's face was pale, but he had a smile on his face. Huang good job. He looked at Feng Kim Hong with a smile. He was extremely gratified. The one who stopped Feng Yuan was none other than Feng Jioge's daughter, Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong stuck out her tongue. Father, I do not dare to claim credit. I was able to control Immortal Gu and use Immortal Killer moves because of the formation. Even so, you were able to resist Feng Yuan and make him fail. Feng Kim Hong, you have already made a huge contribution. Bai Tsang Shui smiled. Chen Yi nodded. He looked at Feng Jioge before looking at Feng Kim Hong, like father, like daughter. Feng Jioge saved his life. While Feng Kim Hong was so talented, Chen Yi was filled with gratitude and admiration towards this pair of father and daughter. Celestial Court. The fierce attack had ended. Duke Long's heavy breathing gradually calmed down. He looked at 7 Extreme Desolation, which was covered in injuries but was still standing. He snorted in dissatisfaction. I did not destroy it in the end. Is it because of my injuries? According to common sense, Duke Long's battle strength rose sharply with the help of Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand killer move. He could definitely defeat 7 Extreme Desolation. Even though this ancient formation could be said to be the most powerful one in history. But what concerned Duke Long was his injuries. These were mainly old injuries. Not long ago, when Duke Long seized Dragon Palace, he was injured by many Eastern Sea Gu immortals. If not for these injuries, I would have already destroyed 7 Extreme Desolation. My estimation was slightly off. But after some time, it will definitely not be able to stop me. Duke Long snorted coldly in his heart. Earlier, he did not care about his injuries, but now, 7 Extreme Desolation appeared. Battles between experts were always decided by a single line. Even though Duke Long could already suppress 7 Extreme Desolation and change his initial passive state, he did not have enough advantage to destroy it. After a series of explosive attacks, Duke Long's attacks weakened. He started to move around. Bing Sai Chuan and the rest let out sighs of relief. Duke Long gave them too much pressure. Fairy Myrtle and the rest had complex expressions. More and more Celestial Court members knew that Duke Long did not have much time left. He was bursting out with the final glory of his life. It was like fireworks, dazzling for an instant. After this, Celestial Court would lose this legendary great expert. Suddenly, Fairy Myrtle received a transmission from Duke Long. Fairy Myrtle, how is the situation now? Fairy Myrtle quickly replied. Emperor City was destroyed. The mortals suffered huge casualties. Li Huang and Qing Yi are rushing to Infallible Blessed Land battlefield. Over at Hidden Dragon Cave, Eastern Seas rank 8 Gu immortals are fighting intensely. It is very intense, Duke Long muttered before saying to Fairy Myrtle, very good, I was not wrong about you, Zi Wei. Thanks to your arrangement of troops, we were able to hold all 3 battlefields. The natural calamity happened in Emperor City, it was not your fault. Duke Long praised Fairy Myrtle generously. He knew that even though he was in the limelight, he had to rely on a wisdom path great expert like Fairy Myrtle to hold the fort. Fairy Myrtle felt even more admiration towards Duke Long. She said sincerely, this is all thanks to Lord Duke Long for obtaining Dragon Palace. Who could have thought that Dragon Palace contained a rank 8 Dream Path Immortal Gu, Dream Token, it could enslave rank 8 Gu immortals. With Zhang Yin and the rest, our lack of manpower was greatly alleviated. And because Lord Duke Long suffered heavy injuries, he concealed the identities of Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, and the rest. This allowed us to plot against the Eastern Sea Gu immortals. Otherwise, if these Eastern Sea rank 8s got to the 3 battlefields, we would be in huge trouble. Duke Long, indeed, I am also quite surprised by Dream Token's existence. He could not help but recall the scene of the battle in Eastern Sea. When Zhang Yin and the rest appeared together, Duke Long was slightly surprised. After all, these 4 were either lone cultivators or demonic immortals, they were all rank 8, they were prideful and did not interact much, they were not close to each other, they actually worked together. What made Duke Long even more suspicious was the following battle. Zhang Yin and the other 3 Gu immortals actually trusted each other very much during the battle. What made Duke Long even more suspicious was that after Duke Long defeated the 4 Gu immortals, Dragon Palace suddenly flew away. Zhang Yin and the rest returned, but they did not chase after the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace, instead, they stayed behind to attack Duke Long. If they had their own interests and wanted Dragon Palace, why would they stay behind to deal with Duke Long? If they had a normal relationship, with Duke Long's battle strength, these 4 would definitely chase after Dragon Palace relentlessly. After all, Dragon Palace flew away in a shocking manner, there were still other rank 8 Gu immortals in Eastern Sea. And dealing with Duke Long was more like buying time for Dragon Palace. Refer to chapter 672 of this volume for details. Chapter 1744. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. A hurricane that resembled a heavenly pillar swept up endless winds and waves, suppressing celestial courts formation. Princes Impatience and Ba Shi Ba, who were guarding outside, stared at the boundary of heaven and earth. There, 2 rays of light tore through the sky, revealing the figures of 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. They were Li Huang and Qing Yi. We finally arrived. That's right, it is not too late. Li Huang and Qing Yi arrived together. Where is that scoundrel Fang Yuan? Li Huang's eyes flickered with orange-red light as he investigated. He was filled with resentment towards Fang Yuan. Earlier, when Fang Yuan retreated, he purposely chose the opposite direction of Infallible Blessed Land, luring Li Huang and the rest far away. Next, Fang Yuan found an opportunity and used fixed immortal travel, arriving at Infallible Blessed Land, throwing Li Huang and the rest far away from his mind. Central Continent's celestial court did not have beacon towers, Li Huang and Qing Yi had no choice but to rush to Infallible Blessed Land. He should have already entered the array, Clear Night replied. His gaze swept across the array, and then he stared at Unbounded Wind. This killer move is very strong. It is a huge threat to our formation, we need to eliminate it first. This Wu Yong has such a killer move and farewell friend Wind, if possible, we need to kill him this time. If he returns to southern border, he will be a huge threat to our celestial court. Li Huang and Qing Yi quickly discussed before changing directions, charging towards Unlimited Wind. Princes Impatience and Ba Shi Ba had already sensed it, they rushed over. Go! Princes Impatience shouted, waving his sleeves as hundreds of lumps of fire flew out. You want to attack me with fire? Laughable. Li Huang sneered, he did not dodge, verdant sun flame cloak was burning on his body. Princes Impatience's flames landed on Li Huang, they did not cause any damage to him, instead, they increased the power of verdant sun flame cloak. Princes Impatience's expression did not change, he pointed at Li Huang. Whoosh! The flames on Li Huang's body suddenly turned purple. The purple flame seeped into the orange-red verdant sun flame cloak, breaking down Li Huang's defensive killer moves. Li Huang's expression changed. Prince's Impatience didn't seem to want to give him time to react and pounced forward. The two of them fought high up in the sky, causing raging flames to blaze and scorch the heavens and the earth. The temperature of the battlefield rose rapidly. Ba Shi Ba watched Prince's Impatience's battle and thought to himself, this Prince's Impatience is still putting on an act. He really hit it well. On Fang Yuan's side, Prince's Impatience, and Ba Sheba remained outside the formation. Ba Sheba had already learned of the identity of the Prince's Impatience through Wu Yong, but he had refrained from revealing it for now. Like Wu Yong and Fang Yuan had expected, unless it was necessary, the Prince's Impatience did not want to expose his identity. In fact, if possible, the Celestial Court was willing to make some sacrifices to conceal the identity of the Prince's Impatience. In the future 5 regions chaotic war, he would be even more useful. Prince's Impatience and Li Huang were both Fire Path rank 8s, the two fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the sky. The sky turned red, rivers dried up, the ground cracked, clouds evaporated, countless living beings fled. Ba Sheba and Qingyi cultivated Rule Path and Dark Path respectively. Even though their fight was not as grand as the one between Prince's Impatience and Li Huang, it was more dangerous and ruthless. Li Huang naturally knew the true identity of the Prince's Impatience. No matter how big the commotion was, it was just an act. Ba Sheba and Qingyi were true enemies. Ba Sheba let out a series of strange howls as rays of profound light slashed and stabbed at Qingyi's body like blades. 3 consecutive strikes. 4 consecutive strikes. 5 consecutive strikes. Every ray of profound light was equal in power, but when it hit Qingyi, the damage would increase exponentially. This was the consecutive strike technique that Ba Sheba had cultivated for his entire life. This Rule Path supplementary killer move could increase the power of other immortal killer moves rapidly. The prerequisite was that Ba Sheba only used this killer move and did not switch to other methods. Qingyi was forced to retreat, his forehead was covered in sweat. I cannot let him continue. Once he hits 18 consecutive strikes, my defensive methods will not be able to resist him. Qingyi activated an immortal killer move, his body suddenly dissipated, turning into a dark veil. In the sky, a large amount of ink seemed to be dripping down, spreading continuously. Ba Sheba saw this and hesitated. This is likely Qingyi's signature killer move, Great Night Covering Heaven. Both sides had good information. Ba Sheba and Qingyi had some understanding of each other. Great Night Covering Heaven was an immortal battlefield killer move, but it was quite special. Ordinary immortal battlefield killer moves would be activated after some time. But Great Night Covering Heaven was different, it would expand continuously, its range would gradually increase. In theory, this move had no limit. As long as Qingyi had enough time, he could even spread this immortal battlefield killer move to the whole of White Heaven. Ba Sheba retreated rapidly. He thought about it and chose to avoid it. Great Night Covering Heaven was an immortal battlefield. If Ba Sheba entered, his rule path would be weakened by the Dark Path environment. Of course, the main reason was Prince's Impatience. Ba Sheba knew that Prince's Impatience was a traitor. If he entered the immortal battlefield, the outside world would not be able to see what happened. Celestial Court's side might include Li Huang and Prince's Impatience in their killer moves to deal with Ba Sheba secretly. By then, Ba Sheba would have to fight 3 of them alone. It would be dangerous. The battle between the 2 rank 8s fell into a temporary stalemate. A moment later, several immortal goo houses appeared in the sky. Among them were Frost Dragon Manor and Wind Sweeping Building. These immortal goo houses were originally defending Emperor City. Now that the battle was over, the immortal goo houses carried many goo immortals as they came to reinforce them. Frost Dragon Manor was at the front. A blue light flashed around the manor. The light condensed into the shape of a hornless dragon. It was a hornless dragon. The light blue hornless dragon opened its mouth and spat out countless hailstones that attacked Ba Sheba. Ba Sheba's speed was greatly slowed. He snorted coldly and gave up on Qingyi, using his killer move to attack Frost Dragon Manor. Boom boom boom. Frost Dragon Manor continued to get hit, the walls started to crack and tiles were sent flying. With great difficulty, a second faint blue hornless dragon was formed and entangled with the first one, coiling around the Frost Dragon Manor. Frost Dragon Manor's defense rose sharply. the light blue hornless dragon opened its mouth and spat out pieces of shattered profound light. This immortal goo house has the ability to dissipate the damage of my killer move. Ba Shi Ba's expression was grim, seeing that he could not destroy this immortal goo house in a short period of time. If he continued fighting, he would be trapped by the killer move Great Night covering heaven. He wisely retreated and pulled some distance. At this time, wind-sweeping building also entered the battlefield. It did not help Qing Yi or Li Huang, it went into the boundless wind that was like a heavenly pillar. Good wind, give me some time, I can make use of this wind. The current wind-sweeping building lord laughed heartily. Under wind-sweeping building's interference, the power of the boundless wind started to weaken. One after another, immortal goo houses entered the battlefield. Fang Yuan's side was getting more and more dangerous. Hold on, we are coming. At the crucial moment, several holes appeared in Celestial Court's formation as several immortal goo houses flew out. Southern borders clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, great space temple, bay pavilion, unfixed manor, as well as northern plains finger seal bridge, ape demon hall, and yang building. With the help of these 7 immortal goo houses, Ba Shi Ba felt the pressure on him decrease greatly. Both sides fought in a chaotic battle, immortal goo houses rampaged and killer moves collided, fireworks were produced time and time again. At once, the battlefield outside the formation fell into a deadlock. Inside the formation, Wu Yong and the rest had grim expressions. Even though they created a hole in the formation in time and sent out the immortal goo houses, stabilizing the situation outside, Wu Yong and the rest had already used their trump cards. The situation was getting more and more disadvantageous. Prince's impatience was a problem. Celestial Court also could not be relied on. It all depended on whether Fang Yuan and the rest could break the formation quickly. At our current speed, our chances of victory are getting slimmer. Fang Yuan sighed, asking, can Tao Zhu's 5 regions' true inheritance target the formation? Back then, he had purposely set up a trap in the 5 regional mountain range to harm southern border and Celestial Court's goo immortals. In the end, during the battle, because Wu Yong destroyed the entire 5 regional mountain range, he accidentally drew out Tao Zhu's will and obtained the opportunity to inherit the 5 regions' true inheritance. Fang Yuan had no choice but to retreat at that time. The 5 regions' true inheritance fell into the hands of the deities of southern frontier. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, the 5 regions' true inheritance should be able to simulate the 5 regional walls. And inside the 5 regional walls, goo immortals would be suppressed. Any immortal killer moves they used would suffer backlash. Be it immortal goo houses or immortal formations, they were all immortal killer moves in essence. Fang Yuan thought about it. If he could use the methods of the 5 regions' true inheritance to deal with Celestial Court's formation, it might be effective. Wu Yong and Qi Chuyu looked at each other. The former said, I obtained the 5 regions' true inheritance. The true inheritance does have the method to create the 5 regional walls. But Qi Chuyu continued, but this method requires the use of earth veins and a formation to be set up. It is very troublesome and time-consuming. Back then, Tao Zhu was able to create the 5 regional mountain range by using earth veins and the formation. After Fang Yuan left the battlefield, Wu Yong obtained the 5 regions' true inheritance, but found that the essence of it was the 5 regional formation. Wu Clan did not specialize in formation path. Wu Yong cooperated with Qi Chuyu, thus, Qi Chuyu already knew about the profundity of the 5 regional formation. Do we really need to use earth veins to set up the 5 regional formation? Fang Yuan frowned. Wait, I heard that not long ago, Ho Clan's goo immortals obtained a wild earth vein immortal goo from earth trench? If we have this goo, can it replace earth veins? The immortals heard this and became energized. Wu Yong and Qi Chuyu looked at each other again. They sighed at Fang Yuan's quick-wittedness. Qi Chuyu shook his head. To speak the truth, I have already transacted with Ho Clan and obtained earth vein immortal goo. But to replace the earth vein and insert earth vein immortal goo, I need to modify the 5 regional formation. Even though I have been working hard and made some progress, I am still far from success. Gu immortals often took years to modify an immortal killer move. Even though Chi Chuyu had high formation path attainment level, his wisdom path methods were not good. Even though he made progress, it was not much. Chapter 1745. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. What are they doing? Chen Yi was the first to notice Feng Yuan and the rest. Feng Jiuge's expression was still pale. He observed for a while before frowning. They are actually setting up a formation. Formation within a formation? Bai Tsang Shui snorted coldly. They are underestimating us too much. Setting up a formation within a formation was extremely difficult. Especially when setting up a formation within an enemy's formation, it was even more difficult. Different from immortal Gu houses, immortal formations had requirements for the surrounding environment. The surrounding natural Dao marks would affect the immortal formation greatly. Celestial Court side naturally would not let Feng Yuan and the rest get what they wanted. They immediately activated the formation as waves of attacks pounced on the newly set up formation base. Don't even think about it. With us here, you can set up the formation without worry. Wu Yong, Yao Huang, and the rest stood around the formation base, blocking Celestial Court's attacks. Inside the formation base, Chi Chuyu, Black Extremity, and Feng Yuan worked together to set up the formation urgently. 360 Fire Crow Gu have been set up. Black Extremity wiped the sweat off his forehead. We still need 44 rank 5 single blade Gu, when will they be delivered? Chi Chuyu called out, contacting the Gu immortals. Jewel Yellow Skies became the best channel. Feng Yuan's body shook slightly, the immortal Gu in his hands rained down like a storm. Crackling noises could be heard. After a few breaths of time, he let out a breath of air, stopping his actions. Rank 6 Flash Chain Immortal Gu has been set up. Chi Chuyu and Black Extremity quickly glanced at him, thinking, unbelievable. This Feng Yuan's wisdom path and formation path attainment is actually so deep. Not only can he deduce and modify a new 5 regional formation in such a short time, his method of setting up the immortal formation is also so smooth. Feng Yuan's formation path was at the Grandmaster level. Although he was not as good as Chi Chuyu and Black Extremity, he was very experienced in setting up formations. Self-cleansing Immortal Gu formation, Omnidirectional Travel Ancient Battle formation, Dragon Scale Seafood Path Immortal formation, Coiling Thread Gu formation, Blood Red Immortal Essence formation, Immemorial Year Beast Fishing formation, Flood Discharge formation, Self-Will Heaven Sealing formation, as well as Year Essence Pool, which was also an immortal formation in essence. He had set them up personally. As such, even though it was his first time setting up the 5 Realms formation, he wasn't nervous at all and was very familiar with it. If I set up the formation alone, the time will be delayed. But with Chi Chuyu and Black Extremity working together, they could quickly set up the 5 World Grand formation. Quick! 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 Feng Yuan's concentration was on full alert, he was racing against time. Celestial Court Battlefield. Li Huang, Qing Yi, and the rest have already rushed to the infallible Blessed Land battlefield. Wu Yong's unlimited wind was suppressed by wind-sweeping building. The identity of the prince's impatience was not exposed. But Feng Yuan and the rest have started to set up a formation within a formation, their intentions are unknown. Furthermore, our reinforcements are about to arrive at Hidden Dragon Cave battlefield. Fairy Myrtle reported to Duke Long fought as he replied, even though the identity of the prince's impatience has not been exposed, we cannot rule out the possibility that Feng Yuan knows about it but did not report it. We need to pay attention to this, tell Chen Yi and the rest to pay attention to the situation and reinforce the prince's impatience at any time. Fairy Myrtle, yes. Knowing that the situation was still within their control, Duke Long focused his mind and looked at 7 Extreme Desolation again. It is about time. Duke Long clenched his dragon claws as he sensed the surging strength in his body. Immortal killer move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. After using this killer move, his lifespan could only decrease and not increase. At the same time, Duke Long's battle strength was getting stronger and stronger. In just a short while, Duke Long's battle strength rose by leaps and bounds, reaching an unheard-of level. Roar! With a dragon roar, purple-gold dragon-shaped chi burst out. Boom! 7 Extreme Desolation had no time to react, it only saw Duke Long's figure suddenly vanish in the air before his entire body shot out like a meteor. An unparalleled force surged towards it, it was simply unblockable. 7 Extreme Desolation was sent flying before crashing into the chi wall, countless cracks appeared on the giant's body. Damn it, his speed increased again. Our investigative killer moves were completely nullified by Duke Long, we simply cannot find his traces. If this continues, we will be too passive. How long has it been, but Duke Long's battle strength has already started to suppress us. In that case, let's use offense as defense and continue to use killer moves to bombard the surroundings, we will eventually be able to hit Duke Long. After the 7 Big Dipper immortals finished their discussion, the 7 Extreme Desolation giant raised its head and was about to step into the battlefield again. Duke Long's figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the giant. Still want to stand up? Duke Long laughed sinisterly, his sturdy body slammed down with his right dragon claw. Boom! Compared to the 7 Extreme Desolation giant, the dragon claw was tiny like an ant, but it caused huge damage to the 7 Extreme Desolation giant. Air waves surged as the 7 Extreme Desolation giant's entire head was smashed. The headless giant was ruthlessly smashed into the ground by the immense force, creating a human-shaped crater. At once, smoke and dust surged, rocks flew everywhere, the sky shook and the earth shook. Ah! Duke Long hovered in the air as he slowly retracted his right claw, he let out a satisfied groan. Strength, a brand new strength surged through Duke Long's body again, stimulating his muscles to expand even more, his bones grew rapidly, his dragon scales became even thicker and larger, his dragon horns were like a crown, they became even more ferocious at this moment, sharp spikes extended in all directions. Duke Long's entire body expanded once again, he had already surpassed the height of a normal person. The roof of a thatched hut only reached his waist. His purple long hair was originally soft and elegant, reaching his waist, but now, every strand of hair was hard and sturdy, reaching all the way to his feet. Purple gold lightning flickered incessantly in his hair. Five Elements Grandmaster was covered in sweat as he tried his best to deduce the formation. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth, persevere. Duke Long was extremely powerful, rank 8 Calamity Luck Altar, the immortal goo house created by Giant Sun Immortal, could not hold on after being hit by Duke Long's random punches. Rise! Bing Sai Chuan shouted, Calamity Luck Altar burst out with a piercing light again as it flew up. Duke Long, who was punching, could clearly feel a strong force coming from Calamity Luck Altar. Go down! Duke Long shouted, raising his fists above his head as he swung his arms down like a hammer. Immortal Killer Move, World-Shaking Dragon Hammer. With a loud sound, Calamity Luck Altar, which had just risen up, was suppressed by Duke Long again like a rubber ball. A large number of goo worms were destroyed, their fragments flying everywhere. A huge hole appeared on the surface of Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan's clothes could be seen from the outside. Bing Sai Chuan could not conceal his shock. Duke Long's battle strength was beyond his imagination. Even the members of Celestial Court were stunned. Northern Plains Immortals, charge! Right at this time, the Northern Plains Goo Immortals created by Call of the Ancient came to help. Celestial Court's Goo Immortals were like a flock of birds, they did not dodge, they directly charged forward. A chaotic battle erupted again. And behind the chaotic battle, Duke Long was attacking Calamity Luck Altar. Behind Duke Long, the refinement path formation was being repaired urgently. 7 Extreme Desolation was bathed in blood. It finally created a path of blood and arrived in front of Duke Long. Duke Long is so strong, Calamity Luck Altar alone cannot resist him. Bing Sai Chuan had to admit the truth. After getting reinforcements from 7 Extreme Desolation, Bing Sai Chuan finally had time to breathe. He could barely activate Calamity Luck Altar to fight against Duke Long with 2 against 1. Immortal Killer Move, Spiraling Dragon Teeth. Duke Long opened his mouth, his teeth flew out. 100 sharp teeth were like daggers, they expanded rapidly, turning into a group of snow-white dragon tooth scimitars that slashed at Calamity Luck Altar. Clang clang clang. The dragon tooth scimitars landed on Calamity Luck Altar, creating intense sounds. It was like hundreds or thousands of weapons were colliding. Calamity Luck Altar was like a small hut in a storm, it could not even raise its head. Duke Long smiled coldly. After a while, teeth grew out of his mouth again. The teeth flew out again, forming a snow-white scimitar storm that enveloped Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation. Soon, 7 Extreme Desolation was riddled with holes. Calamity Luck Altar was also riddled with holes. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Claw Strike. Immortal Killer Move, Chaotic Dragon Fist. Fist shadows flew everywhere, claw marks spread everywhere. 7 Extreme Desolation's head was smashed again and again. Calamity Luck Altar was getting more and more damaged. Wind was leaking everywhere. Bull Demon could not repair it in time. Immortal Killer Move, 9 Dragons Protection. 9 purple gold dragon phantoms coiled around Duke Long's body. It was not that 7 Extreme Desolation and Calamity Luck Altar did not retaliate, but these methods were blocked by 9 Dragons Protection. The situation was clear, Duke Long had a huge advantage. As time went on, Longevity Heaven's side would definitely lose. You dare to invade my celestial court, you will pay with your lives. Duke Long shouted coldly. What are you still resisting for? You have no hope left. Duke Long stomped on the ground as a killer move burst out, causing the entire Calamity Luck Altar to sink into the ground. He then punched with both hands, sending 7 Extreme Desolation flying far away. I said before, this is the limit of your strength. You will lose, while Celestial Court will always be invincible. Duke Long shouted, his voice spread throughout the battlefield, shaking everyone's hearts. What other methods do you have? Use them all, I will personally send you all into the abyss of despair. He spoke slowly, his dragon eyes were indifferent, his tone was cold, it sent chills down everyone's spine. Bing Sai Chuan was in a terrible state. Calamity Luck Altar could no longer protect him, he had many injuries on his body. These were caused by Spiraling Dragon Fang Killer Move. The situation was getting more dangerous, but there was a light in his eyes that had never been extinguished. He still had hope. In the deepest part of his heart, there was a scene that he would never forget. This is 88-point Jianghu Tower. Amazing. As expected of Lord's work. Bing Sai Chuan stood beside Giant Sun Immortal with a look of admiration. Giant Sun Immortal smiled with a satisfied expression. With this immortal goo house, my children will be able to grow up. Lord, you really put in a lot of effort. Bing Sai Chuan praised. However, Giant Sun Immortal's tone changed. I am looking forward to its collapse. What? I built this tower to prevent its collapse. Oh Bing Sai Chuan, you are a time path goo immortal, go to sleep. In the future, when 88-point Jianghu Tower collapses, it will be the best time for you to attack Celestial Court. Inside Calamity Luck Altar. Even if I am heavily injured, even if I am in a hopeless situation, even if I use up all my trump cards, I will not give up. Because this plan was made by Lord Giant Sun Immortal Ancestor. O Celestial Court, victory will be ours. Bing Sai Chuan shouted. Blind confidence. Duke Long snickered in disdain. Forcefully holding on will only increase your pain by 100 times. Bing Sai Chuan snorted coldly. That is because you will never understand that man's greatness. Not far away. Boom. The dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Chiu, suddenly turned into smoke, dispersing on the spot. The killer move perfect pair is finally undone. As expected of thieving heaven demon venerable, it is so powerful. Thankfully, this is Celestial Court, we can gather 4 rule path Gu immortals, and Celestial Court's treasury also has detailed information on perfect pair. If this were a normal situation, it would be troublesome. Originally, the dog-tail life-extending ferret and Celestial Court's 2 legendary immemorial desolate beasts, Huan Dan and Shabi 95, were fighting intensely. Relying on perfect pair, the dog-tail life-extending ferret and its clones suppressed their opponents to the point where they could not even raise their heads. But as the Celestial Court's members awakened, many of them started to target perfect pair and finally broke it. Death is not so hard to accept, moreover, children are destined to leave their parents to truly grow up. Master, promise me, you will live on properly. Go and do what you like. I won't leave you any last words. Just be yourself and be happy. Master, as its memories faded, Mao Li Chiu looked at the surrounding strong enemies. It raised its head and laughed wildly, its aura surging. Oh Master, even if I die, I will repay the kindness of raising me. It can't hold on anymore. That's right, it is only trying to show off. But be careful of its final retaliation. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals had cold expressions as they slowly surrounded it. Black Heaven. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Immortal zombie giant Sun sat cross-legged like a statue. He looked toward the south, and his eyes reflected the scenes of the battle in the heavenly court. Once Celestial Court exterminated Longevity Heaven's forces, they would be free to attack Celestial Court and deal with Feng Yuan and the rest. Chen Yi was extremely steady and astute. He purposely retreated for the sake of the big picture. It was just a small step, but it was more terrifying than attacking. He forced Feng Yuan and the rest to the edge of the cliff. Sigh, if I had known this, I would have added Formation Spirit and Formation Flag Immortal Gu into the 5 regional formation. This way, the 5 regional formation can be moved, it is no longer fixed at the same spot. Feng Yuan sighed in his heart. This was not his mistake, nor was he unwilling to contribute. It was the combination of Formation Spirit and Formation Flag Immortal Gu into the 5 regional formation. The number of deductions increased sharply. Feng Yuan would have to spend a lot of time to deduce clearly. Actually, even if the 5 regional formation could be moved away by Gu immortals, Feng Yuan and the rest would not be able to resolve this crisis. Chen Yi removed the subformation and retreated to defend. The 5-world formation within the original child formation was exposed. Outside the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, the immortals were already engaged in a chaotic battle. For rank 8 Gu immortals, Qing Yi, Li Huang, Prince's Impatience, and Ba Shi Ba were fighting each other. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, Frost Dragon Manor, Wind Sweeping Building, and others were rampaging in the battlefield, clashing at times or unleashing immortal killer moves at others. Bright lights shone as thunderous explosions resounded. Oh no, unlimited wind killer move is escaping my control. Wu Yong's expression changed. Earlier, he had not sensed it clearly when he was in the formation. Now that Chen Yi removed the formation, Wu Yong realized something was amiss. Without hesitation, Wu Yong flew out of the 5 regional formation and pounced towards Wind Sweeping Building. Yao Huang, Heavenly Lord by Zhu, and the rest also moved out. With their reinforcement, Li Huang, Qing Yi, and the rest felt immense pressure. They retreated and were suppressed along with Central Continent's immortal goo houses. Fang Yuan moved out stealthily, using Great Thief Ghost Hand again. Central Continent's immortal goo houses were immediately attacked. A large number of goo worms were stolen by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan continued to move and obtained 3 immortal goo in a short while. Including his gains from the battlefield in Emperor City, he had already seized more than 10 immortal goo from Central Continent's immortal goo houses. Fang Yuan recognized some of these immortal goo, but he did not recognize some. His time path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom, deducing how to use these goo worms. Seeing that the situation was amiss, Li Huang gave up on Prince's impatience and came to stall Fang Yuan. The scene from before on the battlefield at Imperial Emperor City repeated once more. Fang Yuan was stalled by Li Huang. He could not attack the immortal goo houses anymore. Humph, this prince's impatience is so good at acting. He purposely let Li Huang go. Fang Yuan snorted coldly in his heart, but did not say anything. Prince's impatience was a problem. What made Fang Yuan even more troubled was the rank 9 human path killer move that Celestial Court used, Heroes Among People. Due to the amplification of Heroes Among People, Li Huang, Qingyi, and the rest, as well as Central Continent's immortal goo houses, had their battle strength increased by several times. They resisted the fierce attacks of the Southern Border and Northern Plains Alliance army. We cannot continue fighting like this, time is limited. We need to retreat into the formation. Fang Yuan shouted. Wu Yong and the rest retreated. They stored their immortal goo houses and entered the 5 regional formation. Chapter 1748. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. The enemies have entered the formation. It seems they want to display the full power of the 5-colored smoke. Li Huang and the rest are in trouble. Chen Yi had been paying close attention to the situation. Should we go and reinforce them? We might be able to work together with these reinforcements to destroy the enemy formation. As long as the formation is broken, 1 or 2 of their core immortal goo will be destroyed. They might not be able to turn the situation around. Bai Tsang Shui suggested. Chen Yi thought about it before shaking his head. No need to take the risk, the situation is very beneficial to us now. Let them return to the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Chen Yi not only did not attack, he even called back Li Huang and the rest. He decided to stall for time. Fang Yuan flew out of the formation and started to deal with Li Huang and the rest. Inside the 5-colored smoke, Li Huang and the rest fought against Fang Yuan. They were greatly restricted and their movements were restricted. After suffering some losses, Li Huang gave the order to retreat. The group entered the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. At once, both sides entered their respective formations. The battlefield that was filled with sounds of fighting was only left with the sound of unlimited wind. Wu Yong and Fang Yuan stayed outside the formation. The former carefully controlled unlimited wind to avoid the 5-colored smoke. He charged toward Celestial Court's formation from another direction. The latter hid in the 5-colored smoke. Following the spreading of the smoke, he got closer to Celestial Court's formation. Let's persevere like this. As long as Celestial Court's battlefield is pacified, it will be our victory. Within the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, Chen Yi raised the morale of his troops. But he had just said that when he heard a loud explosion. The immortals quickly looked over and saw that the 5-colored smoke was rumbling endlessly. Fang Yuan's 5 regional formation had suddenly exploded. A figure flew out of the 5-colored smoke that covered the sky like an arrow. Prince's impatience, what are you doing? Kill him, he is definitely a spy of Celestial Court. Lord Qi Chuyu, are you alright? Someone come and save Lord Qi. A change occurred. Southern Border and Northern Plains goo immortals were in chaos. Prince's impatience, don't even think about escaping. Fang Yuan and Wu Yong, who were outside the formation, turned around and tried to stop Prince's impatience. Bai Tsang Shui was overjoyed. so it was Princess Impatience who made a move inside the formation and destroyed the enemy's formation. Well done. Some Gu immortals who did not know the inside story saw this and were dumbfounded. Hurry, Princess Impatience is a member of my Spirit Affinity House. Quickly go and help him. A Spirit Affinity House's Supreme Elder urged. Needless to say, Chen Yi had already given the order. Li Huang, Qing Yi, and Baizang Shui flew out of the formation to receive Princess Impatience. Fang Yuan and Wu Yong were obstructed by the three of them. Princess Impatience was not weak, and with reinforcements, he successfully entered the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. But the Celestial Court's immortals did not know, this Princess Impatience whom they sent into the formation was a fake. I finally got in. Fang Yuan snickered to himself as killing intent surged in his chest. Immortal killer move, familiar face. This was a killer move that had been modified by Fang Yuan, and with the increase in transformation path Dao marks after annexing Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, its power had increased by several times. Even though Celestial Court was prepared, they did not discover Fang Yuan's true identity. At this moment, the real Princess Impatience was still inside the 5 regional formation. Northern Plains side staked everything they had, while Celestial Court's members did not retreat. Both sides were increasing their troops. Awakening from Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, Celestial Court members rushed to the battlefield to reinforce the defensive line. And in the illusion of the River of Time, Northern Plains experts appeared one after another, charging forward without saying a word. The defensive line was on the verge of breaking. Fairy Myrtle had already entered the battlefield, using all her strength to resist the fierce attacks of the Northern Plains immortals. Suddenly, a faint figure appeared beside Fairy Myrtle. It was the Northern Plains Gu immortal expert Lu. Even though this person was a rank 8 expert, he did not have a good reputation in history. When he was alive, he was the only rank 8 Gu immortal in Lu tribe. According to convention, he should have been the first Supreme Elder. But Lu had never fought head-on since he was young. He bullied the weak and feared the strong. Whenever he attacked, he would always sneak attack and steal. His reputation was too bad, he could not gain the respect and trust of others. If he became the first Supreme Elder of Lu tribe, he would be a burden to the whole tribe, it would affect their image and reputation. Duke Long suddenly laughed loudly. Even if I die here, so what? You Northern Plains Gu immortals do not fear death, but does my Celestial Court have people who fear death? With one sentence, Celestial Court's immortals cheered, their morale rose. We sleep because of our responsibility, we are not afraid of death. What a joke, afraid of death. We are members of Celestial Court. We protect the glory of humanity. Since the remote antiquity era until now, we have never feared sacrifice. Celestial Court's Gu immortals started to counterattack. They used their bodies to block the killer moves of Northern Plains Gu immortals. Once there was a chance, Celestial Court's Gu immortals disregarded their own lives and attacked fiercely, trying to perish together with the Northern Plains experts. Northern Plains Gu immortals were brave, but Celestial Court's Gu immortals went crazy. Oh no! Bing Sai Chuan felt that the situation was bad. He wanted to affect Celestial Court's morale, but to think that Duke Long's words could defuse it. Bing Sai Chuan smiled coldly, his voice resounding in the battlefield, laughable. Your sacrifices are meaningless, no matter how many Gu immortals we sacrifice, they are merely Red Lotus Demon Venerable's killer move, they are already dead. Using dead people in exchange for your sacrifice, this is a business with no loss at all. How much foundation does your celestial court have to endure such a loss? Foundation? Duke Long also smiled coldly. Our celestial court has plenty. He started to resist. His arms could not move, but the aura around him rose like a tall wall, wrapping around him. Duke Long looked at Calamity Luck Altar with a mocking gaze. Your longevity heaven was only created during the medieval antiquity era, a little over 300,000 years ago. What about our celestial court? It has been 3,879,687 years since then. Think about it, it is many times longer than yours. Don't try to estimate our celestial court's foundation, you are forever short-sighted. Bing Sai Chuan, why don't you turn around and look at our immortal graveyard, then look at your laughable phantom river of time. Bing Sai Chuan's expression sank, he was speechless. He did not need to look, he had always been paying attention to these two places. In the river of time, the number of Northern Plains Gu immortals that came out had already started to become sparse. But within Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, batches of Gu immortals were still waking up one after another. Celestial Court's foundation was unfathomable. Duke Long continued, how many people does a clan have? How many geniuses does a clan have? Bing Sai Chuan, look at our central continent. We choose all sorts of geniuses from all the mortals in central continent. Even if a clan finds a genius, can they nurture them well? The bloodline of the clan and their familial relationships often become an obstacle. Someone said, Lord Immortal Venerable, you are in the prime of your life now. Someone else said, we will continue to collect lifespan Gu, you will definitely be the Gu immortal who has lived the longest in history. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable smiled, saying in a calm tone, but I will still die. Who can avoid death in this world? He shook his head and sighed, answering his own question, no one. The Gu immortals were silent. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable continued, other lifespan extension methods have their flaws, other than lifespan Gu. But even if we collect lifespan Gu, we all know that lifespan Gu are becoming fewer and fewer, isn't that so? The human Gu immortals were silent. This is providence. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable raised his head, his gaze seemed to penetrate the cave walls, looking at the sky and the clouds. The heavenly Tao takes away surpluses and replenishes deficits, there has never been a supreme existence of eternal life. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind, the tallest tree on the shore will be destroyed by the current. Variant human experts are constantly replacing the old with the new, we humans are the same. Many people's expressions calmed down, they knew that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's words made sense. But there were still some Gu immortals who frowned slightly, finding it hard to accept. A Gu immortal asked, is the sect system enough for us to cooperate sincerely? Is it certain that they will be promoted based on merit, without internal factions, and without suppression and exclusion? Of course not. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable shook his head. As long as it is an organization created by people, they will have their own selfish motives and benefits. Clans use bloodline as the standard, while sects use ability and talent to judge. Of course, the latter is more open and transparent, the limited cultivation resources will be allocated to more suitable people, it will be more beneficial to the overall situation. That person opened his mouth but found that he could not criticize the superiority of sects, he could only change his perspective. Can't clans unearth talents? Clans also have a system to take in external talents, for example, through marriage or foster children. That is true. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable nodded, but how many can there be through marriage? No matter how many foster children there are, in the clan, compared to those true descendants who are related by blood, they will be ostracized and suppressed, right? The human Gu immortals were speechless. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable continued in a sincere tone, I know that creating a sect out of nowhere is somewhat difficult for you to accept emotionally. The path of Gu Immortals is something we have painstakingly pursued and paid an unknown price to obtain. It is fine if we pass it to our descendants, but we have to pass it on to outsiders. But the truth is, creating a sect does not mean we have to casually pass on the profundities of the immortal path to others. Instead, we have to choose talents. These talents not only have good talent, they also have to have moral character, and most importantly, they have to be loyal to their own sect. Furthermore, even if we do not create clans, don't tell me you can't take care of your descendants. Of course not. When these people join the sect, they will naturally be taken care of by you, but I hope you can control them from behind the scenes. Do not violate the sect rules on the surface. Only by starting from ourselves and protecting the sect rules can our descendants, disciples, and descendants actively abide by the sect rules. As long as we create sects and actively unite, I believe our human race will definitely rise up. I don't care about the other 4 regions, but in Central Continent, I hope everyone can create sects and give up on clans. For the sake of humanity, I need to emphasize this, any Central Continent Gu Immortal needs to create a sect, they cannot create a clan. Any Gu Immortal who advances in the future will have to follow this rule. If anyone violates this rule, they will be punished by me and the other immortals. The human immortals did not say anything. When Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable showed his dominance, none of them could go against him. But what made them feel gratified was that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable did not blindly forbid the clan system. The sect system only stipulated Gu Immortals, that was to say, mortals and Gu Masters could continue to live according to the clan system. Moreover, even if Gu Immortals created sects, they could still take care of their descendants and friends. This was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's compromise towards reality, but from this, one could see his brilliance. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable continued, as your leader, I will lead by example. I swear that I will create a sect and not create a clan. I will take in disciples and impart my knowledge to them without holding back. Furthermore, when I die in the future, my immortal aperture will be contributed to be the foundation of the sect, it will not be left for my descendants. Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. You, at once, the human Gu Immortals present were shaken. At this moment, they looked at Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. From his calm expression, they could feel the other party's willingness to sacrifice himself and his determination to protect the overall situation. Since Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was willing to do this, what reason did they have to not do the same? Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, you are right, I am willing to respond to your call. From now on, I will create a sect and not a clan. Having Lord Immortal Venerable is truly the blessing of humanity. Following you is truly the best choice of my life. Lord Immortal Venerable, I still have some things I don't understand about creating a sect. Please speak. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable said. May I ask what kind of sect you want to create, and where will you choose the location of the sect? What are the rules of the sect, and what are the essentials of creating a sect? Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable breathed in deeply. I have already thought about creating a sect for a long time. Once I say this, it will involve many aspects. Let's take me as an example. Firstly, my sect is called Celestial Court. A long while later, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable answered the questions of the human immortals. The immortals were no longer confused. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable looked at the immortals, the rest will depend on you. I believe that as long as we create a sect and develop it properly, even after I die, humanity will become even more prosperous. If the variant humans do not change, they will definitely decline. Everyone, please have confidence in us. Don't look at our sect, it is only a simple idea now, it has never been realized. I believe that as long as we develop according to our plan, our sect will gradually shine with dazzling brilliance in the long river of history. My celestial court, our sect, will become famous in the world, we will dominate a region, our enemies will fear us. 3,879,687 years later. Celestial Court Battlefield. The intense battle continued. Longevity Heaven's side obtained the support of Giant Sun's attack and gained the upper hand. However, inside the Immortal Graveyard, members of the Celestial Court were waking up one after another. Who is it? Who dares to offend our Celestial Court? This is the achievement of our predecessors, I will not allow you to destroy it. How many people have sacrificed their lives and shed their blood? A mere clan system like Longevity Heaven wants to defeat our Celestial Court. Humph, wishful thinking. Longevity Heaven, you are despicable. Are you going to start a human civil war just for your own benefit? Our Celestial Court has always been the sacred land of humanity, the heaven of humanity, the orthodox lineage of humanity. We represent the spirit of humanity. It has never changed for millions of years. I will follow Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. I will defend our Celestial Court with my life. Shouts resounded, old and young, male and female, all sorts of members of the Celestial Court came out of the Immortal Graveyard and joined the battlefield. Just like what Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable said 3 million years ago, his Celestial Court had grown into a colossus that dominated the world. His spirit had always been passed down, it had never changed. Countless geniuses were excavated and nurtured by the sect, they followed him, who had died long ago, and defended his spirit and ideals. Northern Plains Gu immortals were incomparably brave, but the immortals of the Celestial Court showed a crazed aura. Even if they did not have enough immortal Gu, even if they had to perish together, there was no confusion or fear on their faces. On the contrary, their faces seemed to be shining with light. The light of a martyr, it was so bright and dazzling. Chapter 1752. Celestial Court's Battlefield. The battle between rank 8 Gu immortals was extremely intense. Longevity Heaven. Your performances have truly disappointed us. Humph, Celestial Court's people are always so arrogant, they have been leaders for too long, watch how I defeat all of you. We are both humans, but we are actually fighting to this extent. Northern Plains immortals are brave but have no conviction. You won't understand our beliefs. Northern Plains Gu immortals continued to die, but the death of each Northern Plains expert was accompanied by the lives of several Celestial Court Gu immortals. Northern Plains. Longevity Heaven. Duke Long was furious, his gaze was ruthless and ruthless. Even though we are evenly matched, the great Celestial Court is actually forced into such a pathetic state, unforgivable. Boom! Duke Long raised his arms fiercely, finally breaking the cage that trapped him. But Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation quickly pounced, the three continued to fight, they were in a deadlock. Quick, quick, quick. Alright, the refinement path formation is finally repaired. Yuan Xiongdu, it is up to you now, we will defend you. Unless we die, no one can break this refinement path formation. Several Celestial Court Gu immortals called out, they occupied the surroundings and formed a firm defensive line. Because of the Celestial Court's Gu immortals, the refinement path formation was repaired, the defensive line was also rebuilt. Bing Sai Chuan saw this and quickly gave up on Duke Long, he wanted to destroy Celestial Court. Don't even think about it. Duke Long shouted, disregarding his injuries, he used all his strength to stall Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation. Bing Sai Chuan could not break through himself, he quickly mobilized his troops. The Northern Plains immortals attacked again, Celestial Court's Gu immortals suffered heavy casualties, but because members of the Immortal Graveyard were constantly waking up and replenishing their numbers, the defensive line was even firmer than before. Good, now is the time. Huh. Lu wanted to sneak in, but immediately, his expression changed, and he revealed his true form. A celestial court Gu Immortal had a large number of jade pearls floating around him. He flew towards him with a face full of killing intent. Is it you? Murderers who are stained with the blood of fellow immortals of the celestial court. Your performance ends here. Is it Senior Jade Pearl? King Yuan Xiongdu, who was about to enter the array, happened to see this scene and was immediately overjoyed. In history, rank 8 Gu Immortal expert Yu Zhu Zi was most proficient in detection. From the number of jade pearls floating around him, he had a complete set of immortal Gu. In this way, Lu was restrained by him. We can win. With so many ancestors of the celestial court, we will definitely win. No, more accurately speaking, victory belongs to our celestial court. Yuan Xiongdu's eyes flashed with the light of understanding. He entered the Gu formation again and tried to control it. He was surprised to find that this refinement path formation was even more outstanding than the previous one. I see. In order to repair Fate Gu, the seniors added so many immortal Gu. Yuan Xiongdu's eyes shone with tears. The more immortal Gu used in the refinement path formation, the fewer Gu immortals there would be. It would be easier for them to die in battle. This was a sacrifice. A willing sacrifice. Continue to repair Fate Gu. Yuan Xiongdu sat down cross-legged with a calm expression, but his heart was burning with fire. Blazing flames. In the flames, a scene from deep within his memories surfaced. His master stood in front of him. "Oh little Du, you are indeed sleeping behind the mountain again? You can't slack off like this." The young Yuan Xiongdu woke up. He showed resentment on his face. "Master." He mumbled and said unhappily, "Why didn't Master transfer me back? I like Fire Path. Fire Path is the choice of a man. But little Du, your talent in Refinement Path is extremely shocking. That is why I let you cultivate Refinement Path. In comparison, your talent in Fire Path is too ordinary. But I like Fire Path. When I fight, it is so elegant and majestic. As for Refinement Path, I always stay in the secret room, refining Gu after Gu. Not mentioning the high cost, I often fail in the Gu refinement. All my efforts go to waste. Most importantly, Gu refinement is very risky. It is the same as fighting. Rather than dying sullenly because of Gu refinement, I would rather use Fire Path and die honorably on the battlefield." His master sighed helplessly, saying in a low voice, "Oh little Du, you chose Refinement Path not because of your preference, but because of your responsibility. Our sect's Refinement Path lineage needs geniuses to regroup. Don't let your temper get the better of you. Little Du, you are already a man. It is time for you to shoulder your responsibilities, understand?" The young Yuan Xiongdu turned his head away unwillingly. "Tisk, I understand. If this is Master's order, I will obey." His master sighed again. "It is not an order, it is a responsibility. Moreover, Refinement Path cultivation is also very fun. One day, you will experience this joy. So, go and refine Gu happily with your sense of responsibility." How can this be? The lazy me has never felt such a heavy responsibility on my shoulders. Right. There is also this feeling, happiness. He, ha ha ha. Yuan Xiongdu's lips curled up as he laughed in his heart. His face was covered in tears. "Master, I finally understand your words. Disciple, I did not disappoint you. I do not need to split my attention to protect my own life. With them around, there will be no worries. I will do it in one go. I will repair Fate Gu completely and fulfill my responsibility. I will not let down everyone's expectations. After that, I will happily embrace the arrival of death." Yuan Xiongdu smiled as he activated a forbidden move. Once he used this move, regardless of whether the Gu refinement succeeded or not, he would die for sure. But what did it matter? Some things were far more important than an individual's death. Hidden Dragon Cave Battlefield. The 4 Eastern Sea Gu Immortals surrounded Dragon Palace in the center, continuously attacking it. The 4 dragon generals were suppressed, they could only rely on Dragon Palace to defend. It seems that you did not become dragon men without a price. Come out, didn't you want to plot against us? Are you hiding in your immortal goo houses now? A bunch of cowards. You are looking down on us too much. Song Qi Yuan, Qing Yuan, and the rest were furious. They activated powerful killer moves one after another, suppressing the enemies. Some were like pitch-black walnuts, some were like pink peaches, but they were as big as basins. Some had thorns on their shells, while some were hollow with their flesh and cores visible from the outside. Karma Divine Tree quickly formed, and the power in the painting was instilled into Karma Divine Tree. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's voice seemed to resonate in Chen Yi's ears. Watch closely, this is the consecutive move based on Karma Divine Tree, Karma Relocation. The killer move was activated, and like the wind, the green smoke swayed with the wind, and Karma Divine Tree seemed to be dancing in the wind. If the ghost dragon sword rushed over, it would be like a meteor. But just as it got close to Karma Divine Tree, with a whoosh, myriad ghost dragon sword vanished. Fang Yuan was shocked. At that instant, he felt his connection with the killer move myriad ghost dragon sword had become minuscule, as if the distance between him and myriad ghost dragon sword had suddenly increased by tens of thousands of li. What method is this? It seems to have the power of teleportation. Fang Yuan squinted, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. The connection between immortal killer moves and goo immortals had a certain distance limit. Once this limit was exceeded, immortal killer moves would often break apart. Fang Yuan's myriad ghost dragon sword was based on myriad ghost sword dragon killer move. It had the characteristics of enslavement path, thus it could still maintain this connection even after being teleported over 100,000 li away. But this connection was already very weak. If it went any further, it would exceed the limit and cause the killer move to collapse. In that case, Fang Yuan would suffer from the backlash of the killer move. If myriad ghost dragon sword was so powerful, the backlash would not be weak, he would definitely vomit blood on the spot. A killer move that can forcefully teleport? Wu Yong obtained information from Fang Yuan. Then I want to see how you deal with my farewell friend Wind. Wu Yong sneered. His figure appeared behind Chen Yi again. Immortal killer move, farewell friend Wind. But just as Wu Yong patted Chen Yi's shoulder, the scene in his vision changed. In an instant, he was teleported away from infallible blessed land battlefield, returning to southern border. This? Wu Yong was stunned. He stood at the peak of the mountain in a daze. Soon after, he reacted. His expression was ashen and extremely unsightly as he quickly transmitted the information. Even a rank 8 goo immortal can be forcefully teleported away. What killer move is this? Karma Divine Tree has such a mystical ability? Southern border and northern plains immortals were shocked, while central continent's morale rose. Let's continue defending like this. Chen Yi was overjoyed, but Fang Yuan's shout made his expression turn solemn again. Fang Yuan shouted, regaining his morale, I found out. Bai Ningbing and the other rank 7 goo immortals charged towards Hairy Foot Mountain. Karma Divine Tree activated. Every time a rank 7 goo immortal was sent away, one fruit would be consumed. That damned Fang Yuan, he actually found the most profitable method of exchanging points so quickly. Chen Yi was also anxious, his eyes were bloodshot, he was extremely weak. A large number of rank 7 goo immortals disappeared, the fruits on the tree were finally used up. The fruitless Karma Divine Tree dissipated with the wind. Chen Yi lowered his head, his aura was extremely weak. In the future, I will be the leader of human Gu immortals. I will create Chi path and lead humanity to rise. Humanity will reign supreme. This is providence. This is the general trend. This is the human heart. Thinking of this, Gu immortal primordial origin was excited. He held Fate Gu in his hand and laughed heartily. He was crying tears of joy. Yuji also smiled happily. He was also a member of the human race. Humanity had been oppressed by the variant human races for a long time. Bitter. After a long sigh, primordial origin collected his emotions. He looked deeply at Fate Gu in his hand and sighed, "Oh Yuji, you are a hero of humanity. A great hero. You brought out Fate Gu, even if we can't use it, this is the biggest flag. To tell you the truth, I have long had the intention to resist the variant humans. But our human Gu immortals are few in number, and even more difficult is that most of these human Gu immortals are slaves. They are slaves and are like ants. They have no dignity, but they also do not dare to offend their masters. Because they know how insignificant they are compared to the variant human races, and how weak humans are. But now, with this Fate Gu, we can announce to the world, we can let all human Gu immortals understand, the future is ours, humanity will reign supreme. Fate Gu will rouse their lost courage, it will rouse the hope in their hearts, it will rouse their spirit of resistance. Moreover, it will unite everyone by our side. This is a banner. It is time to end this battle. Duke Long breathed in deeply, his voice suddenly became louder and spread throughout the entire celestial court. Longevity Heaven, you want to retreat so easily? Hee, isn't this thinking too naive? Duke Long controlled Heaven Overseeing Tower and slowly flew into the sky. This famous immortal Gu house in the 5 regions was now a true rank 9 immortal Gu house. Under the gazes of the celestial court's immortals, Heaven Overseeing Tower started to shine with bright light that pierced into the sky. Like a monarch descending upon the world, it entered the battlefield. Heaven Overseeing Tower, Heaven Overseeing Tower. It wanted to supervise the world, follow providence, and enforce justice on behalf of heaven. This is the true Heaven Overseeing Tower. How many years has it been? It has finally reappeared. I am truly fortunate to be able to see such a scene in my lifetime. Countless celestial court's Gu immortals had tears in their eyes. At this moment, many of them were at the end of their lifespans, but they were smiling in satisfaction. Retreat. Bing Sai Chuan's voice was hoarse. Even the valiant Longevity Heaven showed an anxious expression as it retreated. It is useless. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, Duke Long spoke softly. His narrow dragon eyes revealed a trace of arrogance. Heaven Overseeing Tower burst out with light. Immortal Killer Move, Fate Vanquish. Light. Light everywhere. White light. It filled the world, the earth, and all directions. This was a genuine rank 9 killer move. An attack determined by fate could not be dodged, no matter what method was used to evade it. If fate wants you to lose, you have to lose. This was an attack that could not be resisted. As the white light faded, the celestial court's immortals stood proudly on the battlefield, while the experts of Northern Plains history had expressions of disbelief, shock, or bitterness as they collapsed. The phantom river of time that was engraved on the battlefield also vanished. Calamity Luck Altar was mostly destroyed. It was a tragic sight, like an ordinary thatched hut that was hit by a hurricane. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan, Bull Demon, and 5 Elements Grandmaster were heavily injured and coughing out blood. Leave quickly. Bing Sai Chuan breathed heavily as he controlled the half-destroyed Calamity Luck Altar. Orange-yellow light shone in the sky again. This was Giant Sun Immortal's backup. It was a path of retreat. Calamity Luck Altar entered the orange-yellow light. You want to leave? Where do you think you are going? The Celestial Court's immortals charged forward. Leave quickly. Mao Li Qiu gritted its teeth, forcefully supporting its swaying body as it stood in front of the Celestial Court's immortals with determination. Celestial Court's immortals, please retreat. Duke Long ordered. The Celestial Court's immortals were surprised. Fairy Myrtle, Lord Duke Long. Duke Long sighed, leave some foundation for the Celestial Court. The immortals were silent. In this battle, the Celestial Court suffered huge losses. It was a huge loss. Only then could they regain their reputation and raise morale, making the Gu immortals of the other 4 regions deeply wary and not dare to offend them again. Fate Vanquish was undoubtedly the best choice. It was a rank 9 killer move, because Fate Gu was completely restored, its power was even more terrifying. But it still needed some time to use it now. Fate Vanquish could not be used frequently. It seems that I have to do it myself. Otherwise, news of the battle will spread everywhere, my Celestial Court's immortals will be suppressed instead, it will not look good for us. Duke Long arranged for several Celestial Court Gu immortals to take his place in defending Heaven Overseeing Tower, while he himself slowly floated out. Duke Long has come out, be careful of him. Bing Sai Chuan knew how terrifying Duke Long was, he quickly reminded. Let's attack together. Yao Huang shouted, Fang Yuan and the rest quickly responded. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building and the other immortal Gu houses protected these rank 8 Gu immortals. The moment Duke Long came out, he fell into the encirclement of Fang Yuan and the rest. Several rank 8 killer moves were unleashed, their power was shocking. Be careful. Despicable. Dodge. All over Central Continent, especially in the 10 great ancient sects territories, a large number of Gu immortals shouted in shock. Through the changing images, they saw that Duke Long was being attacked, they were anxious, worried, and filled with grief and indignation. Bam bam bam, after a series of explosions, dust and smoke filled the air. Within the dust and smoke, Duke Long's huge figure stood tall. The 9 coiling dragon phantoms on his body expanded, creating intense winds that dispersed the dust and smoke. Duke Long had a calm expression, he was still hovering at the same spot. His indifferent dragon eyes looked around as Duke Long spoke, are you trying to tickle me with these tricks? Strong. So strong. Yao Huang and the rest, who had fought against Duke Long for the first time, were greatly shaken, even though they had already obtained first-hand information about the battle in Celestial Court from Bing Sai Chuan. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth as a dazed expression appeared in his eyes, he is several times stronger than before. Without 7 extreme desolation now, just the half-destroyed Calamity Luck altar is not his match. What do we do? Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon. Immortal Killer Move, Wounded Centipede Mark. Fang Yuan and Heavenly Lord Baizu activated their killer moves at the same time, Sword Chi rampaged and ghost dragons flew in the sky, while gray-white centipedes flew in the sky, seemingly illusory at the same time. The 2 killer moves were like a tidal wave, one on the left and one on the right, one above and one below, drowning Duke Long. In Central Continent, countless spectators gasped in shock, they were worried for Duke Long. From within the sea of dragons and centipedes, Duke Long's calm voice could be heard, good move, but it is not enough. Legendary Immemorial Desolate Beast, Di Zongsheng. A strange expression flashed past Duke Long's face, he snorted coldly and charged forward without dodging. 1 immortal and 1 beast fought, falling into a deadlock. Since when did Di Zongsheng become so strong? Celestial Court's Gu immortals were shocked. It seems that because the 5 regions are about to fuse into one, the earth veins are united, and because of this battle, many sacrifices were made, Central Continent is enraged. It also caused Di Zongsheng's strength to rise sharply. But, wasn't Di Zongsheng trapped in Hidden Dragon Cave? Why did he suddenly appear here? The immortals were uncertain, they had many questions. But they all knew that back then, Duke Long had personally suppressed Di Zongsheng, thus, it was natural that Di Zongsheng was looking for trouble with Duke Long now. Just like what Duke Long had said in Celestial Court, Di Zongsheng's battle strength had risen sharply, he could rival Duke Long himself. Who knows, this legendary immemorial desolate beast might even be the strongest existence among the current legendary immemorial beasts. Great, there is always a way out. Let's retreat now. We cannot retreat. Fang Yuan shouted, this is a good chance to attack. Duke Long is too arrogant, he is being held back by Di Zongsheng. We will go to Heaven Overseeing Tower now and destroy Fate Gu. Saying so, Fang Yuan took the lead and charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Bing Sai Chuan was the first to react, he shouted and gathered the Northern Plains immortals, following closely behind. The deities of Southern Frontier also launched a frenzied attack. Chapter 1757. Central Continent, Thunder Peak Mountain Range. Boom! A huge explosion resounded in the surroundings of tens of li. 3 Gu immortals were fighting. Leave behind the electrolytic iron starflower, otherwise, even if I die, I will not let you two off. Central Continent Gu immortal Milan Guang shouted angrily. And he had 2 opponents. One was a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar with fluttering sleeves, the other was a short and wretched-looking young man. The former was an Eastern Sea Gu immortal, Great Treasury immortal, he had rank 7 cultivation and cultivated information path. The latter was a local Gu immortal of Central Continent, a rank 6 Jian Yisheng. Great Treasury immortal frowned, his tone was impatient as anger flashed in his eyes. Milan Guang, did you chase me for so long just for an electrolytic iron starflower? Yes, I admit, this information path and lightning path immortal material was personally nurtured by you, it is something that has never been seen before in this world. I was excited to see it, I also cultivate information path like you, so I secretly took one and wanted to research it. I'll tell you the truth, if you continue to force me for a rank 7 immortal material, I'll start a war with you and fight to the death. I will also teach you that Eastern Sea Gu immortals are not so easy to bully. Once he said this, Jian Yisheng immediately flattered him, Senior Great Treasury immortal, your words are very reasonable. We should have done this long ago and gotten rid of this Milan Guang. Otherwise, if we let him chase us like this, we would not be able to do any business. The current situation is a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. Great Treasury immortal looked at Jian Yisheng and nodded reluctantly, we can only do that. Even though Great Treasury immortal had rank 7 cultivation level while Jian Yisheng was only rank 6, the latter was a famous lone immortal in Central Continent, he specialized in sword escape killer moves and was extremely slippery, he was also a local tyrant of Central Continent. Precisely because he appeared and told Great Treasury immortal about Milan Guang's treasure location, Great Treasury immortal learned of this special rank 7 immortal material, electrolytic iron starflower. Great Treasury immortal cultivated information path and was very interested in it. Together with Jian Yisheng, they stole a portion of electrolytic iron starflower while Middle Continent was in chaos. During this process, they were discovered by Milan Guang. The Great Treasury immortal's actions were exposed and he couldn't help but feel weak. He didn't want to act and was chased by Milan Guang. Milan Guang looked at Great Treasury immortal, then looked at Jian Yisheng and sneered, so that's how it is. Next, he said something that made Great Treasury immortal feel very surprised. Great Treasury immortal, even though you are an Eastern Sea Gu immortal, you are also a famous information path expert, I have long heard of your name, but you were deceived by that scoundrel Jian Yisheng. There are 13 electrolytic iron starflowers in my valley. You stole one, Jian Yisheng plucked 3, and the rest were destroyed by his sword arts. What? Jian Yisheng laughed heartily. Mi Longuang, you are obviously trying to sow discord. Aren't you a little too clumsy? But the next moment, Great Treasury Immortal turned around and stared at him angrily. Jian Yisheng, what have you done? Jian Yisheng's heart jumped. Oh no, they are both information path Gu Immortals, I cannot discover their secret communication. I'm afraid Great Treasury Immortal has already believed the evidence. Jian Yisheng was decisive, since he could not deceive Great Treasury Immortal anymore, he laughed sinisterly and flew away like a sword. Great Treasury Immortal and Mi Longuang were shocked. The formation suddenly activated and trapped Great Treasury Immortal. It turned out that everything was a trap, and Mi Longuang's electrolytic iron starflower was the bait to lure the big fish, Great Treasury Immortal. At the same time, Celestial Court battlefield. This unparalleled war had finally reached its most critical moment. Fang Yuan and the rest charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower, while Duke Long was temporarily stalled by Di Zhangsheng. If Fang Yuan and the rest charged into Heaven Overseeing Tower and Fang Yuan destroyed Fate Gu, Celestial Court's Gu refinement plan would fail completely. But if Fang Yuan could not destroy Fate Gu, the Northern and Southern Immortals would be surrounded by Celestial Court's Gu Immortals due to their poor positioning, the situation would be very disadvantageous. This is the final chance, I must. Fang Yuan had just made up his mind when white light shot out of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Rank 9 Immortal Killer Move, Fate Vanquish. The time between two uses of Fate Vanquish has already been shortened to this extent? Fang Yuan was greatly shocked. Almost in an instant, the white light faded completely. A huge change occurred in the situation of the battlefield. Several immortal Gu houses on Fang Yuan's side were completely destroyed, the Gu Immortals inside died. Of the two rank 8 Gu Immortals behind Fang Yuan, one was heavily injured and the other fainted on the spot. The rest of the Immortals were in a complete mess, their injuries were not light. The power of Fate Vanquish is actually so terrifying. In Southern Borders battlefield earlier, it clearly did not have such power. Terrifying. A complete rank 9 Fate Gu is too terrifying. This is Heaven Overseeing Tower's true power. There is no way to defend against it. Southern Border and Northern Plains Gu Immortals were disheartened, they lost their morale. On the contrary, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals and Central Continent's countless spectators cheered loudly at this scene. Celestial Court is mighty. Kill these invaders, let them repay this debt of blood with blood. With such a method, our Central Continent will win for sure. Using everybody's vision killer move, seeing this scene, countless Central Continent's people cheered and their morale soared. Celestial Court's divine might was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. Mother, why hasn't that person fallen? Among all the demons, he is the only one that has not fallen. A little girl shook her mother's hand, asking in confusion. Even mortals could clearly observe the situation of the battle. Unfortunately, the little girl's mother was only a mortal. She shook her head in confusion. I don't know either. But don't worry, our Central Continent is protected by Gu Immortals, we will not fail. Fang Yuan, that's right, he is an otherworldly demon. He is not an ordinary otherworldly demon, he is a complete otherworldly demon. Thus, Fate Vanquish is like a gentle breeze to him. After being dazed for a while, the Southern and Southern Immortals gradually reacted. Right now, Fang Yuan was already entangled by the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals that flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, he could not get close to it. But Fang Yuan's existence was like a spark, igniting the Southern and Southern Immortals' hearts. In an instant, the flame of fighting spirit that was about to be extinguished was ignited once again. He is the only one left. That's right, we have Fang Yuan. Although we have deep enmity with him, but the Southern and Southern Immortals' eyes shined with brilliance again. Their morale actually rose. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were surprised. Quick, kill Fang Yuan. Duke Long had just ordered when he was bitten by Di Zongsheng. But no matter how Di Zongsheng gritted his teeth, Duke Long's body was tough, only a few scratches and sparks appeared. At the same time, Wu Yong's orders came from Jewel Yellow Skies, Southern Alliance Immortals, listen to my orders, assist Fang Yuan with all your strength, break into Heaven Overseeing Tower and destroy Fate Gu. Bing Sai Chuan also reacted, help Fang Yuan, this is our final charge. If we fail, we will die. Charge. This is... Fang Yuan, who was fighting, sensed the power behind him, his eyes shined brightly. His killing intent surged. I will kill you. Duke Long's amber-like dragon pupils reflected Fang Yuan's clear face, his tone was bone-chilling and filled with killing intent. But at the next moment, an immortal Gu house interfered, blocking the two. Fang Yuan, leave. The Southern and Northern Immortals shouted together. Fang Yuan snorted coldly and turned around, continuing to chase after Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long was obstructed, he roared and activated his killer move, tearing with his claws. The sturdy immortal Gu house was torn apart like paper in his hands. Duke Long continued to chase, but he had just taken a few steps when Heavenly Lord Baizu appeared in front of him. Duke Long grabbed with his hand and crushed Heavenly Lord Baizu. At the next moment, Heavenly Lord Baizu pounced again. Not killed? Duke Long was surprised, he had clearly activated his investigative killer move and sensed that it was Heavenly Lord Baizu's main body. But the Heavenly Lord Baizu in front of him gave him the same feeling as the main body. Duke Long's thoughts moved as he understood, a killer move that can instantly swap places with the main body and clone. Indeed. Heavenly Lord Baizu was a famous lone cultivator rank 8 in Northern Plains. He took over He tribe's territory and created Baizu tribe, joining Northern Plains' righteous path. Longevity Heaven actively roped in all of Northern Plains Gu Immortals for the sake of the big picture. Heavenly Lord Baizu was one of them. One of the conditions for Heavenly Lord Baizu to accept the recruitment was an immortal killer move from Longevity Heaven's treasury. With this technique, he could switch between his doppelganger and his main body. Heavenly Lord Baizu felt that he had been obstructed in his attacks on He Fan Grotto Heaven in the past, he had asked for it. Precisely because of this, after Heavenly Lord Baizu's main body was transported to Eastern Sea by karma relocation, he could switch places quickly and return to infallible Blessed Land. Annoying fly. Duke Long frowned slightly. Heavenly Lord Baizu tried to obstruct him again and again, even though he could not block a single attack, he managed to switch places with his main body at the critical moment. His performance was amazing, he actually managed to stall Duke Long's pursuit. But soon, other Celestial Court Gu Immortals attacked Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu soon fell into a dangerous situation, he could not even take care of himself. Duke Long chased after Fang Yuan again, but Five Elements Grandmaster was already guarding behind Fang Yuan. Come! Five Elements Grandmaster activated his strongest defensive method, Five Elements Ring. This was an immortal formation that was condensed into a 5-colored ring. No matter what, I can at least last a few breaths of time. Five Elements Grandmaster gritted his teeth. But at the next moment, Duke Long did not stop. He broke through the 5 Elements ring and continued to chase after Fang Yuan. Five Elements Grandmaster's defensive killer move was broken, he immediately suffered a huge backlash, his injuries were severe. But he quickly swallowed the blood in his mouth and chased after Duke Long without any regard for his own safety. Duke Long did not even look at him, he casually sent out a dragon-shaped purple-gold chi. This was a Chi Path killer move. Five Elements Grandmaster stared with furious eyes, he was struck by the purple-gold dragon chi. With a loud sound, he exploded into minced meat and broken bones, dying on the spot. 5 Elements Grandmaster's death did not intimidate the southern and northern immortals. Soon, Yi Haofeng sacrificed himself to attack, attempting to stop Duke Long. Duke Long was stalled by him for a few breaths of time, but he soon killed Yi Haofeng. I don't have much time left. Duke Long's expression did not change, but he was getting anxious internally. Heavenly Dragon's last stand made him powerful to a terrifying extent. He could slaughter rank 8 Gu immortals like they were chickens, but his lifespan was reaching its limit. Under the southern and northern immortals sacrificing themselves to obstruct him, Fang Yuan finally caught up to Heaven Overseeing Tower. In contrast, Heaven Overseeing Tower was being restrained by Bing Sichuan's Calamity Luck Altar. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan obtained a lot. His luck was quite good. He obtained a rank 7 Immortal Gu and a large number of Mortal Gu. But this was not a huge loss to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Especially when Fang Yuan knew that even though Great Thief Ghost Hand relied on ghostly concealment, it was not a true rank 9 killer move. It had no effect on Fate Gu. The true threat is still Dream Path killer moves. Fang Yuan did not have any Dream Path offensive killer moves. He could only use the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies to self-detonate. But Heaven Overseeing Tower was already prepared against such a crude offensive method. Fang Yuan had to have a perfect opportunity, otherwise, he would only be asking for losses if he used it carelessly. Fang Yuan's tactic was to use Great Thief Ghost Hand to force Heaven Overseeing Tower to create an opportunity to detonate the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies. He did not know how long the southern and southern immortals could last, but this was the best tactic now. But when Fang Yuan used the second Great Thief Ghost Hand, a rank 8 Gu immortal suddenly appeared and easily blocked his Great Thief Ghost Hand. Lu Wei-yin, what are you doing? The southern border Gu immortals saw this person and immediately called out his identity. They were shocked and furious. Lu Wei-yin pointed at Fang Yuan. My disciple Yi Fan died in your hands. Fang Yuan, hand over your life. Lu Wei-yin, you are Paradise Earth's inheritor, a southern border Gu immortal. Even if you want to take revenge for your disciple, why are you in such a hurry? Get out of the way. Cooperate with us, we will defeat the Celestial Court together. Otherwise. The southern border Gu immortals were agitated. They shouted. Even more terrifyingly, dragon men are born among humans. They are naturally able to lower the vigilance of humans. With the protection of a highly respected Venerable One's teacher like me, who can suppress and disturb them? At this rate, one day, dragon men will suppress humans. If an accident happens again, and Fate Gu reveals Draconians reigning supreme again, the consequences will be unimaginable. Saying so, Duke Long looked at Red Lotus deeply. When you entered the Celestial Court and came to persuade me, I suddenly realized that this might be the time for star constellations will to guide me. The Dragon Man race should not exist, but its destruction needs to have some value. This value is to persuade you, my disciple Hong Ting. I want to instill the spirit of sacrifice in you. I want to show you the spirit of the orthodox path of humanity. Red Lotus, Master, Duke Long's body shook. his tears finally flowed down. He had personally killed his own descendant, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife, he was filled with grief, but he did not feel a trace of regret. His voice became louder as he shouted at Red Lotus, "Hong Ting, my disciple. Your path cannot be taken, you cannot win against the Celestial Court. Because the strength of the Celestial Court is not just on the surface, it is not just fate Gu. It is the sacrifices of generations of Gu immortals, they shed their blood and sacrificed themselves without any regard for their own safety. They defended humanity, they protected the orthodox path, generations after generations of Gu immortals. Without such sacrifices, humans would still be ravaged and enslaved by variant humans, they would not have such a beautiful life today. Hong Ting, I will teach you. The heavenly courts will nurture you. What you are enjoying is the contribution and sacrifice of our ancestors since ancient times. So, come back, Hong Ting. I will follow fate's arrangements." Red Lotus, Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. Duke Long's recollection only lasted for an instant, his gaze became sharp again. He looked at Dragon Palace from afar, smiling coldly, "What a pity. Dragon Spirit, your existence has already been deduced by Fairy Myrtle. All of this is just to beat you at your own game." At the next moment, he activated an Immortal Killer move. He had once used this Immortal Killer move to persuade Red Lotus, but it did not succeed. But now, it was more than enough to kill Bai Ning Bing. Immortal Killer move, Dragon Man Extermination. In an instant, Bai Ning Bing's body shook, her heart felt like it was being clenched, she fell to the ground and coughed out blood. Dragon Spirit shouted in shock, "What happened?" It did not know the secrets of the past. In fact, it was created long after the Dragon Man race was exterminated by Duke Long. Under Dragon Spirit's fearful gaze, Bai Ning Bing died rapidly, her corpse gradually lost its body temperature in the huge Dragon Palace. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was walking out of the formation that imprisoned Spectral Soul. Celestial Court's battlefield had not been cleaned up yet, but Fairy Myrtle came to Spectral Soul's prison and inspected it urgently. "I was overthinking. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was powerful and ruthless back then, the current Spectral Soul is only a remnant soul, he has no goo worms or immortal essence, how can he do anything? Not to mention getting out of here." "Oh." Dragon Spirit was exposed, everything is going according to plan. Seeing this, Fairy Myrtle smiled lightly. She was the one who deduced Dragon Spirit's existence, she had her suspicions earlier. Because the ownerless Dragon Palace could actually capture the 4 Dragon Generals, it had extraordinary intelligence. After she deduced Dragon Spirit's existence, Dragon Spirit deceived Duke Long and created the illusion that Duke Long had refined Dragon Palace, Celestial Court knew about it. Duke Long asked Fairy Myrtle for help, Fairy Myrtle played along and set up the trap of Hidden Dragon Cave. This trap not only targeted the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals, it also targeted Dragon Spirit and Di Zangsheng. If not for this plan, how would Fairy Myrtle dare to use the killer move Everybody's Vision to spread the news of the final battle in Infallible Blessed Land? Fairy Myrtle walked into an immortal Gu house, the benevolence Gu that she borrowed was inside. She thought to herself, "Next, it is time to deal with Fong Yuan Spring-Autumn Cicada." Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. Boom! Dragon Palace was sent flying, Dragon Spirit was screaming in panic, it was out of its wits. The Dream Path offensive killer move was interrupted, Heaven Overseeing Tower returned to normal, leaving its phantom state. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals laughed loudly, their plan to lure the enemy was a huge success. Damn it, so this was all part of Celestial Court's plan, the battle situation was never out of their control. Fong Yuan's expression was grim, he had to admit, "We lost this battle." Bing Sai Chuan also realized this, but he still shouted loudly, mobilizing the Gu Immortals to charge towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower retreated extremely quickly, the southern and northern immortals felt even more despair. It is time to retreat. Fang Yuan's eyes moved. He had a rank 8 killer move with fixed immortal travel as the core. If he used it properly, there was hope of breaking out. However, at this time, with Lu Weiyin as the leader and Celestial Court's Gu Immortals as support, they surrounded Fang Yuan's group tightly. Fang Yuan's group was like a cornered beast that counterattacked at the last moment. It was extremely frenzied. Lu Weiyin saw the chance and used an immortal killer move. It was called 8 Directions Blessed Land. This move was a defensive killer move. Not only could it defend oneself, it could also strengthen others. Under the effect of the killer move 8 Directions Blessed Land, it instantly formed many spheres of sand that enveloped the Gu Immortals, easily blocking all the immortal killer moves. Even Calamity Luck Alter's killer move was the same. At once, both sides showed expressions of shock. Lu Weiyin's strength surpassed everyone's expectations once again. Lu Weiyin's display dragged the southern and northern immortals deeper into the abyss of despair. On the other side, Duke Long got rid of Di Zongsheng and charged into Dragon Palace. Di Zongsheng wanted to chase him but was stalled by Heaven Overseeing Tower and the other immortal Gu houses. Duke Long, you are the greatest traitor. Dragon Spirit screamed as it hid in the depths of Dragon Palace. Duke Long could not find it immediately. He poured in his immortal essence as he forcefully refined Dragon Palace again. He smiled. I need to thank you for getting rid of the huge problem that is Di Zongsheng. Now, as long as I gain full control of Dragon Palace, Di Zongsheng will have no choice but to submit to me. Celestial Court will obtain the strongest legendary immemorial desolate beast in history. Dragon Spirit screamed in anger. It scolded Duke Long for being despicable and sinister while blocking Duke Long's forceful refinement while summoning Di Zongsheng urgently. Di Zongsheng roared in anger as he tried to break through the obstruction. Celestial Court's defensive line was on the verge of collapse. At the crucial moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower showed its might again, activating Fate Vanquish. Di Zongsheng was the first to bear the brunt of it. He was fiercely suppressed. More than half of Fang Yuan's Gu Immortals were instantly killed by Fate Vanquish. The power of a rank 9 immortal killer move was too terrifying. Only Fang Yuan was completely immune to the power of Fate Vanquish. He stood alone proudly. Fang Yuan, don't think you will have an easy time. You can't escape. These immortal killer moves were specially prepared for you. Have a taste of them. Close to 10 rank 8 Gu Immortals surrounded Fang Yuan. A large number of killer moves enveloped him. He could not use the Gu worms in his immortal aperture. You want to target my spring-autumn cicada? Damn it! Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He used all his strength to activate killer moves to counterattack. He did not hesitate to expend his Dao marks. Countless sword ghost dragons flew around, but he was still suppressed by Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. He could not break free. Suddenly, there was a resounding dragon roar. Di Zongsheng's huge dragon head rampaged and crashed into Fang Yuan's encirclement. This legendary immemorial desolate beast was also anxious. It ignored everything else. It endured countless killer moves and rushed towards Dragon Palace to reinforce it. Haha, too late. Duke Long laughed loudly. He had already refined most of Dragon Palace. He was about to capture the Dragon Spirit. The Dragon Spirit screamed, even if I die, I will not let you have your way. Boom! With a loud sound, Dragon Palace self-detonated. Countless fragments flew everywhere. The Grand Dragon Palace only had a small foundation and a few pillars left. Now is the time. Using this chaos, Fang Yuan finally broke free from some restraints. His clone activated an immortal killer move. Spring-autumn success. The demon is counterattacking. I will protect you. Lu Weiyin shouted, activating 8 Directions Blessed Land again to protect countless Gu Immortals. Now is the time. At the same time, Fairy Myrtle also made a move, activating an immortal killer move, Equal Justice. Duke Long tore apart the 8 Directions Blessed Land that was protecting him. He charged towards Fang Yuan with the remaining Dragon Palace. Along the way, he encountered Di Zongsheng, but Di Zongsheng lowered his head, expressing his submission. Fang Yuan, you can die too. Duke Long teleported, appearing in front of Fang Yuan. Chapter 1762. In this pitch-black space, there was a vast and boundless river. It surged and flowed endlessly, its origin and destination could not be seen. Secluded domain of heaven and earth, river of time. The river of time was pale and colorless, but every drop of water that collided with each other would shine with dazzling colors. Every drop of water had a story, a scene that had happened in the past. Trillions of water splashes bloomed and collided with each other. The entire river of time was like fireworks, colorful and dazzling, extremely beautiful. A small goo worm covered in a layer of jade-green light suddenly appeared and plunged into the river of time. This goo worm's head and abdomen were brownish-yellow in color. There were tree ring-like markings on its surface, showing the vicissitudes of time. The wings on its back were very wide and translucent, like two green leaves overlapping each other. The tiny goo worm was inconspicuous in the vast river of time. It was smaller than an ant. After the goo worm plunged into the river, it showed a sense of determination as it swam against the current, tracing the past. Jewel yellow skies. A wave of excitement arose as goo immortals conversed and discussed with each other. What caused this uproar were only the three rib bones and the scene of a battle. It is hard to imagine that this demon Fang Yuan already has such battle strength. Sigh, his growth is too fast, he is already a demonic path overlord of the current generation. Fang Yuan is an otherworldly demon, he also has spring-autumn cicada and has been reborn. He naturally has a huge advantage in cultivation. I recognize her, this is Celestial Court's Goo Immortal Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Who could have thought she would be suppressed by Fang Yuan? Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jing Lan, this is an old senior, she is actually still alive? Central Continent's Celestial Court is only SOSO, they are the #1 human force in vain. They have been searching for Fang Yuan all along. In the end, they sent a rank 8 Goo Immortal, but they were still beaten to such a sorry state by Fang Yuan. In Celestial Court, Chen Yi's expression was unsightly, while Fairy Myrtle's body was trembling from anger. This thief, Fang Yuan, is really sinister and cunning. Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth because in the video of the battle in Jewel Yellow Skies, Fang Yuan had only cut out the part where he had successfully counterattacked and beaten Jing Lan. Chen Yi frowned. Lady Ziwei, should we inform Thunder Ghost True Monarch about this? Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jing Lan was a Goo Immortal expert who had recently awakened in Celestial Court. Jing Lan chased after Fang Yuan, but in a moment of carelessness, Fang Yuan counterattacked. Fang Yuan relied on the 10,000 flood dragon and chaotic directional fog to delay her while he entered the 5 regional walls. By the time Jing Lan set out once more to pursue him, the distance between her and Fang Yuan was already very large. After Fairy Myrtle was unable to calculate Fang Yuan's specific location, Jing Lan lost her way in the boundary wall. Ziwei. Where is that demon, Fang Yuan? Jing Lan transmitted her voice. She was flustered and exasperated, her tone was very aggressive. She had thought it would be easy to capture him, but in the end, she ended up heavily injured and in such a miserable state. How could the prideful Jing Lan accept this reality? She gritted her teeth, anxiously hoping to capture and kill Fang Yuan to avenge her humiliation. Fairy Myrtle was silent for a moment before slowly informing Jing Lan. What? Even you can lose him? Jing Lan was furious and extremely dissatisfied. Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment is no longer the same as before. But he still has to go to Langya Blessed Land. We have already made arrangements there. Although we did not capture this thief, we still made huge gains. Even though land spirits could not lie, they could still scheme and scheme. Like the black-haired land spirit in front of him, he was ambitious and had good leadership skills. And his previous owner, white-haired land spirit, was even more adept at enduring silently. He managed Langya blessed land very well. Black and white land spirits had their own specialties. The black-haired land spirit planned to tell me the truth. More specifically, when Fang Yuan found out about it, he would tell the truth. It was not a lie. Fang Yuan looked at the black-haired land spirit with a faint smile. First Supreme Elder, I wanted to exchange for refinement path true meaning. These immortal goo alone are not enough. Now that steel life goo is in such a state, I need to add some things to make up for the difference. The black-haired land spirit rolled his eyes and mumbled, of course I know that. Tell me, what else do you need? Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. I have a suggestion. His suggestion was to deepen the cooperation with the other three races and use Langya Sect's foundation to exchange for the time path immortal goo in the hands of the variant humans. Land spirit of Langya was surprised. You want to exchange for time path immortal goo? This means, Fang Yuan, you want to develop in time path? Fang Yuan nodded. This was a must. Right now, he had not gotten rid of Xiacha yet. He lacked the 4 time path immortal goo of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. He also did not obtain rank 7 edge goo from Tai Chu Zhong. He could not use time cutting edge either. Fang Yuan's time path immortal goo mainly came from 2 sources. The main one was He Fan's true inheritance, the other was some goo worms left behind in graceful chaotic dual stage. Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment level was quasi-supreme grandmaster. His time path attainment level was the same. Moreover, Red Lotus true inheritance was still in the river of time. Fang Yuan still had to roam the river of time. Of course, he needed strength in the aspect of time path. Land spirit of Langya nodded. Then I will put down my pride and talk to the other 3 races. Fang Yuan, the crucial thing now is Celestial Court. We need to get rid of the harmful Dao marks in the blessed land as soon as possible before secretly relocating. Fang Yuan quickly consoled the anxious black-haired land spirit. I know, don't worry. I collected these time path immortal goo to deal with the harmful Dao marks in Langya blessed land. I also have some plans to deal with the harmful Dao marks in Langya blessed land. I will modify our super immortal formation after some time. As long as you know. The black-haired land spirit patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and left. His efficiency was very high. Not long after, he finished the discussion and handed the time path immortal goo to Fang Yuan. At this point, including Langya Sect's own treasury and the ones exchanged from variant humans, there were a total of 5 time path immortal goo, 3 rank 6 and 2 rank 7. Rank 7 time concealment immortal goo and our needle immortal goo, rank 6 immortal goo yesterday, 10 days, and successive years. The most helpful to Fang Yuan was time concealment immortal goo. This goo could conceal the goo immortal. Fang Yuan was overjoyed to obtain it. Time needle immortal goo was an offensive goo. Once activated, it would shoot out needles to kill strong enemies. The other 3 rank 6 immortal goo were barely satisfactory. They could only be used as supplementary immortal goo at most. A day later, a large number of rank 8 immortal materials were thrown down, creating a rainbow spiral. Wisdom goo entered the spiral of its own accord like a cat that smelled fish. Fang Yuan opened his sovereign immortal aperture and drew the rainbow spiral into his blessed land. Back then, land spirit of Langya had used this method to trick wisdom goo from Hu immortal blessed land into Langya blessed land. Chapter 1765. Northern Plains. Autumn Blade Plain. A goo immortal walked barefoot on the grassland. He was tall and sturdy, his skin had a copper luster, he wore a vest that exposed his shoulders and his trousers were rolled up, revealing his calves. Every time he took a step, he would leave behind footprints made of blood on the grassland. He was Meng Tuesday Quasi-Great Grandmaster of Blade Path, rank 7 Gu Immortal with peak battle strength, one of the top 3 rank 7 experts of Meng tribe. In order to break through his Blade Path attainment level, Meng Tu volunteered to guard Autumn Blade Plain, imitating Renzu and cultivating all year round, ignoring worldly affairs. He was silent as iron, walking on Autumn Blade Plain step by step, his eyes were closed and his brows were slightly furrowed, thinking about the supreme principles of Blade Path. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The ghosts let out ghostly wails and howls as they pounced towards him. These ghostly monsters were terrifying. They were mostly in human form, but they were ugly and sinister. They had green faces and sharp fangs, their claws were like blades, and their eyes were filled with blood. Their dense killing intent caused Meng Tu's hair to stand on end. What the hell is this? Meng Tu was shocked and furious. He fought with these ghostly monsters and was shocked to find that each of these ghostly monsters had rank 7 battle strength. Even with his peak rank 7 battle strength, facing these endless waves of ghostly monsters, he had to retreat. However, just as he was about to retreat, the ghostly monsters attacking him suddenly self-detonated. This change was far beyond Meng Tu's expectations. He was caught unprepared. Boom boom boom. The ghostly monsters self-detonated with great power. Meng Tu spat out blood and retreated rapidly. These ghostly monsters are attacking in a strict and coordinated manner. There must be a Gu Immortal controlling them from behind. But I wonder if it is a Soul Path Gu Immortal or an Enslavement Path Gu Immortal? Meng Tu's heart was shrouded in a heavy shadow. Just as he was about to send a message to his tribe asking for help, the world suddenly changed. By the time Meng Tu reacted, he was already in an immortal battlefield. What immortal battlefield is this? It was set up so quickly. Shock flashed across Meng Tu's eyes. From the start of the battle until now, he had not even seen his opponent's true appearance. Sir, who are you? Why are you making things difficult for my Meng tribe? Meng Tu shouted. The mastermind behind the scenes, Fang Yuan, chuckled and ignored him. Instead, he began to prepare the Luo Pa seal. Fang Yuan didn't have Wu Yong's concealment methods. The moment the Luo Pa seal started to brew, a storm surged and a monstrous aura swept across the entire Yama battlefield. His position was thus exposed. Meng Tu's sharp gaze swept over. He saw that Fang Yuan was an ordinary-looking Gu Immortal. He wore a gray robe and looked ordinary, the type that could not be seen in a crowd. However, Fang Yuan's current aura shocked Meng Tu greatly. Meng Tu was even slightly dazed. He only has rank 7 peak stage cultivation level. How can he use a rank 8 killer move? Actually, Luo Pa seal was only at quasi-rank 8, its aura was terrifying. Fang Yuan did not have rank 8 immortal essence yet. The Luo Pa seal killer move that he used now was weakened. Meng Tu gritted his teeth and charged at Fang Yuan. Northern Plains Gu Immortals were so brave. Fang Yuan chuckled. He was calm and unruffled, as if Meng Tu did not exist. A large number of human-shaped Yama children appeared and blocked Meng Tu without any regard for their own safety. The number of Yama children made Meng Tu despair. Fang Yuan's Luo Pa seal finished its preparation and attacked from afar. Under the pressure of Yama children, Meng Tu blocked left and right. He could not dodge in time and was hit by Luo Pa seal. Fang Yuan sneered. Using the remaining power of Yama Child's self-detonation, Yama battlefield quickly formed and trapped Sleeping Lady inside. Sleeping Lady let out a scream similar to Meng Tu's. What immortal battlefield is this? It's actually so fast. Fang Yuan slowly appeared. Of course not. Compared to Rumor Cage, there is still a huge difference in speed. Sleeping Lady looked at Fang Yuan with a fearful gaze. Who are you? I, Sleeping Lady, have no grievances with you, right? Please be magnanimous. What do you want? We can discuss it. Fang Yuan smiled. I want your life. Sleeping Lady's face instantly turned pale. Yama child swarmed forward. Sleeping Lady was surrounded by danger. She resisted with difficulty while shouting in panic, "Spare my life, I will do anything you want me to." "Wait, I will teach you the method to control the divine hedgehog, how about it? I will use this bargaining chip to exchange for my life." Fang Yuan looked at her indifferently. "Stop acting. How can a person who can deal with Meng tribe and Murong tribe be afraid of death?" Seeing that Fang Yuan had seen through her, Sleeping Lady roared angrily, finally displaying her true strength. She was actually not weak, she was very different from the outside world's evaluation. She managed to kill her way out of the encirclement of the Yama child. But what was the use of this? She could not break through the Yama battlefield, she was still trapped. Fang Yuan started to gather Luo Pasil. Sleeping Lady charged at him, trying to stop Fang Yuan from accumulating his killer move. But she was much weaker than Meng Tu, even Meng Tu could not stop Fang Yuan, let alone her. Sleeping Lady smiled bitterly. "I am a mere lone immortal, I have always been kind to people, I never leave my house, I only want to manage my own land. I did not expect that while I was sitting at home, disaster would come from the sky. You demon, one day, you will receive retribution. What you do to others will be returned to you millions of times. My outcome will be your outcome in the future." She cursed Fang Yuan loudly, venting the anger and fear in her heart. Fang Yuan's voice was bone-piercingly cold. "It seems you still do not know your sins." Sleeping Lady stared with wide eyes. "What sins have I committed?" She was furious. Not only did Fang Yuan want to kill her, he also wanted to slander her. Sleeping Lady sneered, "You are a demonic path Gu immortal, you actually want to learn from the righteous path and slander your opponent to claim righteousness? Humph, you are simply ridiculous. If you were a little more pure, I might have a higher opinion of you. How are you not guilty? Your weakness is a sin." The moment she said that, Fang Yuan shot out Luo Pasil. As expected, Sleeping Lady was hit by this move. Her defensive killer move was torn apart like paper, she died on the spot. Fang Yuan collected her corpse and took away her immortal aperture. The only flaw was that almost all of Sleeping Lady's immortal goo were destroyed by herself. Fang Yuan stored the Yama battlefield. He first pretended to be Sleeping Lady and collected the front-back divine obstruction needles on the divine hedgehog. The divine hedgehog's battle strength fell to rock bottom. Fang Yuan directly suppressed the divine hedgehog and stored it in the sovereign immortal aperture. And Fang Yuan did not let go of this divine needle valley. Chapter 1767. Fang Yuan stepped onto the stone lotus island again. More accurately speaking, it was the first time in this life, but he had already done it in the previous life. Once he stepped onto the stone lotus island, Fang Yuan immersed himself in Red Lotus Demon Venerable's memories. He had already seen this in the previous life, it was just a repetition in this life, but Fang Yuan was still somewhat moved. Red Lotus Demon Venerable is a very special venerable. He originally had rank 9 cultivation level, but he used Spring Autumn Cicada to revive. He gave up his rank 9 venerable status. But if he did not give up, he would not be able to return to the past and change the truth, he would not be able to make up for his regret. Thus, later on, he created Future Self, as well as Call of the Ancient, Help of the Future. The Stone Lotus Island that carried Red Lotus True Inheritance had the ability to conceal itself. It was not easy for the Celestial Court to find it. All along, there had been no gains. In the previous life, just as they were about to gain something, Fang Yuan ruined it. Eventually, Feng Jioge had to use the killer move Wind of Assimilation to destroy the Stone Lotus Island. From the perspective of the Celestial Court, it was quite tragic. The Stone Lotus Island that Feng Yuan stepped onto had been here for millions of years. For some reason, when Feng Yuan stood on the Stone Lotus Island and looked at the surging river water, he suddenly had some enlightenment. The origin of the River of Time should be the beginning of the world. The end of the River of Time is naturally the destruction of the world. The length of the River of Time is the experience of the entire world. And the width of the River of Time corresponds to everything in the world: flowers, birds, fish, insects, humans, beasts, plants, and so on. Clearly, the more prosperous the world, the more things there are, and the wider the River of Time is. The more barren the world is, the fewer things there are, and the narrower the River of Time is. Feng Yuan had quasi-supreme time path attainment level. At this moment, he had a flash of inspiration. He understood all sorts of things and gained a deeper understanding of rebirth. The essence of my rebirth is actually just the will of the future downstream. Through the spring and autumn cicada, it escaped to the upper reaches and fused with me at a certain time upstream. The truth of time in this world determines that there is only one world, and there are no parallel spaces. When I was reborn, the downstream was still flowing. After my death, it is clear that the Celestial Court will rule the world, and the four regions will be helpless. But now that I've been reborn, I'm like a drop of ink in a clear river. As I change more and more things, allowing some things to exist and some things to disappear, this blob of ink will gradually soak more of the river and dye the longer river surface into a different color. When the ink seeped into the Celestial Court to repair Fate Gu and hold the Refinement Path Convention, many things changed. The future changed. Feng Yuan had transmigrated from Earth. There was a term on Earth called the butterfly effect. Now, Feng Yuan suddenly understood that in this Gu world, the ink effect could more accurately describe the effects of rebirth. Of course, I can easily change other things because Fate Gu is not complete, and most importantly, I am an otherworldly demon to begin with. I am not bound by fate. If Red Lotus Demon Venerable were reborn in the past, it would be hard for him to change the state of other things. He would always use all sorts of reasons to make things return to their original state. In other words, the otherworldly demon is a large lump of ink, while the local Gu Immortal's revival is nothing more than a splash of water. Chapter 1768. Feng Yuan landed in the valley. He found a cave and built a simple mortal Gu house, cultivating silently. Wu Xia and the rest stayed on the Stone Lotus Island, familiarizing themselves with future self. Feng Yuan had reborn. He skipped this step. Future self's greatest help to Feng Yuan was not cultivation level or battle strength, but fixed immortal travel. With future self, Feng Yuan could use it to move around in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Of course, it was impossible to directly enter a place like the Dragon Whale Paradise. Immortal Gu were unique. At this moment, the true fixed immortal travel Immortal Gu should be in Feng Jioge's hands. However, as long as a Gu Immortal researched the corresponding killer move, they could display similar power and replace the Immortal Gu that they wanted but could not obtain. This was the profundity of using Gu. Feng Yuan's time path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom as he deduced. One of the main contents was to modify Yama battlefield, adding in time path immortal Gu so that it would have the advantage of a time path immortal battlefield. In the previous life, Feng Yuan had too little time. Not only did he have to raise his cultivation level, he also had to deal with the Celestial Court and obtain Red Lotus true inheritance. Celestial Court exerted huge pressure on him. Feng Yuan resisted it while managing his immortal aperture. In this situation, Fang Yuan was able to deduce killer moves like Yama Battlefield, Luo Pasil, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, and others. He was already doing his best. Gu immortals needed at least 3 to 4 years to deduce a killer move with ordinary power. Fang Yuan had the light of wisdom, he had superior wisdom path methods and extraordinary attainment level. He was able to create miracles in the previous life in terms of killer moves. But in this life, he brought these killer moves with him. Fang Yuan had the results of his previous life's killer moves, he could continue to improve these killer moves in this life. With this, he had a huge advantage. Yama Battlefield is a battlefield of soul path and enslavement path. The advantage of the enslavement path is in a war of attrition. Yama has many sons, he can charge in death, and before dying, he can even self-destruct, he can drag and exhaust a large amount of the enemy's strength. The advantage of the Soul Dao is to use killing to aid killing. In a pure Soul Dao battlefield, killing an enemy will increase the power of the battlefield. Fang Yuan's Yama battlefield had these two strengths. It was just that the latter was slightly weaker, and the speed at which he converted the seed of Yama wasn't fast. Moreover, because Fang Yuan often fought against opponents that were too strong, the advantage of Soul Dao wasn't obvious. When I add in Time Path Immortal Gu, Yama battlefield will possess the specialty of a Time Path battlefield. The specialty of the Time Path battlefield was to change time. The most classic way was to double the time in the battlefield. A day in the outside world was equivalent to a month in the battlefield. This bought enough time for the master of the battlefield to kill the powerful enemy. For example, if an enemy was trapped in a time path battlefield and the enemy's comrades felt that something was amiss, they would come to help. The comrades would use an incense stick of time to rush to the battlefield, but 3 days and 3 nights had already passed in the time path battlefield. The battlefield master had already eliminated the enemy and left. In the previous life, even though Fang Yuan used Yama battlefield to trap Feng Jioge and even stole his fixed immortal travel Immortal Gu, he could not kill him in the end. The reason was, Feng Jioge used Fate Armor Immortal Gu to stall for time, while Fairy Myrtle unraveled Yama battlefield. Chapter 1769. Fang Yuan calculated the time. He had plenty of time. Even though he had already killed Meng Tu and Sleeping Lady, he went to the River of Time and obtained Red Lotus True Inheritance, and even went to southern border to get that wild Immortal Gu in his plan. After doing so many things, there were still a few days left before Zhang Ji sold the floating life fire. It is mainly because in the previous life, I spent several months to deduce killer moves like Yama Emperor and Son of Yama. But in this life, I set off immediately, I saved a lot of time and effort. For the next few days, Fang Yuan was not idle. Using Future Self, he continuously teleported out of Langya Blessed Land, he traveled all over the 5 regions, he went to southern border the most. The places that Fang Yuan went to were all places where earth trenches were forming. In his previous life, the 5 regions were in turmoil, the earth veins merged, earth trenches started to appear everywhere, this phenomenon was getting more and more intense. Until the final battle, when Fang Yuan died at Duke Long's hands, the 5 regional walls vanished, the earth veins became one, the earth trenches stopped forming. After a few days, Fang Yuan had great gains. Not only did he get a mountain of immortal materials, he even obtained 3 wild rank 6 Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's luck was much worse than in his previous life, but it was not hard to obtain these resources. Because he had information on them. The formation of earth trenches was a sign of providence, no Gu immortal could fully estimate it. Each earth trench formed was tens of thousands of li long, some were even hundreds of thousands of li long, they were also extremely deep. it was not easy to explore them. Even super forces would find it hard to explore earth trenches in a short period of time and search for the most valuable resources. Fang Yuan, however, had a clear goal. He knew where the gains were, he went there directly. This was all thanks to the information he had gathered in his previous life. There was no pattern to the formation of earth trenches. To most Gu immortals, this information was worthless. But to Fang Yuan, who had spring-autumn cicada, it was different. In my previous life, I did not set foot in earth trenches, because it was too difficult to compete with super forces with my own strength. Most importantly, the heavenly courts has given me immense pressure, forcing me to have no choice but to face it. I have to rack my brains to plot the true legacy of the Red Lotus. I did not have the time or energy to care about earth trenches. But looking at it now, the earth trenches are truly abundant and tempting. And this resource surge will cause the Gu immortal's strength to soar, and with strength, the Gu immortal's ambition will be stimulated as well. In my previous life, the 4 regions Gu immortals attacked the celestial court. The earth trench resources were very important. In the previous life, when Gu immortals of the 4 regions attacked Central Continent's heavenly court, these earth trench resources played an important role behind the scenes. In my previous life, the 5 regions' chaotic war broke out and the 5 regions became unstable. The resources from the earth trench and the dream realm were the main reasons for this. During his time, Fang Yuan of Wood, and he would to analyze his situation and Ling Ling court, he, Ling Yu, dragon would be. Of Fang of king. In his free time, Fang Yuan would analyze the situation and his own situation. He would refine his rebirth plan. The most important thing was that his current strength and influence were extremely important, far surpassing any of his previous rebirths. The main point was that his current strength and influence were extremely important, far surpassing any of his previous rebirths. Fang Yuan was executing his plan strictly, but at the same time, he was also on guard against any possible problems that might arise. As Fang Yuan expected, a problem really appeared. And it was aimed at Fang Yuan's weakness. A few days later, Fang Yuan observed jewel yellow skies but did not see Zhang Ji. According to the previous life, Zhang Ji had already started selling floating life fire. Fang Yuan quickly investigated. Fortunately, it was not hard to obtain information about Zhang Ji. Black Heaven Temple's Gu immortal Zhang Ji lost to Crane Gate's Kanyang Laojun in a competition. Thus, when they were exploring, the floating life fire that they encountered ended up in Kanyang Laojun's hands. Crane Gate and Black Heaven Temple were Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. In terms of sect strength, Crane Gate was weaker than Black Heaven Temple, but in terms of individual Gu immortal battle strength, Kanyang Laojun was stronger than Zhang Ji. Black Heaven Temple's Zhang Ji had rank 7 cultivation level, but he was ordinary. Meanwhile, Kanyang Laojun's reputation had spread far and wide. His signature killer move, life-chasing fire, was a headache for countless Gu immortals. A few years ago, he had even entered northern plains with Feng Jioga to investigate the truth behind the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Zhang Ji's defeat to Kanyang Laojun quickly spread. Fang Yuan did not need to guess, he could tell with his toes, this was clearly caused by Crane Gate. Crane Gate was weaker than Black Heaven Temple, they had to cherish every opportunity, they were using this victory to raise their sect's reputation. Fang Yuan was not surprised at Kanyang Laojun's victory. What interested him was, why did Kanyang Laojun appear here? In the previous life, there was no sign of Kanyang Laojun. Zhang Ji obtained the floating life fire safely and smoothly. This is not good. Different from Zhang Ji, Kanyang Laojun is a fire path Gu immortal, the floating life fire is useful to him. Even if it is useless, Kanyang Laojun can hand it over to Crane Gate. He is different from Zhang Ji, he is stronger than Zhang Ji and his status in the sect cannot be compared to Zhang Ji. Thus, if he hands over the floating life fire, the sect will definitely give him some feedback. Kanyang Laojun's personal gains will not be low either. Fang Yuan felt a headache. He had to start devising other plans to see if there were any other ways to obtain the floating fire. But right at this time, the floating life fire was suddenly put up for sale by Kanyang Laojun in jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned before understanding Kanyang Laojun's intention. Or more accurately, this was Crane Gate's intention. Crane Gate seemed to place great importance on this opportunity. They wanted to use it to spread the news and raise their sect's reputation. Kanyang Laojun selling the floating life fire was the same as Fang Yuan selling Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3 rib bones. With the painting in front of him, it was very easy for him to describe the painting's technique and profundities. Of course, he was a bystander after all, he could not completely understand the profundities of this formation. But it did not matter, as a spy, Sixth Hair was currently controlling an important aspect of this formation. With Sixth Hair's support, Fang Yuan prevented the long hair refinement path formation from interfering with the blood path formation. The land spirit of Lengia struggled for a while before finally realizing, under Fang Yuan's meticulous scheme, he no longer had the strength to turn the tables. Without a choice, this black-haired land spirit, who was already completely corroded by the blood light, gave way to the white-haired land spirit on the other side in an attempt to turn the tables. Regretfully, how could Fang Yuan, who knew the land spirit of Lengia, miss this point? After the white-haired land spirit appeared, he was immediately suppressed by the blood path formation. At the same time, large amounts of blood light seeped into him. Despicable and shameless. The white-haired land spirit was completely suppressed, he could not move, he could only open his mouth to speak. He scolded Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, you are a sinister and crafty scoundrel. My Lengia blessed land helped you the most in being able to reach this stage. Before you became an immortal, I helped you. Eventually, you were able to successfully destroy 88 True Yang building. When you just became a Gu immortal, you had no assets, you were completely poor. I made a transaction with you, letting you deduce immortal Gu recipes. I paid immortal Yuan stone to help you get started. When you wanted to refine Gu worms, I helped you so many times. When did the hairy man Gu immortals in the blessed land not help you? The risk of your tribulation was too high. We also lent you immortal Yuan stone and immortal Gu to help you get through it. I gave you the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method, killer moves like sword wave triple layered and so on. You moved star form blessed land because we borrowed Gu worms and provided the method. When your Hu immortal blessed land was attacked, we risked our lives and helped you recover from countless losses. Your wisdom Gu was even fed by me. How many lifespan Gu of my blessed land were used up? Your Dang Hun mountain was taken away. I compensated you according to the agreement, even if I had to pay the price of refinement path true meaning. The more the white-haired land spirit spoke, the angrier he got, the more wronged he felt. By the time he got to this point, his eyes were already red. Different from the black-haired land spirit's violent and unyielding nature, the white-haired land spirit was patient and peaceful. He was only interested in matters related to Gu refinement. The black-haired land spirit was an aggressive attacker, while the white-haired land spirit was a weak conservative. Oh Fang Yuan, did your conscience get eaten by a dog? Our Lengia blessed land treated you so well, you actually repaid our kindness with enmity and attacked us. You could not survive outside. Almost all the Gu immortals in the 5 regions wanted to make things difficult for you. It was Lengia blessed land that protected you. You are a human, but be it me or the black-haired land spirit, we tried our best to accept you. We appointed you as an external supreme elder, we gave you an important position and treated you as one of us. But how are you treating us now? Touch your own heart, look carefully, do you feel even a trace of guilt in your heart? Do you feel that you have let us down? The white-haired land spirit screamed and complained in a hoarse voice. Fang Yuan was expressionless. I don't. Chapter 1771. Langya Blessed Land, Long Hair Refinement Path Formation. The blood light faded as the blood path formation opened. Fang Yuan and Land Spirit of Langya walked out one after the other. Fang Yuan's scheme succeeded. In the previous life, the Land Spirit of Langya had caught Fairy Myrtle off guard. The latter killed the black-haired Land Spirit, but it was the white-haired Land Spirit's turn. The black-haired Land Spirit was ambitious. Even though he knew about the agreement between Langya Blessed Land and Longevity Heaven, he did not want to use it. After the white-haired Land Spirit appeared, he directly asked Longevity Heaven for help. In the end, the white-haired Land Spirit's action caused Fang Yuan to escape, the Celestial Court to lose, and Longevity Heaven to take in Langya sect, gaining the greatest benefits. Now, I have successfully suppressed the Land Spirit. Longevity Heaven has nothing to do with it anymore. Fang Yuan looked at the Land Spirit of Langya beside him. Right now, the Land Spirit of Langya had already been replaced by the black-haired Land Spirit under Fang Yuan's command. To prevent the other hairy man-gu immortals from suspecting him, the black-haired Land Spirit pretended to have the same relationship with Fang Yuan as before. Fang Yuan purposely let out a breath of air. This time, it was all thanks to First Supreme Elder, we were able to salvage the situation. The black-haired Land Spirit smiled. The main reason is because of the refinement path formation. Let's quickly enter the formation and continue refining gu. The black-haired Land Spirit smile was somewhat submissive, but other than sixth hair, the other hairy man-gu immortals did not suspect him at all. Who could have thought that a shocking change had already happened right under their noses? Fang Yuan entered the long hair refinement path formation, continuing to refine myriad self-immortal gu. Several hours later, a dazzling profound light flashed in the refinement path formation. The profound light faded, revealing an immortal gu. This gu was tall and slender, several meters long. It was shaped like a centipede and looked like it was made of copper, its entire body emitting a metallic luster. The mouthparts on its head were ferocious, and a pair of long whiskers swayed in front of its forehead like smoke. The left side had 5,000 feet, and the right side also had 5,000 feet, making a total of 10,000 feet. Rank 7 Immortal Gu Myriad Self. Even though Fang Yuan's main purpose was to frame the Land Spirit of Langya, he did not give up on refining Myriad Self-Immortal Gu. In the previous life, Myriad Self-Immortal Gu's recipe had a success rate of 50%. In this life, in order to harm the Land Spirit of Langya, Fang Yuan tried his best to modify Myriad Self-Immortal Gu's recipe, reducing the 50% success rate to 40%. He had never thought of giving up on refining Myriad Self this time. Myriad Self-Immortal Gu could not be given up. It didn't seem to improve Fang Yuan much, but it was actually quite important. Myriad Self was a combination of enslavement and strength path. It was a fusion of both paths. But it was very complex, it needed a long time to activate and expended a lot of the Gu Immortal's thoughts. Now that it was a Gu worm, Fang Yuan only needed a few simple steps to rapidly activate the original Myriad Self Killer Move's power. Other than the Killer Move Myriad Self, Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Myriad Dragon, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, and other killer moves had also benefited from it to some extent. Especially Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, this move was created by Fang Yuan in the previous life when he was close to the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Langya Blessed Land had 3 Gu formations. The first was the Long Hair Refinement Path Formation, the second was the 9 Submother Teleportation Gu Formation, and the third was the Ancient Battle Formation Heavenly Giant Solar. Among them, the 9 sub-mother teleportation Gu formations' main formation was on cloud-covered continent, while the 9 sub-mother formations were scattered in the outside world of northern plains, like Tai Chiu, Dragon Elephant Plain, and Feng Bo Cliff. Other than that, Langya Blessed Land had an incomplete Immortal Gu House, Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron. There was also a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth that had not been constructed successfully, Refinement C. In Fang Yuan's previous life, when Celestial Court's Gu Immortals attacked Langya Blessed Land, the land spirit of Langya used the refinement water in Refinement C to unleash the killer move Omnipresent C, temporarily dominating the battle. Langya Blessed Land had a huge inventory of immortal materials, but it did not have many immortal Yuan stones. Finally, Langya Blessed Land had 3 true inheritances. They were Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, Giant Sun's Self-Luck true inheritance, and Long Hair Refinement Path true inheritance. Rank 8 Steel Life Immortal Gu was in Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Back then, Ma Hongyun obtained a clue to this Thieving Heaven true inheritance outside Northern Plains. He came to Langya Blessed Land and asked the land spirit of Langya to refine Gu 3 times. This was also a portion of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Fang Yuan had some understanding of these 3 true inheritances. Many years ago, he had come into contact with them when he transacted with the land spirit of Langya. Back then, to deal with strong enemies, he had no choice but to sell his secluded domain of heaven and earth. Right now, the whole of Langya Blessed Land was his. I still have half a month left. Fang Yuan estimated the time. In his previous life, he had tried to deduce Luo Pa Seal during this period of time, trying to make up for his weakness in offense. As for defense, he already had reverse flow protection seal, he did not need to worry. In the end, Luo Pa Seal was only deduced several years later. In this life, he already had Luo Pa Seal. The main killer move he deduced was to fuse time path profundities into Yama Battlefield, to create a compound battlefield killer move. Even though he suppressed the land spirit of Langya, and his refinement path attainment level was definitely high enough, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to annex Langya Blessed Land. He had already decided to use the tactic of the 5 regional mountain range, to set up a trap in Langya Blessed Land, waiting for Celestial Court and the rest to take the bait. Firstly, Fang Yuan needed to lure Feng Jioga and snatch fixed immortal travel from him. After all, when his cultivation level reaches rank 8, future self would not be useful anymore. Secondly, he needed to lure Celestial Court to expose Star Caste. This method was too powerful, it could directly change the situation of the 5 regions war, it was a huge threat to any other super force. If Star Caste was exposed, it would definitely incite the other super forces to attack Celestial Court. Thirdly, he needed to get rid of some Celestial Court Gu Immortals in advance. Fang Yuan would not let go of any chance to weaken Celestial Court. Fourthly, Fang Yuan could also use Celestial Court to kill the Snowman, Rockman, and Inkman Gu Immortals of the 4 Races Alliance. Then, he would imitate the previous life and annex these 3 remaining forces. Devouring both enemies and allies, just thinking about it was wonderful, wasn't it? More than 10 days later. Central Continent, Celestial Court. A beam of red light as thick as a finger flashed and hit Thunder Ghost True Monarch's forehead. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's movement stopped abruptly. She aged rapidly. In the blink of an eye, she turned from a cute young girl to an old woman with deep wrinkles. She stretched out her thin fingers, grabbing at Fang Yuan. She opened her mouth, many of her teeth fell off. How could this be? These were her final words. She was dead. It was filled with intense unwillingness and hatred. She died of old age, her lifespan was exhausted. Even in death, her eyes were still open, staring at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Inside the super formation, the four races Gu immortals went into an uproar. What's going on? She died just like that? We killed Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Isn't this too easy? The variant human Gu immortals were dumbfounded. After calming down, they started to analyze. It was Lord Feng Yuan's plan. That's right, Thunder Ghost True Monarch fell for our trap. She could not retaliate at all. Even though she is a rank 8 Gu immortal, against Lord Feng Yuan, she could not do anything at all. I finally understand why the human Gu immortals want to kill Lord Feng Yuan. The variant human Gu immortals sighed, their gazes towards Feng Yuan were filled with wariness, fear, worship, and respect. Looking at Thunder Ghost True Monarch's corpse, Feng Yuan was not surprised. Even though she was a rank 8 expert, her death was not in vain. The strength of Wisdom Path Gu immortals was in planning before taking action. As long as they had the relevant information, they could restrain themselves. After rebirth, Feng Yuan knew about Thunder Ghost True Monarch's trump cards. Secondly, Feng Yuan had put in a lot of effort to modify Langya Blessed Land's defenses. He added a large number of immortal Gu. Among them was Steel Life Immortal Gu. It was all thanks to Feng Yuan's formation path attainment, as well as the light of wisdom. This was not something ordinary Gu immortals could do. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's two strongest methods were Lightning Heart Explosion and Soul Armor Battle. Thus, once Feng Yuan met her, he used Luo Pa Seal. This move countered Thunder Ghost True Monarch's soul armor. It had a huge effect. Without the soul armor, after Thunder Ghost True Monarch died of old age, she would be suppressed by the formation. She could not activate Lightning Heart Explosion. Finally, there was Steel Life. It was not like the previous time when he used Steel Life Immortal Gu without distinguishing between friend and foe. This time, Feng Yuan deduced the killer move Steel Life. It only targeted strong enemies. Steel Life Immortal Gu had Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's method. It could only be used 3 times, even Feng Yuan could not remove it. Even though there were only 3 chances, Feng Yuan used them without hesitation, dealing a fatal blow to Thunder Ghost True Monarch. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court were stunned, while inside Langya Blessed Land, Feng Jioge and Chen Yi looked at each other. They were completely dumbfounded. This is different from the plan. Star cast failed, only the few of us are left. Langya Blessed Land was prepared for this, their reaction was too timely. Right now, we can only defend and stall for time, until Star cast is activated again. Chen Yi and Feng Jioge conversed rapidly. They floated in the formation space with their backs against each other, relying on each other. Feng Jioge asked again, "That's right, where is Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch?" Chen Yi's Adam's apple bobbed. He hesitated for a moment and decided not to tell Feng Jioge what he had seen. "I'm not sure. I didn't see Thunder Ghost True Monarch when I came." Feng Jioge nodded. "I am afraid that Senior Thunder Ghost was too eager to gain merit. She charged too quickly and was separated. If we meet up with her, that would be for the best." Chen Yi had a bad premonition, but he could not say it now to affect morale. He could only say, "I think it is unlikely. Feng Yuan is such a crafty person, how can he let us meet up so easily? Maybe Thunder Ghost True Monarch is already being held back by other forces." Feng Jioge, on the other hand, was more optimistic than Chen Yi. He smiled and said, "Sir Chen Yi, in truth, our combat power is already outstanding enough. I can resist rank 8 Gu immortals. I barely have rank 8 battle strength. Together with you and Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch, we have 3 rank 8 battle strength. It will be hard for Langya Blessed Land to resist our attacks, right? We might even be able to take down Langya Blessed Land with our strength." Chen Yi laughed heartily. He forced himself to focus. Brother Feng is right. But if the situation is urgent and out of our expectations, you should find a chance to use fixed immortal travel to retreat. Feng Jiuge looked at Chen Yi deeply. He thought to himself, Chen Yi's emotions seemed to have changed. Feng Jiuge had seen it with his own eyes. Chen Yi had rushed in excitedly, as if he couldn't wait to prove himself. Why was it that his spirit and qi were so dispirited after he had just suffered some setbacks? Even though Chen Yi was once the first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus sect, it seems that he is no longer as bold and courageous as he used to be. No wonder he failed his mission in Western Desert, causing Celestial Court to lose Divine Bean Palace. Feng Jiuge looked down on Chen Yi internally. But he did not know that in the previous life, Feng Yuan had a good relationship with Chen Yi. Especially when he used half of Destiny Song to save Chen Yi's life. The two communicated rapidly, everything happened in an instant. Feng Yuan had already made his move. But this time, he was not in a hurry to act, he concealed himself. He was actually doing two things at once. There was no helping it, his advantage was too huge. He used Great Thief Ghost Hand many times, even though he could not steal fixed immortal travel. 3 of Feng Jiuge's Sound Path Immortal Gu were already taken by Feng Yuan. Feng Jiuge's strength fell greatly, but he did not have many injuries. Feng Yuan mainly used Great Thief Ghost Hand, his other attacks were just small skirmishes to maintain his advantage. He did not use Luo Pa Seal or anything else. Because he was afraid of injuring Feng Jiuge and activating Fate Armor Immortal Gu. Once Fate Armor Immortal Gu was activated, it had the ability to locate Fairy Myrtle's location. In the previous life, Feng Yuan suffered from this. After Fate Armor Immortal Gu was activated, Fairy Myrtle quickly unraveled Yama battlefield. In this life, how could Feng Yuan make the same mistake again? Oh. As expected, many Gu immortals are planning to invade Langya Blessed Land. Feng Yuan obtained a lot of information from soul searching. Even though Thunder Ghost True Monarch's cultivation information was valuable, Feng Yuan placed it aside. Celestial Court situation was more important to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had many wisdom path methods, he quickly deduced, this means that Star Cast can still be used. I need to hurry and finish this battle. There is no other way. If this drags on, fixed immortal travel, Fate Armor, and the other immortal Gu will be stolen by Feng Yuan. Feng Jiuge had a grim expression, he finally made his decision and activated fixed immortal travel. Wishful thinking. Feng Yuan snickered, activating Immortal Gu Suppress Space. Suppress Space Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu was the one he had obtained from the drill-head turtle in Southern Border's Earth Trench. There were many methods to counter fixed immortal travel, but after rebirth, Feng Yuan could only obtain 2. The first was Fixed Space Immortal Gu, the second was Suppress Space Immortal Gu. Fixed Space Immortal Gu was held by Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Lu Hao. In the previous life, Feng Yuan ambushed Southern Border's Gu Immortals and captured Lu Hao. Unfortunately, Lu Hao's Fixed Space Immortal Gu self-destructed, Feng Yuan could not get it. As for Suppress Space Immortal Gu, it belonged to Luo Clan's Gu Immortal, Luo Ran. In the previous life, when Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance's Gu Immortals to attack the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, Luo Ran had used Suppress Space Immortal Gu to help. It was very difficult for Feng Yuan to obtain Fixed Space Immortal Gu. Because it was too early, he was still in Northern Plains Langya Blessed Land, he had not roamed Southern Border and attracted the Gu Immortals, such as Xia Cha and the other Gu Immortals. Without Wu Yong asking for help from Fairy Myrtle, Lu Hao would not be involved. But Suppress Space Immortal Gu was something that Feng Yuan could obtain based on his previous life's information. Fixed Space Immortal Gu marked a location. Even if fixed immortal travel was activated, the Gu Immortal would only be transported to the location marked by Fixed Space Immortal Gu. Suppress space. Immortal goo could suppress the surrounding space within a certain range, making it hard for space path methods to work. Suppress space. Immortal goo was also rank 7, it countered rank 7 immortal goo fixed immortal travel. Feng Jiuge was shocked, he did not expect Feng Yuan to have made such thorough preparations. At the next moment, Feng Jiuge's expression turned pale. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Feng Yuan's expression was normal. He knew karma relocation, he could not block this move. Earlier, when he separated Chen Yi and Feng Jiuge, it was to guard against this killer move, but it did not work. Chen Yi and Feng Jiuge were very shrewd, they had rich battle experience. Let's go, Feng Jiuge, hand over your life, you can accompany Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Feng Yuan smiled sinisterly. Chen Yi smiled lightly, Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch was killed by you guys after all. Come, even if I die, I will not let you off easily. Chen Yi knew that he was going to die, but he let go. Even though he was infatuated with power, he was also a member of the Celestial Court. As long as one was a member of the Celestial Court, they were not afraid of sacrifice, they faced death with equanimity. The process of killing Chen Yi was not easy, it was very difficult, the battle was in a stalemate for a long time. But eventually, Chen Yi died, his life was taken by Feng Yuan. He did not leave behind any immortal goo, but his remnant soul could not escape from Feng Yuan's demonic claws. The variant human goo immortals cheered for their victory, before crying out loud. They suffered heavy losses. Chen Yi killed many of their companions. Feng Yuan looked at Chen Yi's corpse as he sighed deeply, as expected of Chen Yi, as expected of a goo immortal of the Celestial Court. Next, he consoled the variant human goo immortals with deep sorrow, your sacrifice was worth it, it was a glorious victory. Even a rank 8 goo immortal died at your hands, this battle achievement will shake heaven and earth. There were only 2 or 3 variant human goo immortals left, they were all heavily injured. Oh heavens, our losses this time are too severe. Langya Blessed Land suffered the least damage. They are all in formation, they are safe inside Heavenly Giant Solar. Strange, why did so many layers of the formation suddenly break apart? If not for this, we would not have lost so many people. Feng Yuan nodded, this should be Chen Yi's method, he is truly amazing, even I did not notice anything wrong. The variant human goo immortals heard this and their eyes turned red, they gritted their teeth, that's right, it was this old scoundrel. Killing him was too easy on him. His death is not to be regretted. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.